down south.
I don't need any of you.
I don't live down south.
Well, exactly.
I'm from here. This is my...
Protect the place.
This is my home. There's Shaheen bowling outside the off stump, very neatly taken by Rizwan. He's an athlete, this fella. And it's a wide, and that was taken almost in front of second slip.
Yeah, he's been very good behind the stumps, hasn't he?
So for everyone else driving around the country, or doing whatever you're doing, and you've got your dark glasses on, if you're driving a nice sports car, you've got the roof off, and maybe you're applying some lotion if you're sitting in the garden, spare a thought. The floodlights are going on here, and we've got low grey cloud coming in, and it looks as if it could pour with rain any moment.
It's warm though, isn't it?
In comes Shaheen and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Buttler. And taken by keeper Rizwan, with a like that. There's a lot of chirping going on.
Don't get this kind of heat here down south. This is heat. Hot. It's like Mumbai.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty hot out there. That noise makes it hot as well. I don't know how. Try and tune out of that.
So far, Pakistan have bowled with great discipline. 130 from 45.4 overs.
Yep.
Butler 25 from 83.
Well, he's digging in. He's waiting now as Shane bowls to him again outside the off stump. He lets that go through to the keeper once more. 196 runs England are behind. And with that much batting to come, we're talking, Bess in next?
You get a sense with Josh Butler that if Yasir Shah does come on, he might try and launch him into the football ground. He's been
he might
frustrated so much against the seam. They've bowled such good lines and lengths with skill, movement. I think he's almost probably thinking to himself, I've just got to survive till the spinner comes on.
Be interesting ploy bringing a spinner on with the real tail end. Shane bowls. Oh, yeah, well, for a moment I thought he'd nick that. But again, the keeper took it acrobatically to fizzed past the outside edge and into the glove. So 130 for 5. But if you've got real pace at one end, and a bit of bamboozly wrist spin at the other, I'm afraid the old tail ender's eyes light up a bit at the leg spinner. We could easily get them out, having a swipe or something.
Well, it's the perfect combination for a tail end batsman. A bit of pace, a bit of hostility, and then a bit of mystery at the other end. There you go, Abbas.
Heather's let me down. It says dull and cloudy in Exeter as well. Okay, Heather.
It's all over the country.
Well, I hope you're enjoying your day, Heather, anyway. 130 for 5, and Chris Woakes is back on strike to Naseem, who runs up and bowls to him. Oh, well, I have to be honest, I think Woakes might have given himself a little bit of room there, and that went flying past the off stump at full length.
Yeah, but again, it's the modern game. You know, you go back 20, 30 years ago, someone gets hit, you'd have a short leg in, wouldn't you? Yeah. No short leg, yeah, he does, he gives himself space there. That's not a great scenario. It's not. All 3 stumps were available for him. His left foot went down leg stump towards the ball just outside off.
Well, he's replaying the shot again.
With Butler just backing up a bit. Yeah, the short leg is going to go in, which is a good move by Azhar. So it's worth Josh Butler going down and saying, look, I might help you out. If you tap and run, I'm coming.
Yeah. But he's clearly unsettled. He got a colossal blow. We nearly caught it mid-wicket. Mandy, it's hot in Birmingham, but it's raining. But I'm still sitting on the sun lounger in the rain. Only in the UK, you're right, Mandy.
Glorious, yeah.
Naseem's on his way. Woakes is waiting for him, and he goes and bowls to him. He gets into line there and pushes him out through the covers. A chase for the captain. And they've taken 2. Can they get 3? I think Chris Woakes would like it, and they do, coming back to 3, and Buttler trots down to the other end. So a nice shot from Woakes. He's off the mark. He's on to 3. 133 for 5.
Chris Woakes' recent form with the bat has been, disappointing to say the least. He started the Ashes series well with a couple of 37s at edge batsman and a 32 at Lords, at which point his career average stood at 30.5 after 29 tests. Since then, in his 9 previous innings, he's been out for 6 or less 8 times, and he's been 3 before this, 0, 0 and 1.
Buttler waits, Naseem's on his way, bowls to him, and that's on the off stump. Good length. Pushed away to cover. I've started something here. Jane Willie James. It's overcast and drizzly in Pembrokeshire as well. Well, it's clear the sun only shines in the Beaver at the moment. Obviously blue skies. It was lovely this morning. So maybe it's not the case commentary, but the lights are on here regardless. A bit brighter to the left is where the weather is coming from. But a good time to bowl, and particularly Dingan's lower order. 133 for 5. Butler's trying to stave it off. He's on 25. And Naseem bowls to him, have some width there, and he's carved that away through the offside, and that'll go for 4, surely. Out to the groundsman's area at deep point. There he goes. Naseem just over pitching. And Buttler took it on. He's not had many scoring opportunities. Such a free scoring batsman. Well, there's some width. He took full advantage of that.
It was full and wide. Hello. Yes. It was full and wide, and Buttler was onto his shot.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When you're under pressure, you've still got to try and get that. If you do get a bad ball, you've got to get it away, haven't you?
Yeah, there was high-class fast bowling from Pakistan seamers this morning.
Definitely so. Naseem's on his way. He's bowling again to Buttler outside the off-stump. He plays no stroke. Doing it 189 behind. The fact is, there's Dom Bess, Jofra Archer, Stuart Broad, and Jimmy Anderson to come. That's a strange sight. We've got Phil Neal, who's the England senior manager, if you like, walking around with a couple of cardboard boxes.
Maybe some more new helmets in there.
Well, they all look like helmet size, don't they? He's heading off around the boundary edge. He's coming our way rather than away. Might be he should go as takeaway. We're expecting that to come, something like that. Here's the next one from Shaheen, which is pitched up and straight. And he likes a glare, this young man. Buttler hits it straight back at him. And he looks with great hostility straight at the batsman. But he's clearly loving what's going on out there. He's got the batsman on the back foot, working up a lovely pace.
It's the same sort of session like yesterday morning, when England bowling was really good, and it was testing time for Shan Masood, and it looked like the same thing happening today as well. And Pakistani bowlers are really good, very disciplined, hitting good areas.
19 overs, just 1 for 45 so far today, so an excellent session. Now Chris Woakes is going to face Shaheen Afridi, the left arm, fast, tall, 6'6", bowling from the far end. Wasim Akram's giving me a lesson in Pathans and Pashtuns.
Yes,
I think I've just about got it right.
Yes, that's right.
These two are both Pathans.
That's a good move from him, because he's bringing the ball into Chris Woakes. Covers.
3 slips in a gully. Shane bowls, hits him on the pad, appeals leg before wicket. I think that's going down the leg side. There's some excitement in the slips, of course, and Shaheen's having a glare and just asking there what they think. Well, that looks to be going down the leg side to me. I don't think they'll be reviewing this. The timer ticking away, but basically from the same sort of area, up in the northwest frontier region of Pakistan. But if I've got it right, the Pashtuns are slightly more easterly. Quetta, Kandahar, that sort of area.
Yes.
And the Pathans are more the Peshawar.
Yes, more sort of Afghanistan border.
Yes. It's a fascinating part of the world. We were talking about it the other day. 137 for 5, 189 behind. Shane's on his way, rushing in, bowling. That's thumped back in by Woakes. Just misses the stumps up at the far end. A chase for the mid-on fieldsman. Looks like Abbas from here. And he will just... Oh! He went to pick the ball up, missed it, and has gone head over heels and over the boundary. So a little bit of comedy there amongst all the stress and the tension. He did all the hard work. He got there and then went down just to pull the ball back. He's demolished the boundary edge and has virtually fallen over and dived over the boundary edge, and now it's pouring with rain. You can hear it. And the players are just heading straight off.
Long spell in this morning, and Abbas was a bit stiff there.
Like he was. Off they all go. Ground staff coming on, our friends coming on to sort out the stumps, of course, making sure that they're disconnected before that hover mower arrives. It's there in the distance behind him, you can hear it. But he's got to get there and unplug everything before it arrives. So the ground staff at the moment are sliding away the advertising hoardings. I don't know how long it's to last for. In fact, it's almost stopped again, if I'm honest. But the hover cover is emerging slowly. Well, he's got a quiet confidence about him today, our technician friend, because he's not running. He's just approaching the stumps. I think he thinks that it's going to stop. He gestured there to say, well, do I need to do all this? Well, he does. He's tucked the bales away in his back pocket. The hover cover's approaching. It better be quick. He's uprooted this end, but hasn't taken the wires out yet. They're running on now, and he's now having to break into a sprint to get to the far end. He's got 3 stumps under his arm. He's got to be quick. Other bales go into the pocket. He's pulling out the wires. He's just going to get there in time, I think. He does. He times it absolutely perfectly, doesn't he?
Absolutely perfectly.
And now a cloud of dust. Well, he's virtually disappeared in that as the hover cover arrives over the pitch. And I think after all that effort, I can see umpire O'Shaughnessy appearing down here, and he's looking up saying, what's all the fuss about? He's a local. I don't think he... suspect this won't be a very long break. Let's hope not anyway. Tim Beasley. This attack on Manchester weather is totally unjustified. I was a student at Manchester Poly in the early 90s. In my first year, it only rained twice. Once for 5 months, and the second time for 6. It's sunny in New Brighton today. Thank you, Tim. There you go. Well, it does rain a bit up here, but I'm looking at the dark of the point at the far end, and I can't see anything falling at the moment, so hopefully the umpires will reappear. England lost just 1 wicket today. That was Ollie Pope. Again, it was done by pace, really. It's what a fast bowler does, just from nowhere. A bit of extra bounce, and the ball to the shoulder of the bat and was caught by Shadab for 62. He played very well.
I thought he played really well, and he was busy. His balance was good, and we see some great shots. His balance was right through extra cover and mid-on area.
So we're all waiting, really, and everyone's staring towards the umpires who vanished down here. And I think the groundsman's thinking this will do. But we'll just wait and see what happens. Now, tonight, as you know, Isha is organising, I think, a Pakistani banquet. And she's asked us what we want. What advice? What, if you were me, what should I order? What really defines Pakistani food as opposed to the Indian food?
Pakistani food, the spice is the key thing to it. What you like, maybe you like a chicken curry or, mutton curry. It's up to your own taste. What would you like? And
the actual meat is therefore irrelevant. It's the spice.
It's the spice. It's the spice.
So for Pakistan,
you're a spicy person. Sorry,
I'm not very hot.
Okay,
but I like spice. I like
you can have a mild one.
I like putting the spice into the blender and breaking them all up, and then I don't go and buy the easy stuff from the supermarket. I like to make it, Curran. So what spice would you recommend for a medium?
A little bit chili, red chili, and if you can put the green peppers, on top of that, that's really spicy one. You will have a better taste with that one.
Right.
But I can't cook myself, so I don't know about that. But I'm a good eater, so I never cook in my life.
Creamy curries?
Yeah, you can get that creamy curries as well. Extra bit of tomato in it, and I don't know if you like more tomatoes.
Yes, I like tomato. And the naan, or the peshwari naan, we talked about that. You're drooling at it.
I love that.
Right, well, I'm going to go and get my order sorted out. The cover's going off, which is great news. Marilyn and Sid Wright say they're sitting in their very sunny garden in Ipswich, having lunch, listening to the cricket. I can't believe you haven't got 30 degrees plus. I just made a lemon drizzle cake as well. Oh, Marilyn, it sounds like you're having heaven there. That sounds lovely. I hope you're enjoying your day. The good news is that it has stopped raining. The covers have been taken away, and Simon Mann, what's what he's ordering tonight? It's you're a pescatarian, aren't you? I think, Simon. Yes. So I think a bit of fish doing the rounds tonight, but we're going to order our food. Simon, you're going to come in here. Azam, some thoughts from you? Maybe we haven't seen the spinners yet, have we? Maybe some thoughts on that. And Simon's coming in.
Yeah, we haven't seen spinner because fast bowlers were bowling really well and put pressure on them, and they were just got 1 wicket and they were looking for another one. But I thought it was a great morning for Pakistan. 45 runs in 20 odd overs, which is a great sign, and we will definitely see spinning from both hands. Hopefully, because Abbas bowled really long spell this morning, and Shaheen as well, so he's coming back for his second spell as well from Jimmy Anderson end, and hopefully we can start the cricket very soon here.
A little more on Ollie Pope's fine innings of 62, having come in at 12 for 3. Looking at England number 5s who've come in with a score at less than 15 in recent decades, and it's the 20th time since 1983. 21st time since 1983 that England's number 5 has come in at 3 down for less than 15. Only the second time out of those 21 that he's made 50. Jack Russell was the last man to do so for England, coming in at 5 in Barbados in 1990. He came in at 10 for 3 and made 55. So an outstanding innings in a very difficult situation.
And talking about Jack Russell, actually, the umpires are just on their way, which is good to see. Bristol Prize on Twitter. It's actually there must be a person behind it, but it's a short story competition. Unfortunately, the entries close on the 30th of April 2020, so the deadline for that is past. So bad luck, Andy. But sent me a Jack Russell stumping standing up to Gladstone Small against Dean Jones, because we were talking about Rizwan. I was on with Victor earlier and talking about Jack and standing up to play spalls, because Rizwan stood up to Mohammad Abbas this morning. It happened in a test match in Australia. Dean Jones stumped off Gladstone Small down the leg side. Brilliant piece of work from Jack Russell. Rizwan reprieved for now, can stand back because Mohammad Abbas is off. But goodness me, bowled well this morning, didn't he, Mohammad Abbas? He did everything but take a wicket.
He was exceptional this morning, and he bowled really well. Bowled, I think, 7 overs for only 1 run. He was asking questions all the time, hitting good areas, proving length around 5 meter to 6 meter. And I thought all the bowlers bowled really well in this morning. Shaheen, Shah, Afridi looked dangerous, bringing the ball back to right-hander.
Right, here come the England not-out batsmen, Chris Woakes and Joss Buttler. Butler's played really well, actually. I mean, Mohammad Abbas has bowled well, superbly, and Buttler has been excellent this morning. It's been a real examination of his technique. Okay, he had a bit of luck. He played and missed against Mohammad Abbas, but he's also been judicious in his stroke play, and he's moved to 29. He's not got a lot to show for all the hard work, but he's shown tremendous resilience. Chris Woakes, well, shaken up by that ball that pinged off his helmet. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The ball rebounded off his helmet to mid-wicket. You don't see that happen. Normally it's a glancing blow, but it went bang into the side of his head and out to mid-wicket.
That's the only bouncer we saw this morning from Pakistan fast bowlers. Maybe we will see a bit more from Naseem Shah against Chris Woakes. Yeah. And Buttler is an amazing player. You know, I remember he got 100 against Pakistan in last series when played at Headingley. He took the game away from Pakistan because he's a very dangerous player. I know he got a lot to do with his keeping as well. So a lot of things going in his mind.
Here's Shaheen after the short delay, bowls to Buttler, who comes forward and squeezes that away off a thick outside edge, down towards the third man boundary. Shan Masood effects a sliding stop and sends in the return. And Buttler and Woakes come back for 3 runs. So England 143 for 5, still a long way behind in this game. They came back for 2 runs. Woakes was on strike. Excuse me. Woakes was on strike. Just talking up Buttler. Woakes is on strike, so he goes to 9. Buttler stays on 29 at the non-striker's end. Woakes tapping away at the crease. Here is Shaheen Afridi. Moves in past umpire Illingworth and bowls to Woakes, and Woakes leans forward and lets this go through to Rizwan, who takes it low down. We have seen some variable bounce this morning. The one that Naseem Shah got Pope with just bounced it more than Pope expected, took him by surprise.
Yeah, it was extra bounce from Naseem Shah at that point. Yeah, we will see a bit more up and down because it's a third day of pitch. Weather is quite dry here and pitch is slightly opening. Cracks are slightly opening now.
143 for 5. Woakes, who's had a thin time of it with the bat of late, looks up to see Shaheen Afridi bowling to him, and he crashes him through the offside for 4. It was full, it was a bit wide, and that's Woakes' strong area through the covers, and he hit it very well out to the cover boundary. So chase out for Yasir Shah to go and pick it up off the good boundary board.
Good stride in from Woakes. It was full, wide, and he utilised that. Went to boundary. Excellent shot.
147 for 5. That was Shaheen Afridi. 2 slips of gully in. There are 3 saving 1 on the offside, 3 in that cordon, if you like. Woakes hit it to the left of Yasir Shah. Shaheen Afridi bowls and plays firmly by Woakes up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That's how Yasir Shah looked at to the left and Yasir to the right as Woakes looked at it. End of the over, the first over completed after the brief rain delay. 15 overs, 1 for 31. Let's hope the weather behaves itself. The forecast was good for today, but we had bad light, and then that rain, the lights are on again. And it is going to be Yasir Shah to bowl for the first time today, and he's switched ends. He bowled from the Jimmy Anderson end last night.
Yeah. I think Yasir is the key here because the fast bowlers done their job, and this is the time for Yasir. Yesterday I saw Yasir was a bit too length, so he needs to find his length today and hitting those proving length. If he gets that right, he will be handful on this pitch.
Well, he did get one to really spit. It didn't cause any problems in one sense because it almost did too much. It landed on the middle stump, spun, and went a long way to the wicketkeeper's right, Rizwan. but that just puts some doubt in the batsman's mind. They know what he's capable of, but there were also some freebies as well. And looking at the field, he's got some protection. He's got 3 men on the boundary, deep back with square leg, deep mid-wicket, and deep cover with Joss Buttler on strike. There's only a slip. It's the only close catcher. Yasir bowled 7 overs, 1 for 36 yesterday. Goes in now and bowls to Buttler, very full, dug out by Buttler on the drive, square with the wicket on the offside. Butler's looking for 2. And he decides against it as the throw comes in from the deep from Naseem Shah. 148 for 5, Buttler to 30, so he's off the mark after the resumption. How much time did we lose? It felt like only about 10 minutes.
It was 9.
9 minutes.
Chris Woakes, only the second time in his last 10 innings he's reached double figures, and only the third time he's lasted more than 10 balls. So you say his form has deserted him, but a promising start today.
So taking a fresh guard at that far end. And the field for Woakes, well, it's similar to the field for Buttler. I'm slightly surprised.
I'm surprised too as well, because one thing I would say, I don't mind having these fielder on the boundary line to give Yasir a bit more security and land his...
Here is Yasir, bowls to Woakes. Woakes goes back and clips this straight to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Get into his length and line, settle down for first couple of hours, and then he can bring the fielder up to create more pressure.
Yeah, some spin bowlers like to settle in. And we saw Yasir yesterday bowled the odd loose ball which was smacked away. Yasir bowls, and that's short, cut, diving save at backward point by Shan Masood, prevents a run. Good piece of fielding, hit well by Woakes, who's looks with command, prepared to play 1 or 2 shots.
He's taking the attacking option, that's a good sign.
He's 13 not out. Yasir bowls to Woakes. Again, he's back. A bit short from Yasir. It's cracked off the back foot to Naseem Shah, who comes in from deep cover again to field. 149 for 5. When do you think we'll see Shadab, the other leg spinner? Is he very much the sort of junior spinner, or is he just fractionally in the pecking order below Yasir Shah? After this ball from Yasir to Buttler, Yasir bowls and Buttler leans forward and lets go a sharply spinning leg break. That turned.
Yeah, definitely he come up after Yasir, because Yasir is champion bowler, got 200 fastest 200 wickets for Pakistan.
Slip there, waiting for the outside edge. Yasir bowls to Buttler, who bends at the knees and goes back and cracks that off the back foot through extra cover. Yeah, Naseem Shah's got a lot of work to do out there on the cover boundary. Another time when you try to hide your fast bowler in the field and give him a bit of a break, but he's running here, there and everywhere. Mind you, he's only young, he's only 17. One more, 150 for 5.
Yeah, see, in this over we saw Yasir is still bowling a bit short, and I just find for last year or so Yasir trying to get wicket on every ball. So before that, he just get in to settle his line and length, and then he look for wickets. And now because he's trying too hard, I think, because people are talking about Shadab is doing really well, people are talking about Yasir is not getting wicket. So I think it's a little bit pressure. He's a champion bowler, he needs to settle down, settle his nerves down, and he will be getting wickets. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Well, he got the one of route yesterday evening. This is Buttler on strike to Shaheen Afridi outside the off stump. Again goes through quite low to wicketkeeper Rizwan. He didn't take it cleanly. Buttler allowing it to go by. Buttler is 31 not out from 93 balls.
I would like to see Shaheen Afridi coming around the stumps here. He went yesterday, but today, because ball is staying low, up and down, so I think it's a great angle to come around the stumps and bowl to the stumps.
Yeah, he's bowling over the wicket at the moment with the lights on. The cloud cover above. Goes in past umpire Illingworth, up to the stumps now, and bowls to Buttler, wide of off stump. Buttler lets it go, and again it goes through quite low to Rizwan, who sweeps it up and hands it to Babar Azam.
Here we go, he's coming around the stumps, so
You're not the bowling coach or former bowling coach for nothing, or...
I work so much with this young guy, and I know what he's thinking and stuff, because we spoke about these stuff before, and he's a competitor and he's a thinker.
Right. Here we go, round the wicket now to bowl to Buttler. And he moves in now to bowl to him, and Buttler pushes that through the offsides. Another chase for Yasir Shah. It's a firm push. Shan Masood is after it as well, and Yasir, but the ball wins. The outfield was quite slow here for the West Indies Test series, but it seems to have quickened up. And Butler's a good striker of the ball, of course, but it was no more than a firm push into the offside, and it ran away out to that big boundary on the offside.
It was too full. He was there to punish, and Buttler does that. When he's in this type of mood, you know, he will be a dangerous player. I thought right now Shaheen Afridi needs to drag his length back, because we hardly see any lateral movement with the ball.
Buttler to 35, 154 for 5. With that boundary, here's Shaheen again, bowls to Buttler. Buttler plays a nice solid looking defensive shot, confident defensive shot as well, so confident he held the pose for a moment, and the ball went up to Azhar Ali, Pakistan's captain, fielding there at mid-off. It's brightened up a bit now. I think, we're in a situation where we could even turn the floodlights off.
That was much better length. That's the length you need to be bowling at.
Buttler settles. It's been a great test of Butler's temperament and technique this morning. 5 minutes to survive until lunch. Shaheen bowls to Buttler, and Buttler flicks this down to fine leg. He gets a bat on that in time. He's coming back for the second. Naseem Shah with the throw. It's a bit wide to Rizwan, who knocks the ball onto the stumps very skillfully. But Buttler was well past him by the time he'd done that. And Buttler picks up 2 runs. It was coming back in with the angle, and Buttler got enough of the bat on it. Thick inside edge, otherwise there would have been a huge shout for LBW.
I think slightly on the leg stump. It was a good delivery, and Buttler in the end played really well. You know, talking about Butler's mindset, you know, is as a keeper, he's not doing really well, and now you're really not sure which way it's going to go, because he's a quality player, and he shows, you know, he's hanging there, his tough time, he's hanging there and showing his mental strength here.
It's up to 37, 156 for 5. Shaheen bowls to Buttler outside the off stump. To be a bit careful with the angle when leaving those balls, but that was well judged by Buttler. So England still 170 runs behind. They have recovered from 12 for 3, but they've got an awful lot of work to do to get up to Pakistan's first innings score. You feel to stay in the game, they need to be at least within striking distance. If you concede a first innings lead of 60 or 70, I mean, that feels like a big lead on this surface, but it is an intriguing game. Fascinating cricket so far, the ebb and flow and ups and downs that we've seen in this match. England fighting back yesterday morning, and Pakistan taking firm grip in the last part of the day. Yasir Shah begins a new over. The first ball of it is short again from Yasir, cut away by Woakes towards Naseem on the boundary again. And one more, Woakes to 15, and near into 157 for 5. Butler brushing away some debris from the pitch. Perhaps just conscious that we're moving towards lunch and might want this to be the last over before lunch. Here is Yasir bowling. It's very full. It's dug out by Buttler into the offside, and they're through for a single. 158 for 5.
He didn't find his length. One was short, one was fuller. And with Yasir, when I was working with him, it's really important thing to find out his alignment. If his alignment is right and he's over on his front leg, he can spin the ball and land the ball in the right area.
Goes in now to bowl to Woakes.
Yeah, that's much better.
Woakes pushes forward and plays that towards mid-on. And there is no run. Walks away from the crease, then settles again. Yasir quickly through his over, scuttles in and bowls. It's full, it's driven by Woakes towards extra cover. It's picked up by Babar Azam.
That's much better from Yasir here. Last couple of deliveries. That's the line, that's the pace he needs to bowl in this pitch. Much better. Air a bit.
2 balls left in the over. Yasir bowls outside the off stump, and a turn and bounce there, especially bounce to Woakes, who leant forward and let it go. And Rizwan took it like a snake rising out of the basket. riding the ball, taking two hands above his right shoulder. Yasir again to Woakes. Fizz through. Woakes playing on the back foot. Bit of turn away from the right-hander. Guided away by Woakes to Shan Masood. And we will have time for one more over at 1:58.45. We'll have 8 extra minutes later, so we could play until 7:08 in theory today. The light yesterday was good enough to play until 7 o'clock, so we might get through. I mean, the forecast suggests it's going to be a decent day, but we have had that rain interlude and it's still quite overcast.
Much better from Yasir in last 4 deliveries. That's the line, that's the length. And pace was really good. He bowled a little bit slower in last 3-4 balls, which is the right pace to bowl in this pitch. We saw England spinner Bess was bowling in that when he was bowling slower.
Here is Shaheen Freeze back over the wicket. He's bowling to Buttler. Butler's in behind it, playing defensively to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So what is that pace? What are we talking about? Are we talking around 53?
Yeah,
or a bit less than that?
A bit less than that, especially now, because 53, I think 53 or 52 is the right pace.
So, that was a no ball, Andy, was it? Called belated. Well, they're all called after the event because they're checked by the third umpire. Yep, just seeing it. It was over the line. So everything happening here. 1:58 for 5. This is Shaheen Afridi rushing in to bowl to Buttler. Is full. That's powered up to mid-off. He hit that sweetly. Disappointed to hit it straight at Azhar, so there's no run. So not 53, 50.
Yeah, around 50. When Yasir is bowling really well, he bowled 49 to 51. That sort of pace he needs to bowl. He's trying to bowl quicker.
And when he's bowling too quickly, what was he bowling at?
53, 54.
Right.
Yeah, 55 sometimes.
Right. 1:59 for 5. Moving towards lunch. 5 balls left. Shaheen to Buttler. Buttler leaves it, leaning forward. Ball going across him. Shaheen Afridi has gone back over the wicket again. He did experiment bowling around the wicket in the previous over, and he was hit for 4 through the offside.
But length is the key because the ball is getting older. They need to drag the length back.
The ball is 51.2 overs old.
There was off cutter from Shaheen Afridi.
The sun's with us now. It's before lunch. Shaheen Afridi from the Jimmy Anderson end goes in, bowls to Buttler. Buttler leans forward again. Ball going through on the second bounce to wicketkeeper. Another slower ball, 73 miles an hour from Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, he wants to change his pace. And maybe Buttler is a good driver of the ball. Maybe that's why this extra cover filter is there.
They just get him to miscue. And there was one earlier where he hit slightly uppishly into the offside. He checked the shot, so he'd gone through with it. Might well have been caught at mid-off. He just checked it for a moment. Shaheen bowls to Buttler. Buttler leaves. A sprawling save by Rizwan away to his right-hand side. Took that almost in front of Asad Shafiq at second slip. Getting across him with the angle. It's great test cricket, this. It really is. It's a fabulous contest. England trying to cling on in this test match, deny Pakistan the sizable first innings lead that you feel will be decisive. Bess to come, Archer to come, Broad, Anderson. Shaheen round the wicket again to Buttler. Buttler leaves again, offering the pad. Allows it to go through to Rizwan. So 1 ball left in the morning session. And it's been hard for England. Haven't scored particularly quickly. Pakistan haven't necessarily made the inroads that they would have liked this morning. Just the one. It's been an intriguing struggle between these two teams this morning. So last ball of the morning session. Shaheen Afridi past the umpire now, up to the stumps, goes in and bowls to Buttler, and Buttler leaves. Lets that one go through. Rizwan doesn't take it cleanly. It's been difficult for Buttler and for Dowrich in the West Indies series. Perhaps Rizwan has experienced a bit of that on his Old Trafford conditions. The ball's lobbed to umpire Kettleborough, and that is it for the morning session. 1:59 for 5, and England scored 67 in 24 overs. They've lost the one wicket. I mean, you could possibly say it's marginally been England's morning, but Pakistan are still in the best position in this Test match.
I thought they bowled really well, and they are in the game right now because 2.7 runs per over. So they're controlling the game here. It's just a matter of a couple of wickets here. If they can get one, Buttler is the key wicket for Pakistan. If they can get Buttler out here, and then they're into the tail.
Yeah, and that's the thing. England are coming from so far behind that even in a morning where they just lose the one wicket and score 67, they've still got so much catching up to do that Pakistan still have a control of this Test match. Butler's played well though. He's 38 not out. Woakes is 15 not out. It says how well Buttler has bowled. Azhar, best batted Azhar.
I thought he batted brilliantly because as a player is going into your mind, so many things negative things going into your mind, and he's a class act. We saw in one-day cricket, and he's hanging there. It was tough condition for him to survive the spell which Mohammad, Abbas and Shaheen Shah Afridi bowled up front, so he was hanging there, but he's a quality player. We saw his discipline and mindset. I think he will be a key for this Test match. If he go and get big runs, it will be good for England and tough for Pakistan.
Yeah, well, a fascinating afternoon session in prospect. 1:59 for 5 at lunch is the score. Just before I hand over to Dan Norcross for the lunch interval, some news to bring you. Not particularly surprising news that England's men's white ball tour to India, originally scheduled for late September, October, has been postponed until early 2021, till next year. This is because of the COVID-19 situation in India, and also postponement of the T20 World Cup. The BCCI and the ECB will continue to discuss the schedule for a multi-format tour to India, which could take place from late January to late March. There's some talk that there'll be the Test series of the 3, possibly 4 Test matches, and then 3 T20s, 3 one-day internationals, something like that, late January, March time. Now it looks unlikely, therefore, that England's men will be in action anywhere until the new year, apart from those players who are playing in the IPL, which goes from the 19th of September to the 10th of November, and of course the start of the Big Bash in Australia, which is at the beginning of December. So a lot of franchise T20 cricket coming up, but not much action at the moment for the England men's team necessarily. Anyway, you never know, things could change. I saw the West Indies saying we would love to have England come and tour this year, but whether it's possible to make that happen, who knows. So 1:59 for 5 at lunch. What I can tell you for definite is that we've got a really excellent Test match in progress here at Old Trafford. Daniel.
Thank you, Simon. This has been an extraordinary morning. I say extraordinary, and it's actually been a very similar morning to previous mornings. The first hour, 19 for none of 14 overs. The second hour, 48 for 1 of 10. And then the sun is coming out after lunch. The problem is England have lost the key wicket of Ollie Pope. Brilliant ball from Naseem Shah, so they're very much up against it. But we shall see what happens after lunch. And we're going to turn our attentions now to a gentleman who thinks he has a fairly good idea of what's going to happen after lunch. Since this is the last of the 3 Test matches being played here in Manchester, we thought during this interval we'd say thank you to the people here at Old Trafford and from the city who have looked after us so very, very well in our bio bubble, and indeed the people who've been playing here as well. In a moment we're going to talk to Anwar Akhtar, a British Pakistani filmmaker who was born and grew up here in Manchester and who would have loved to be here watching today were it not for the COVID restrictions. But first, now there's a gentleman that some of you may or may not have come across. There was an article in the Daily Mail just after the West Indies left these shores, and Jason Holder gave a long interview in which he talked about a wide range of subjects, including how the poorer nations perhaps within Test cricket need to be helped by the ICC and similar, and his experience of being here and what he feels the West Indies have been able to achieve and what they've done to help make cricket happen in this curious and truncated summer. But one particular element just sprang out to us in this piece, and it was concerned a gentleman called Stan Pritchard. and he is one of the stewards here. He's been a steward for many, many years, and we can see him when we're commentating. As we look away to the pavilion, there's a walkway that connects the hotel to the point. The players get to use this space to go through and have some leisure activity in the point, and then come back again. And Stan was there for the entire time that the West Indies were here, and he's here also while the Pakistan team is in situ. And Jason Holder made a very special point of thanking Stan, because he'd seen Stan every day and spoken to him every day, and indeed they struck up such a good rapport that Jason gave him a signed shirt, and they chatted about tactics on a daily basis. And we thought, well, we ought to get Stan in, because he's a very, very entertaining character. He's 82 years old. He's been here for nearly 4 decades. And I spoke to him this morning about a bunch of things, really. And first, he told me just how long he has worked here at Old Trafford.
39 years this year.
39 years, and in that time he's seen many players come and go. He's seen many unusual situations, but possibly none more unusual than the bio bubble. What do you make of that?
It's rather funny, it's something we're not used to, because we're always active looking after people, and now we're not really looking after spectators or anybody. We're all in positions making sure the ground's
secure.
That's correct, yeah.
And you're doing a magnificent job at it. Now, the reason we really want to get you down is because you developed a really good relationship with Jason Holder, the West Indies captain. Tell us how and why that happened.
Well, I got put in a position where the players come out of their hotel room across the walkway into the pavilion. And it started with good morning, it'd be quite nice speaking to them, and that's how it happened. And we got into different conversations of the state of cricket, the state of the game, and each day we'd have a bit of a laugh about how he was doing better than England, all them, and it developed really, really well.
Now, you started giving him tips, though, didn't you? Because, I mean, you know this ground so well. Yeah. You started basically telling England's enemy how to win the game, didn't you?
We should just say it's been here for so long. You watch the wicket and you can tell how it plays. I mean, many morning you might struggle to get a wicket. Same in the afternoon. But come after tea, for some strange reason, but as an example of like yesterday, from 3:30 to 6 wickets fell.
Yes, it was. I mean, it's extraordinary. You said that to me yesterday. You said you look out for the post-tea session, wickets are going to fall, and we saw it we've seen it actually in the West Indies series. That happened a fair bit, didn't it?
Correct,
after tea?
Yeah, it did after tea. Yeah.
And the best time to bat is after lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, after lunch. Yeah. After the first hour, because with the covers being on, it can have moisture and it can sweat, and it helps the cricket. Example, Jimmy yesterday, first over wicket.
Yeah.
And it was another hour, so we got another wicket. Afternoon, you seen that wonderful innings of Masood's. Wonderful innings, 156.
Well, it was superb, wasn't it? And he made the most of those conditions after after lunch. But you told me that you said to Jason, you've got to bat first at Old Trafford. And he didn't listen to you, did he?
No. You always if you bat first, you have a better chance winning the game, because you come second and you lose like they did. They lost wickets, and they got small total. But he didn't take my advice, you see.
No, he didn't, did he? And he's probably regretting it. But I want to get back a little bit to the bizarre circumstances of the bubble, because you get to develop really quite good relations with the players as a result, because the West Indies were here for 41 days, was it? Out of 51, I think.
Yeah, I did the test matches in which I was sat up on my little perch, and as I seen them, it's the England players. I see them on. They all let on, all talk to me, which I think is very, very nice. you know, and it makes good relations for the club. It puts the club in a good light, and this is what it's a thing we like to do here, put the club in a good light.
What Jason was particularly complimentary about, though, is he said, you know, it was quite difficult being here for all that time, because, you know, there's not a lot of variety. When you come on a normal tour, you know, you'll go around the country and you'll see different people. But actually having you to talk to, he said he was particularly grateful for, because otherwise you get a bit stuck, don't you, seeing the same players every day. And it must have been very difficult for the players. Did you sort of feel that a little bit, that they were just in a bit of a rut, maybe, having to go through that same sort of routine day after day?
Yeah, because sometimes we're coming out, they were looking a bit bored, you know, which she was obviously bored with life. Now, seeing somebody different they could talk to made it a lot nicer for them, you know, especially with Jason. I could not believe how a nicer person Jason was. He was absolutely superb. It had been for the captain of the West Indies to talk to a steward, you know, I mean, what, 20, 30 years ago, it was unheard of, you know. You were kept away from the players, you know, but now it's a sort of appreciation for, you know, you look after them, and, you know, not everybody does what Jason does. You know, it's the first time in 39 years it's ever happened to me. I mean, the last time I did get a shirt, a Lancashire shirt, was on my 80th birthday 2 years ago. We had a party. I arranged for the party in the hotel with all the other stewards and some of the lads, and they all got me a signed Lancashire shirt, which included Jimmy and Josh and Co. Which, you know, that's the other signed shirt I got. Yeah.
So just to be clear, Jason gave you a signed shirt, a West Indies shirt.
West Indies shirt. Yeah, he had best wishes. Oh, thank you. Best wishes, Jason Holder. Yeah,
lovely.
I'm very proud. I was shocked. I was gobsmacked. I couldn't speak for it, but, you know, when you give it me, because it was something I never ever expected. But all I'm doing is my job, what I'm paid for to do, was to make sure people come in and out who should be there. Like, my job as a security is to make sure nobody can go in there in the place, part of the hotel.
So you're basically protecting them from
basically, yeah. Check everybody's ID, because you never know. I mean, somebody could put a West Indies t-shirt on and come up and say I'm a West Indian. You know, you know. But if you've got your pass, which we all have, it helps out. You know, we know who's who.
Now, let's move on to this game. Lastly, you know the ground, you know the circumstances, you know the situation. It's day 3. What do you think is the best that England can hope for out of this game? Because obviously they begin the day not so well positioned, and I know we're going to be playing this later in the day, so your predictions that you make now are going to be played out later today. What's your prediction for what England can achieve?
Well, I think we could get round about 250.
You think that's the summit of the ambition?
I would say if you get 250, I'd be happy, because we'd be only 70 odd runs behind, and they have to come into the back, because, you know, and Jimmy might be on the ball and Brody, you know.
But the key is presumably not to let Pakistan bat too much before tea, have them come in after tea.
If we can come in after tea, if we come back till tea, which is hard, really. It's the state of the game. We've got to have Josh and Popey to stay in now till near dinner time. Get put on. If we can get 60, 70 runs on this morning.
Well, this will be fascinating, because we will find out. We will find out how your prediction pans out later, Stan. Thanks ever so much for joining us. Where is the shirt, by the way? Is it in pride of place? Do you wear it, or are you going to display it?
No, it's in the wardrobe at home on the hanger, special hanger.
You're going to put it on. Is it the right size?
No, not really. I think Jason's a bit bigger than me. I mean, it probably droop on me, because he's more broad shoulders, you know. I'm only a medium, he's an XL.
That is true. Stan, thanks ever so much. Have a great day.
Welcome, thank you.
Cheers. That was the marvellous Stan Pritchard, a steward here for 39 years, who struck up a really good, close relationship with Jason Holder, and as he said, was given a shirt And I can confirm that Stan is quite a spry medium as well, actually. I think Jason Holder's shirt would look like a sort of enormous dress on him. But he's a charming man. He's got a lot of views. But you listen out to that prediction. If England can bat till tea and then put Pakistan in after tea, that's their route to getting back in the game. And they've started the first part of that pretty well, having lost just the one wicket. Big wicket of Ollie Pope, but to a brilliant ball from Naseem Shah. They're still very much in it at 159 for 5, with Josh Buttler having batted through the session, and Chris Woakes just finding a little bit of touch. He's there with him. They'll be back out in around about 23-24 minutes or so from now. But, as promised, we are next joined by Anwar Akhtar, a British Pakistani who was born and grew up here in Manchester. He's a filmmaker, theatre producer and historian who is currently enjoying international acclaim for his film Pakistan's Best Kept Secret, Lahore Museum. He was a producer of the National Theatre's first South Asian history play, the hugely successful Dara, and is working at the moment on a British Asian history documentary series for Radio 4. He's also a massive cricket fan who grew up supporting Pakistan, especially the likes, of course, of Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis. Anwar, you're here in Manchester, but you can't be with us, unfortunately. No one can. Are you still following the test?
Yeah, good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm following it very closely. So, Dan. And it's nice. It's my beloved hometown, Manchester. So, I really wish I could be there. I grew up round the corner in Rusholme and was a frequent visitor to Old Trafford and Main Road as well. But so far, so good for Pakistan, I think.
Well, you'd have to say so, wouldn't you? I mean, you must have been hugely impressed by Naseem Shah, Shaheen Shah Afridi. We know a little bit about Mohammad Abbas, but wow, these young fast bowlers that Pakistan keep on creating. Very exciting prospects, aren't they?
Yeah, there's something in the water over there. I've spent a lot of time in Lahore, and when you wander around the old city and you see 1,001 cricket games around Badshahi Mosque and Lahore Fort and the park area around the monuments of Pakistan, and it's just an addiction. It absolutely, I don't think, I'm sure it's the same in India and the Caribbean, but there's just so much talent there, and there's an obsession with fast bowling. There's something in the Pakistani character, I think, that really homes in on the production of fast bowling. So it's great to see another generation coming through as well.
Is that an addiction that you share when you were young growing up? And when did you start with your addiction to cricket? And was it a fast bowler you wanted to be? No, actually, I always fancied myself as Javed Miandad. One of my first introductions to cricket, I was going back into, I'd have been literally about 4 or 5 now, we're going into the 80s, was the famous Javed Miandad Dennis Lilly incident, which caused massive palpitations in the British Pakistani community in South Manchester. I used to work on Hyde and Ashton Market, and there were various summits of the Pakistani market traders there, and they were none too pleased with Mr. Lilly's behaviour, and that, I think, was my earliest memory of cricket. And then later, the epic Ashes battle, where both of them came to the fore. And I remember many of the market traders were delighted, and there was lots of cheering and horns blaring as England retained the Ashes. So those were my introductions, and then later that great Pakistani team of the 90s. And I think for many British Pakistanis, there was a real coming of age, rites of passage, identity, kind of awareness of your parents and your grandparents' heritage that I think played out with that generation of cricket, and also because of the racial tensions at the time, and many British Asians felt marginalised. Similar to the great Caribbean story that was with that West Indies team, it gave a lot of people pride, I think, in their heritage. Well, I wanted to ask about that, the importance of cricket in the Pakistani community, because exactly that, we talk a lot, don't we, about it in the 1970s and early 80s, about the Afro-Caribbean community, especially in London. You see scenes of people at the Oval and Lords, and how important it was at a time when there were challenges. I mean, there still are, but there were very definite challenges, and those teams helped to give a real sense of pride to the African-Caribbean community. Does a similar thing play out for the Pakistani community here in Manchester?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very similar narrative to that wonderful, it was Fire in a Babylon, that wonderful movie that told, about that amazing Caribbean team. But I think with the British-Pakistani experience, because our parents and our grandparents, our parents that came here, were very quiet and low-key and quite a conservative community, and they didn't really... I think that community was obviously... there was so much latent hostility, whether it was Norman Tebbit or Bernard Manning or the kind of mood music of the time. And I think for a lot of British Asians, there was a kind of... whether it was the British Indian community with the brilliant Kapil Dev or Wasim Akram or Waka Yunus, I think it's just about awareness of your identity and your heritage. I mean, I don't think it's got anything necessarily to do with patriotism or loyalty to a country. I mean, I'm Mancunian born and bred. I love my hometown. And I mean, I've always been a huge supporter of Manchester City Football Club, and definition of optimism that in the 80s and 90s. But I was a regular stalwart on the kit-backs. And I didn't see any contradiction between that and cheering on Pakistan in the cricket, because it's where I'm born and where I grew up in relation to my parents' heritage. And I think many British, Irish, people have a similar thing. The diasporas have those kind of global links. So I think it's very positive. And I actually... many of my nieces and nephews support England, but they've got a soft spot for Pakistan. So it's not didactic. It's an emotional thing and a cultural thing.
Slight difference, I suppose, between the Pakistan story and the West Indies story is that the West Indies was so dominant for so long, those 15 years, and that fed into a particular generation, and then the sort of, I don't want to call it a collapse as such, but it really is a stark contrast after the year 2000 when the West Indies sides really struggled. Now, Pakistan has done a different thing to its fans. It keeps on offering hope and real expectation, and obviously, like every sports team does, it disappoints its fans, but it has always produced these great moments in a way that West Indies cricket hasn't been quite so reliable. We talk about Pakistan being unreliable, but actually they're sort of reliably unreliable, if you know what I mean. So does that sort of ensure that there's a continuity to that passion?
Yeah, I think it plays into... there's an identity issue around Pakistan and cricket. That means there's so much kind of cultural, emotional baggage channeled into the team. We put far too much pressure on the players. And also, I think, Pakistan's a bit like Argentina in the football. They can defeat themselves. You never know who's going to turn up. On that day, they can be utterly brilliant. On another day, they can just fall apart and be a shambles. And often they can do both on the same day. So it really is that kind of roller coaster. And I think that's something about Pakistan, the nation, as well. It's something that, I actually talk a bit about cricket in the Lahore Museum film. We explore the kind of, what does it mean to be Pakistani? What does it mean to be British Pakistani? And I think the way Pakistan plays cricket is very different from the kind of, it's changed now with, people like Broad and kind of Stokes, but, the old stereotype used to be Pakistan played it in a much more aggressive way, whilst England was much more cautious and conservative, but I don't think that applies anymore.
This is a large theme of your work, isn't it? It's of how the British Pakistani identity can interact with the Pakistani identity, if I can, for want of a more succinct phrase. Can you sort of explain what you're looking at here? Yeah,
I think what I'm trying to do, Dan, I'm someone that spent a lot of time in Pakistan, but I'm a Brit, and I suppose my value system, the way my mind works, the way I've been educated, is very much in the sort of British kind of traditions. And so I'm always trying to work out how Pakistan works, what on earth's going on, what makes this country tick, what makes this country survive, what are the relationships. And as a Brit, I'm also trying to work out just how on earth the East India Company pulled it off. How did 200,000 people manage to basically colonise a country of 500 million, 400 million? How did the maths work, apart from anything else? And so, and part of that led me to exploring Pakistan's history and its relationship with Britain. And partly I'm always looking for reference points or landing points to understand the country. And I became slightly obsessed with the story of Dara, the son of Shah Jahan, a Mughal prince, who was due to succeed the succession of the Peacock throne. And the more I looked at the story of Dara and Aurangzeb, the more it felt like that sort of Charles I and Cromwell, or Mary Queen of Scots, and Elizabeth moment as, wow, that's where it all started, that's where it all comes from, we need to understand this. And then spending time, I mean, museums, the Lahore Museum is just extraordinary for multiple reasons. It's got an amazing collection of modernist Pakistani art from people like Chogtai and Zubayn Avada, and their work's comparable. They use kind of Mughal references and calligraphy, but there's also abstract compositions in there, and so it's that kind of east meets west in cultural practice. And also, the history of, I mean, Pakistan has such a Muslim identity, but it is one of the most important pieces of land in terms of Buddhist history, and Indus Valley and Harappa and Gandhara. And so a museum is often a really important way into education, to talk about culture, peace building, conflict resolution. And the thing about Dara that became really interesting for me was the Mughal dynasty is extraordinary, because rather like the most empires, it was migrant arrivals of about 5, 6, 7, 8 million, led by Timbalan, who was a descendant of Genghis Khan, and they conquered most of India. And before then, the Muslim presence in India had been quite small scale around a chap called Ibn Qasim. But what the Mughals did, like most successful empires, it was multicultural. It was, I mean, empires are always built by force, but they had Hindu princesses, Hindu judges, Hindu councillors, and they basically ruled by consensus and treaty. And then there was a moment where Dara was about to inherit the throne of Shah Jahan. The Taj Mahal had been built, Shalimar Gardens had been built. The Mughal dynasty controlled, I think, a third of the world's population. You could cover Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, what's now Pakistan. And Dara started looking at a kind of coexistence between Muslim, Sikh and Hindu, and kind of religious shared traditions. And he basically really spent time immersing himself in Hindu culture and Hindu traditions, and became very close to the developing Sikh faith. And he was also an academic. He translated the Upanishads and the Vedas from Sanskrit into Persian. And so if Dara had succeeded the throne, there is a theory that the events of 1947 might have been very different. But Aurangzeb, his younger brother, challenged him from a stance of very orthodox. Islam is the supreme religion. Islam has the authority over Sikh and Hindu. And the short version, the mother of all civil wars, 7, 8 battles. Dara won the first few battles, refused to kill his brother. Aurangzeb wins the battle and has Dara beheaded for apostasy. And for me, sorry, I don't know what's happened there. For me, that was very personal, because many people put that moment down as the starting point of partition and the horrors of 1947. And my mother was a victim of partition, like many British Asians. My mother was originally born in Jalandhar, and was part of a human caravan that had to flee, essentially a violent mob that was attacking Muslim communities in Jalandhar. And of course, exactly the same was happening in what's now Pakistan, with violent Muslim mobs attacking Hindu and Sikh communities. And for me, the film Lahore Museum, it's about, a lot of it is about partition. And it's also a love letter to India. It's about saying we can't have another 75 years of this conflict. Nuclear-powered countries, Pakistan's got 60 million people living in poverty, 2 million street children, the catastrophe that is health and social provision in Pakistan. India's got multiple problems. And so the Lahore Museum film is about trying to find those points where there was always going to be some division in terms of autonomy and federal relations and regional relations. But I've spent a lot of time talking to the people that were around Jinnah and Nehru and Gandhi when partition happened. And the idea was it was going to be federal. It was going to be like Scotland and England, not a border between Lahore and Delhi. I mean, that's like a border between Liverpool and Manchester on the East Lancs Road. And so the film, and it all plays into British Asian identity, you know, whether it's the sensitivities of Kashmir and so on. So it's exploring those issues through the arts.
Well, I've had the opportunity to watch a fair bit of it, and one of the things that really leaps out at you is the richness and the length of the number of historical artefacts that go back as such a long way in that museum, over 3,000, 4,000 years old. And it's sort of, what it reminds you when you first watch it is that Pakistan and India are quite a very, very modern constructs, whereas the museum itself encompasses an area and a vast amount of historical artefacts from that. So it leads me to wonder, is there anything perhaps that the British Asian communities, both Indian and Pakistani, by how they work together can, and indeed how cricket, working within that, can influence or shine a light on or help with relations between these two countries, which, as I say, are really very modern constructs, aren't they? Only 75 years old or so.
Yeah, it's such a difficult... The great dream is peace between India and Pakistan, because without peace, there can be no stability in South Asia. We'll have another 75 years of this Cold War catastrophe. We're not going to deal with poverty. We're not going to deal with the environmental challenges of global warming. You either spend on education or you spend on the military. You can't, spend all your GDP on both. And so my message to whether it's British Indians, British Pakistanis, people of Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, Christian, put aside your prejudices and try and talk about how we come together in terms of peace. The challenge is, if you look at, say, Northern Ireland, when the Good Friday peace process happened, you're dealing with a country of 10 million people and two versions of the same religion.
The left-handed opener who had a torrid time in England in the past, he has 46 from 152 balls. Hasn't been pretty to watch, but it's been incredibly effective for Pakistan, and it's put them in a strong position on a pitch we expect to dry out and take turn later on. So 139 for 2, 49 overs have been bowled. It is the close of play.
we'll get a forecast for you as well in a few moments' time. But all being well, all things considered, we should start on time for an extended day too. So 98 overs to be bowled today, which means we can go through ultimately till 7 o'clock. If necessary. So that's how things are at the moment. We'll just wait for our weather forecast, which we'll get in a few moments' time. Victor, I'm sure, will have been across it already. Morning, Victor.
Morning, Agus.
And Azhar's over there in the corner as well. I heard Azhar, you're on the balcony 2 down from me, and I heard you shouting all sorts of things to your former teammates and young charges as they walked out. We'll hear from that in a minute. But Owain Evans is with us with the weather forecast. Morning, Owain.
Hello, good morning. And it is looking dry again. Hopefully we will see plenty of dry weather, a bit cloudy overhead, I think, as we head through the rest of the day. Now, there are a few showers around, but these are very hit and miss. And fingers crossed, there's a lot of that when you're forecasting the weather. We will avoid these. We're starting to draw in much warmer air now. So, today's top temperatures, I think, will probably get to about 21 or 22 Celsius. And thanks to the influence of that high pressure, we are expecting the dry weather to continue tomorrow, and temperatures will continue to rise. As far as sunshine is concerned, probably seeing more of that tomorrow. So you'll see a bit more in the way of cloud cover overhead today, and then brightening up with more in the way of sunshine tomorrow, and feeling warmer as well. That's how it's looking.
That's okay, Owen. Thank you. Hit and miss with the showers. Knowing our luck here, they'll be hit, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
But we'll take it. Okay, thanks for joining us. There we go. That's not too bad. And warming up as well. So a cloudy-ish day today, a possible shower, and then getting really quite hot. But yes, as they were, I heard you shouting down there. They all seem spirits were high, I thought, actually, as they shouted back. I don't know what they were shouting. They might have been very rude. I don't know. but it seemed to be okay.
I've been told, I have to stay away from 6 meters. So I was
6 meters.
I was 30 meters away from that. That's why I was shouting. I'm really sorry about you guys.
Well, he'll get his own back with his ukulele.
Yes, I will. Had a nice strum last night. Anyway, well, look, shall we catch up, as promised, with Shan Masood, who had that awful record against James Anderton, as we know, last time. 15 for 6 when he started batting yesterday. And he's been speaking to Dan Norcross, and he said how pleased he was to have got through the day against that strong England bowling attack.
Playing against an English side, which is always tough to play in England, even around the world. They've got some world-class bowlers. They've got some world-class bowlers sitting out of their playing 11. I think they bowled good line and lengths up front. It did a bit off the seam, and we lost a couple of wickets, and it could have gone the other way from there as well. So I think it was very important to get a partnership in and get through the day without losing any more wickets.
There's been a lot of talk coming into this game about problems you'd had with Jimmy Anderson in the past, but today you played him really well. Have you made any changes to your game?
I think you learn, you live and learn. This is a game which teaches you a lot of lessons, a lot of harsh lessons. I think 2016, it happened at the right time of my career. I mean, could have gone anyway, but you learn, and again, there's no harm getting out to one of the best bowlers to ever play the game. I find no shame in that. He's a great bowler. He's gotten far better batsmen than me out, and again, he bowled really well up front. And again, you just try and negate it. You try and take it day by day. 2016 and 2020, there's a huge difference, and then you just don't look at those things.
So how did you feel when your captain won the toss and the overhead conditions were grey and it was muggy and gloomy, and you knew that your team was going to want to bat first because you got 2 spinners in this game? Were you thinking, actually, I wouldn't have minded if we lost the toss?
I think Test cricket's all about the heat. You play against world-class teams, play against the 10 best teams in the world, and we're playing the World Test Championship at the moment, so you have to take brave decisions. We remember Australia taking a very brave decision in Adelaide, where it was raining, the lights were on, it was a day-night game, the ping ball hoops around under lights, and we learned as a side that you can't just watch the weather. You have to see the surface, and you have to brave it out. So openers are soldiers. Whether we're batting second as well, we only get 10 minutes to get back in. So I mean, it's best that you get your opportunity first up.
What did you make of that pitch? Is it as dry and is it turning as much as you thought it might?
Old Trafford, as it is, always has decent bounce and carry. The wicket seemed dry from ball one. The ball was carrying through the keeper. And then Bess, I think, bowled well. He got some purchase of the track as well. So we'll see how it progresses. We'll wait for both sides to bat before really predicting anything.
Lastly, such a curious tour to be on. Really odd preparation for you guys. Really staying in one location until you came here, and that's been it.
Yeah.
How has your preparation been? I mean, in some ways, has it actually been a bit better because you've been playing against the tougher opposition of each other?
Yeah, I think with all due respect to counties, they've got their whole season as well. They have to look after their bowlers especially. So when we played them in 2016s, we had county squads that were rotating their bowlers, and they probably didn't play their the bowlers that make their first squads. Again, 29 guys, that's a lot of guys. Again, it could have gone the other way as well, but I think we got amazing practice. We had a couple of warm-up matches in Worcester. Then in Derby, it got really competitive. The guys had to go at each other as well. The wicket was quite spicy. So I think, and then when you have a management, we had 14 numbers. So in terms of preparation, I think we kept batting, bowlers kept bowling, and we were very well looked after. And again, we have to be grateful that we're all playing the game we love in the country that's considered the home of cricket. And we're just fortunate that we're playing Test cricket at such times.
Indeed. Shah Masood talking to Dan Norcross. Masood was at Stanford School, actually. I'm just trying to work out, because Dean Headley's been the cricket coach there for some time, but I guess Masood's 30, so I think might have been Dean Headley's predecessor, I suppose. I'm trying to find out who that was. Everyone knows, drop us a line, who would have been the cricket coach at Stanford School when Shah Masood was there. But whoever it is should be very proud of themselves, because he hung on in there yesterday, really, wasn't he? It's very interesting looking at the highlights and seeing just how many balls he was able to play off the back foot, I thought, and I think that rather illustrated that. I think we're all agreed, although we're not necessarily going to go and tell Jimmy Anderson what you think he bowled too short, but actually just a quick look at the highlights confirmed that, I think.
Yeah, but he left the ball very well. He was very calm. He actually had more trouble against the off-spinner than any of the seamers. I mean, he probably should have been out at least once to the off-spinner, but for a misstumping drop catch. But he was just a very calm presence in the afternoon bit of cricket. A terrific foil for Babar. He could, bide his time, stay with Babar, admire some of the stroke play. But he looks a very mature and positive-looking, thinking cricketer.
It was interesting, Azhar, wasn't it? That stumping chance that he gave came from nowhere, dancing down the pitch with only perhaps a few overs to go with a bad light, a complete rush of blood.
No, and that's his shot. He always believed in that, against, I've seen him against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka when he got 100, he staked spinner on, going aerial route against off spinner, so that's his shot. So he backed himself, and because at that time he doesn't want Bess to bowl on his area, so he wants to disturb him to don't get over him. So I thought that was right shot for him, but there was you must give credit, it was drift and a bounce and a spin. We've never seen that in the whole day yesterday. Quite a few balls, bit of spin and bounce.
Yeah.
So it was a good sign for Pakistan, two-leg spinners.
Yes, well, I thought you'd appreciate that. I haven't scanned all of my morning press today, but I wonder how Jos Buttler fared, because especially on a quiet day, it's the temptation to home in on some particular thing, and I suspect there might have been one or two comments about Buttler.
I'm sure there were, and it was actually what stuffed him, particularly the stumping, was the ball bounced so much, but it almost hit him on the shoulder.
Well, it did hit him on the shoulder,
and even the one he dropped, that turned and bounced, which he didn't really expect it to do on this. So he's finger spinner too. He's not the wrist spinner. So that goes with the territory, and keepers have to get used to that, and they have to have this really strong mind to blank out the misses. Probably don't read the papers or go below the line or social media too much, and they have to be tough and get on with it. And it'll depend a bit how many Shah Masood gets as well.
Everyone does make mistake. I think we just saw both occasions, like a stumping chance and Nick as well. If you see as a coaching point of view, Buttler is not using his left leg to go towards the ball. So that's why I think that's the reason, he's really stiff on his stance. I think if he uses his left foot going away, and then he can take his hand with the ball and just come over to his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, I see. So he sort of cramped himself.
He's
by
cramped himself.
Yeah.
So his hand was there, down here. Then when you see the bounce, you have to go with the bounce and hand going towards your shoulder. So Ian Healy was one of the best, and Rashid Latif. They used to practice a lot against
cushioning.
Yeah.
Well,
there we are. But there were 2 errors, and
if Shah Masood gets out very quickly, people will sort of not dwell on it so much. Because I think he was on 45 both times, even though there was about 3 hours between the chances. But if he goes on to get 100, people will zoom in on that. But it's early in the game. You can't sort of.
It is. The floodlights are on, as they've been, it seems, for much of the. Well, this is the 3rd test we've had up here, and we haven't exactly been blessed with good weather, but it is improving at least for the remaining days of this match, as England take the field from our left, and Pakistan's batsmen resume their innings from the right, and we've really got just that touch of taste of Babar Azam yesterday. He just looked in beautiful form, some wonderful strokes, but also just a tight defence as well. And defensive batting isn't boring to watch. You admire defensive batting. It's from that defensive technique that you build your attacking shots. And I saw his footwork yesterday, and the softness of the bat when he was defending was absolutely beautiful. But England want him out, and they don't want to admire too many more of his shots. And James Anderson is changing ends. He's not bowling from his end, he's coming from our end. And he'll bowl to Babar, in fact, who's right-handed, and his partner is left. So an empty ground again, but I think everyone's getting used to that now. I hope you're all getting used to it at home. It's the way things are at the moment. Stuart Broad's got his lucky bandana on again. Well, he might reconsider that if he doesn't take any wickets in this innings, but he's at mid-off. There's a bit of sawdust down there besides James Anderson as well, that Jofra Archer is admiring. I don't think he's going to use any of it, and some at the other. It just again reflects the fact we have had a little bit of drizzle this morning. That's the end of Jerusalem. You even get that sort of reverb at the end now because it echoes through the stands. But it puts everyone in the mood for a test match, including, I hope, everyone that's listening as well. So England need wickets, because they'll have seen that ball spinning and bouncing as we talked about yesterday. And the first innings of both teams here is going to be very important. It's, clearly, if it's going to get drier, and spin and bounce some more, with Pakistan having 2 wrist spinners in this match. And England don't want to be to bat too long or with too much of a target.
It was interesting, Shah Masood, about the toss, talking about Adelaide and Australia batting. It was gloomy, and you thought, well, let's put them in. It could move around. The forecast gets better, but they've taken the bold, strong decision, and at 139 for 2, it doesn't look a bad one, does it?
No, absolutely. But they do have a fairly long tail. And, so if England can get amongst it this morning, then they could still keep things under control. 2 slips and a fine gully, we'll describe Rory Burns there. He's more or less at 4th slip. And here we go, good old pedantic cricket again. After all that time lost yesterday, you've got to wait for the clock to tick around precisely to 11 o'clock. I'll make it 10 seconds to go. The umpire Kettleborough is having none of it, and he's waiting, holding everybody up.
There's a digital clock on the scoreboard. I suppose they're waiting for that to click over to 11.
They should do now. It's 11 o'clock according to our radio-controlled one, and off we go. Anderson bowling the first ball of the second day, and it's edged, and or maybe hit hard with a 5-pad actually, but it certainly squared Babar Azam up anyway, and did swing a little bit, and the ball ran down into that gully area. It just turned him round. He did offer the bat at it, but it missed the outside edge and thumped into his back thigh pad. And if that had been David Steele, he'd have looked back up the pitch and said, "Thanks, youth, just needed that." You'll wake him up. Yes.
With his jockey cap on.
Yeah, thanks, youth, needed that. 139 for 2. Anderson, into the shadows of the floodlights at his feet, Bowles, and Azam defends, pushes into the offside, going for a quick single, sent back. I think wisely so. Sibley got there quite quickly, coming from cover. Is quite close there as well. And Shan Masood said, no, I'm not coming for that.
And he was right. And Babar's kind of acknowledged that. I think they know he likes to. When he's busy, he likes to put pressure on the bowler to get moving again. And he was very close there, Sibley, so he was alert to it as well.
Where's the sun?
I don't know.
Thick cloud overhead, floodlights on. 1:39 for 2. Anderson on his way, bowls to Azam. Similar ball, similar stroke. Ball runs down into the offside. There's an immediate cry of no from Shan Masood. Jibby Anderson looking at where he's landing. It's a reminder, of course, that these no balls are remotely called, and he had one called yesterday by the third umpire.
I mean, it was he's bowled 5 in about 10 years or something ridiculous, wasn't it?
It was very, very tight. But I'm not going to be critical because
you bowled a few in your time.
Well, no, it just seems so wrong when they weren't called.
Yeah.
And so at least they are now being called. Anderson runs up, bowls an inviting ball for Babar to drive, but he declines. And that's collected by Buttler.
So some bowlers just don't go. I think J.K. Lever bowled about 1 in his career or something like that. Whereas other bowlers, they've just got to get as close to that line. And Bob Willis, we were talking about yesterday, bowled a lot of no-balls. I can't remember, do you bowl no-balls or not?
Oh, I got through phases, yeah. Because you somehow find yourself stretching for the line.
Yeah. Both hardly ever bowled a no-ball, didn't they? No.
1:39 for 2. And Anderson runs up, bowls, and Azam forward, plays into the leg side this time, followed by Pope at mid-wicket. David Lenny, as a retired Stanford teacher. Hello, David. Stanford School didn't have a professional before Dean Headley arrived. The first team coach was a teacher called David Colley, a very useful bowler who still works at the school. Well, that must have been when. And Shan was there, I suppose. Thank you for that. David Colley, wasn't there?
It was an Aussie cricketer.
There was.
But I don't think it's the same. Yeah, I don't think it's the same one. I would have thought.
No, he used to come first change after Lillian Tomo, I think, didn't he?
Well, that was sort of a bit before that, perhaps.
Then goes Anderson, bowls, edged and caught, and that's a big wicket for England. As Azam was tempted this time, and he's edged the 6th ball of the day to Joe Root, who clung on gratefully at first slip. And so Anderson takes a wicket in the first over of the day. It was pitched up. That was the crucial bit. And Babar Azam went at it, found the edge, and that's the length, really, if you want to be honest, that England might have persevered with more yesterday. But it's just the perfect length, and Babar Azam's eyes lit up. He drove, and it wasn't quite there for the drive. Classic outswinger's dismissal. And England needed that. 1:39 for 3.
Well, exactly right. You've just got to gamble a little bit, haven't you? Especially early on. I.e., get that ball full, invite the drive. And it did just swing a fraction, not hugely, but just enough. A lovely nick and Root at first slip. Well, you've got to will those in because Babar Azam is the most coveted wicket in that Pakistan lineup. So it's a perfect start. Anderson strikes, and he's been on target actually all throughout this over, really on top of his game, but he did get it full enough to invite the drive, and when it's moving just a fraction, that's what you want to do. So perfect start. Babar Azam could hurt England because he scored so quickly in the afternoon session, and now, well, another pretty significant ancient campaigner.
Yes.
Shafiq is out there. He's played about 70 or 80 tests.
74 tests. Yeah.
I mean, it's an odd-looking side, Pakistan. So there are, I think, 7 men over 30. And then there's a 17-year-old.
Well, sort of old bats and young bowlers.
Well, yes. I mean, Mohammad Abbas.
Apart from Babar.
Well, yeah. Mohammad Abbas is 30, actually. And Yasir Shah is 34, I think. But... yes, it's an odd mixture, but they've got experienced batsmen, except for Babar, or not old batsmen.
Well, that's just what England wanted. And if they can now knock over Shan Masood as well, Stuart Broad is going to bowl from the Anderson
I
end.
wonder why they switched ends then,
Sure.
do you think? I mean, there's not much breeze at all at the moment.
No, Broad was muttering about his run-up at this end at one point.
So it wasn't quite right.
Yes.
So Jimmy said, "Oh, all right, I'll go and bowl that end if you like, Stuart."
Something like that. 139 for 3. Babar Azam is out. And Broad moves in and bowls outside the off-stump. And the left-handed Shah Masood lets that go through to wicketkeeper Buttler. 2 slips. And again, they've adopted this position now where Burns isn't really gully. He's more of a 4th slip. And then they do have someone on the traditional gully line, but he's saving a single. So some sort of modern theory, presumably. That's what that's all about. Ball coming round the wicket. Maybe that's partly it, because the angle coming round the wicket. Ball might be inclined to go finer. Here he comes. Bowls. Hit on the pad. Appeals leg before wicket. Broad likes it. The umpire doesn't. You hear Broad saying there, did he hit it? And he's looking round quizzically.
He's implying, therefore, if he didn't hit it, I think we should review it.
Yeah.
We're watching Joe Root. He's got 5 seconds to go.
He's going for it. Yeah, I think it's probably worth it. They've got Babar Azam out. They are going to review this, but immediately Broad there said, did he hit it?
Apply to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. So can we move on to front on spin vision, please?
Oh, that's interesting. It cuts the time.
Yeah, it does.
So let's have a look. Scrambled seam.
If he doesn't hit that,
I don't think he has hit it.
Just rock and roll that, please.
I wonder if rock and roll was made the Chambers Dictionary.
Okay, can we have Ultra Edge one available, please, Mark?
It was Marais Erasmus's line, wasn't it? His original. It doesn't look like he nicked it from that angle. Let's have a look.
Roll through.
Oh, so
And
close.
just take that back, please.
That's going to be a ticklish one to decide.
And roll through again. Yeah, it looks as though there's deviation. I just want to roll back through.
It's so close to the pad.
Back one frame. I just want you to frame by frame and freeze it when it's next to the bat, please, Mark.
It's a really tight one, but
Keep going through. Yeah. There's a mark at Ultra Edge, and the bat hasn't hit the pad. So we've got bat involved. Richard, I'll let you know when you're on screen.
I thought of 2 spikes that's so close together. I think that again is a very good decision by umpire Ollie. I think it was a terrific decision yesterday to give Azhar out.
I suppose the giveaway there was from Broad himself, who, likes an appeal and is fairly optimistic when he appeals, because his immediate reaction was,
did he hit it?
It was a question rather than a statement, but the mere fact that he suspected that there was bat involved is maybe a giveaway. But it was only a thin inside edge. Good technology there.
Very good decision. Broad bowls and he's forward now, driving the way to mid wicket for the first runs of the morning. And Shah Masood goes to 48. 141 for 3, but a good start for England. They are bowling a bit fuller.
Yeah.
It sounds as if, although this is sort of Chris Silverwood is a very gentle chap, he might have had a bit of a telling off in the dressing room yesterday. I think he said we've sat down and talked about it, which I think is
well,
about as hard as
and you probably can't give a massive telling off to Anderson, but you can talk around it. You can't. I don't think he's what is it? Thrown the teacups at Broad and Anderson.
I don't think that happened.
And they didn't bowl that badly. It's just that they didn't bowl quite as well as they can because they were just a bit perhaps conservative in terms of their length.
Hold up there for some reason. I think they were trying the ball. Broad now on the way again. Bowls and Masood goes on the back foot and chops that away to that squarish or behind square position. Bess gives chase. And they'll take 2 more to take Shah Masood to 50. A couple of offerings along the way, but for a man who really struggled last time, that's a good effort. It's reached his 7th half century from 156 balls.
7 fours. It's his in all his 10th 50-plus score. He has 300s and his second in 9 innings against England.
Morning, Andy. Nice to see you. It's Broad bowling outside the off stump. He allows that to go through. 143 for 3. I'm looking for the robot camera on the model car. You know what I mean? The go-kart.
I do.
Because I met the operative this morning. It's interesting. It's actually all ways round. It was an interesting morning because there's not a lot of places to do exercise here, as you no doubt have also discovered and been frustrated by.
Carry on, Ed.
143 for 3. It's Broad round the wicket. Bowls and it's forward. Chipping out to mid-on. And it's fielded by Woakes. And that's the end of the over. 143 for 3, 51 overs gone. So the only exercise really available is to walk around the car park, which I know is not exciting. So today, I don't know whether the biorhythm's a bit different or something, but I thought I took it upon myself actually to ring in the changes today. And so I walked the other way around, which I think is probably preferable. Normally I'd been going anti-clockwise. Well, you do this sort of the ground.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No, not on the grass, obviously, not allowed in the grass. If you keep to the car park areas, if anyone is inclined to walk around Old Trafford, I think clockwise is generally more preferable than anti. It feels... but anyway, whilst on this, I met the car... the camera, we call it, buggy. It's parked up over there now. I think we call him an operative these days. In goes Anderson. Bowls, it's turned way down to fine leg. They're going to push this for 2. Shafiq off the mark straight away. Yep, he's bustling way up to the far end there. So he's off the mark. 143 for 3. And I said, how are you steering? How are you seeing where you're going? And he's got 2 little cameras. So one looking forward, I think, and one looking sideways. And he was playing with like a kid with a toy down there. It was fascinating.
So does he? What's he got? A console there?
Yes, he's got a console.
Not a steering wheel.
No, but like a sort of joystick. Yeah. And I said it goes so fast. So it's only 50%. So I'm not allowed to do it any faster. So I mean, it really does move, doesn't it? When it's going fast on the outfield, that's only half speed. It's on the move now. It's brilliantly controlled. 145 for 3. Anderson kicks up his heels on his way and bowls at Shafiq, who comes forward. Good length delivery on the off stump. Not that little bit of width that tempted Babar Azam a few moments ago.
I think you'd like one of them, wouldn't you?
I'd love one, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but what for?
Just to play with.
It's a better option than having, when a batsman's been dismissed, a cameraman coming out and plonking his camera about 3 feet away from the departing dismissed cricketer.
Anderson bowls. That's a lovely ball again. That's an extra length swinging away. And I said Shafiq is not tempted. He allows that to go by. Yes, and you'd think, I mean, there must have been times where the batsman walking off in high dudgeon must have been tempted to even wafted his bat at the cameraman and sticking it right in his face. But at least with that machine, if you felt tempted to have a go, it would be away. Often as wheels in no time, because you could just put it onto warp factor. And it does go incredibly fast. 145 for 3. Anderson's taken the wicket this morning. He's on his way again over the wicket and bowls, and that's a lovely controlled drive from Asad. Shafiq pushing the ball through the covers. He didn't hit it really, just guided it through the gap and picks up 4 runs. But Anderson shouldn't worry too much about being driven. It's a full length they're trying to find, and you are going to give boundaries away. That was looking in terms of minute detail, only 6 inches. Yes, exactly. There's a foot difference between that and the one that Babar Azam edged.
Yeah. He, like all bowlers, he's mean, so he doesn't like to give runs away. So it's a real sort of balancing act for you swing bowlers in terms of length. If they're swinging a lot, the fuller you go, I suppose. But if they're swinging a little bit, you don't just a little offer too many.
So you could
half volleys.
You could bring that mid-wicket across into the covers if you wanted to continue that.
Possibly. Although I always think when you bowl a 7-2 field, that the tendency is for bowlers to bowl too wide, then the batsman can leave too many. But
149 for 3. Shafiq over his bat. Waits, Anderson runs in, bowls to him, and that finds a thick outside edge. Burns dives and misses. But Bess dives and fields cleanly. At backward point, and there's no run. Interesting to see when England turned to him, because he did find some spin yesterday. Andy Jones emails us, listening from my current at-home edit suite in Manchester. Hello, Andy. Many TV and film editors use the saying rock and roll, meaning to move forward or backwards over a piece of footage slowly. And goes Anderson bowls, and that's where he tried to leave that, but involuntarily the ball was allowed to hit the bat as he withdrew it. To no avail, it was landed safely and went to the slip. So that's the end of the over. 149 for 3, but I think Maria Erasmus was the first to bring film editing speech into the art of third umpiring.
Rock and roll.
Haven't seen Murray for a while, have we?
Well, the big umpires aren't. Well, there's not much international cricket going on for a start, and of course they're not travelling. It's been, in a sense, a bonus summer for the likes of umpire Richard Illingworth and Richard Kettleborough.
Yep.
I'm sure they've enjoyed it. It's worked well.
Here's Broad. He bowls, and Masood allows the first ball of the fourth over of the morning to go through outside the off stump. 149 for 3. This is their fourth test on the run now. You don't normally get they've rotated between them, but that's a lot of standing out there and concentrating in a short space of time.
But they might have been rusty, and they might actually be in better form now. There were, everyone makes mistakes, and there were quite a few reviews knocking around.
Broad bowls played defensively by Masood. There's no 3 talking going round the ground. I was stroll at some stage yesterday. And streaking round in the other direction was Isha, going at quite a pace. And she actually lapped me, which is also alarming. Well, not literally streaking. I think he means running fast. Then goes Broad round the wicket and bowls, and that's driven to mid-off, just to his right-hand side. And there's no run. Not literally streaking each other. That would have. The stewards might have been.
The stewards would have rugby tackled her if she was doing that.
They would certainly have had more work to do. They've done for a little while. No, running quickly.
Yeah.
So she was going. You're going clockwise. We were trying to work out the more attractive way around. I think clockwise is more attractive than anti, for no particular reason. No, but she was going the other way. 149 for 3. I think very fast. Here's Broad round the wicket. Bowls a beautiful drive, very well fielded. Cover. And that's Sibley.
It was
taking off. Excellent piece of fielding.
It sort of bounced nicely so he can make a great goalkeeper save, diving to his left, in his hands, most of the time stopped it anyway, save 4.
Well, that's the new athletic Sibley. He's worked and trained so hard. And actually, the way that his teammates applauded, they sort of appreciate that as well, don't they? Because he's got a big thing about his new slimline appearance. In comes Broad round the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed defensively by Shah Masood. And sort of bend down and pick that up. 1 or 2 watching from the hotel balcony. They're sort of off-duty Pakistani reserve players sitting out there watching the game. Make your bed this morning, Victor, I hope. All tidy in there.
Well, I don't think I'm zooming with anyone today, so it doesn't really matter.
It's Broad and hit on the pad, and the ball bounces away to the leg side harmlessly. It's the end of the over, so we've had 4 overs. England have taken the wicket, a big one too. Babar Azam caught by Rudolph Anderson without adding to his overnight score, and it's 149 for 3. After sort of thoughts from Victor, and for the first time today, it will be Shadab.
Well, it's a big wicket to get Babar, obviously. I've seen 4 overs now, and there really isn't that much movement there. There's just a flicker of swing for Anderson, who's been on target. He's invited the drive. He got a wicket with Babar inviting that drive, and then just fractionally fuller to Shafiq, and he beautifully cover drove him. But it was an investment worth making, I think, by Anderson. But it's not zipping around all over the place. However, they are testing the batsman. Morning, Isha.
Good morning to you, Vic. As Anderson pushes away now at the crease bowls to Shafiq, who pushes to the offside, comes forwards. Stuart Broad sends a throw in as Shan Masood is set back, and now a shake of the head from both batsmen. Shan Masood for feeling the need to apologise to his partner at the other end, who looks pretty upset, actually, because they were almost met in the middle, Vic.
Yeah, I know. I think if they'd both gone immediately, there would have been one there. I mean, there's been a few of those moments, which suggests partly too that Pakistan are conscious they don't want to just stagnate. They want to keep it ticking over.
Shafiq forward press and defence to the leg side of Barlow Anderson, who takes 2 steps to collect the ball. Jumping over the pitch, now just giving the ball a shine with the sweat from his forehead. 149 for 3 then, Pakistan. Massive wicket of Babar Azam. And it's talk about being tested, also testing conditions, actually. We all thought it was going to be a bright sunny day, but actually it's
grey.
It's grey. What more did we expect from Manchester? Anderson comes in on angle, bowls. Shafiq beats the edge, goes through to Joss Buttler. Lovely shape on the ball from Anderson.
Yeah, he's looked the most likely this morning, and again, it's a little bit, just a flicker of a wave. It's not prodigious movement, but maybe to get the edge, you don't want prodigious movement.
It's not an upright seam presentation. He's actually bowling a bit of wobble seam, so his fingers slightly across the seam as it comes down, as he pushes away now into his stride. Bowls. Shafiq pushes to the offside. Good length delivery on around the off stump. Goes to point, no run. He's got a lovely shape at the crease, Asad Shafiq, one of the most experienced players. 34 years old, scored 2 Test centuries against England, averaging 40. As he spins the bat in his hand and looks down the track at Anderson, who now has the ball back in his hands. Gives it a bit of a shine on the front of his trousers. Adjusts his shirt, and now he's away. Bowls. Shafiq defends the offside and pushes for the single. Stuart Broad, underarm flick, and Masood is in comfortably, but testing Broad in that extra cover region. And Asad Shafiq comes through. So goes to 750 up for Pakistan, 3 down.
Yeah, it was a good single. It was a sharp one. Broad was pretty quick onto it, and he did shy at the stumps. I think Masood would have been in, but it just gives you that indication that Pakistan want to take the initiative. Tight, but safe. And actually, Broad did pretty well there for someone who's in the middle of a spell and having to go from about 6'4" down to the ground.
Shan Masood. Then setting up open stance to Anderson, who's going to continue over the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips and a gully as Anderson bowls short outside the off stump, and Masood allows it to pass. At the end of the over then it's 150 for 3. 54 overs have been bowled in this innings. A day that was cut short yesterday because of rain. They came back on, then bad light stop play, and the light actually isn't that great here at the moment. The lights are on.
Well, I think they should take them off now.
or bring the spinners on.
Well, yeah. Compulsory spin bowling. It's odd, isn't it, that I don't know whether one can scientifically prove this, but umpires seem to get far more interested in bad light around about 5:15 than they do at about 11:30. But that may be just a perception. Interesting. It's always interesting for Root. He's got so many options in this side that he has to make actual decisions. It's not, he would have opened today with the 2 guys he thought were his most dangerous, so he went for the veterans, but he could just have easily have gone for Archer and Woakes. I suspect what he thought was, we'll get Anderson and Broad together, why not? They will bowl their spell, and then they will have plenty of respite available should we need to take the second new ball, which they probably will. But then, even then, you've got, do I go to Bess next to bowl against Masood, or do I go to my pacemen?
Well, here comes Broad again. Bowls to Shafiq, who defends aptly to the offside. They have been good though, both Broad and Anderson this morning.
Yeah.
They've made the batsmen play, they bowled full, and just something about them.
Well, essentially they make the batsmen work so hard. So there are very few free runs out there. So the batsmen know, even if the ball's not moving prodigiously, it's going to be hard work to get this innings moving again.
Arms pumping from Broad. Bowls. Shafiq defends again to the offside, to mid-off. As he covers the ball, head right over it. short in stature at the crease. Can't really the other end. Slightly taller, Shan Masood. It's just casually walking around at the non-striker's end. 2 slips in the gully in position for Shafiq. Got a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a man down at fine leg. Broad positions the ball in his hand. Now sets off running towards us, bowls. Shafiq drives. Broad stops it with his left hand. As it falls to the ground, he tosses it now to Woakes, who didn't actually bowl in the second session yesterday, which I thought was interesting.
Interesting. Or incorrect.
I'm an unbiased commentator, Vic.
Yeah, but you could do either.
I state facts.
Yes, I thought it was interesting too.
There's broad bowls to Shafiq, who allows it to go through to Buttler. A rising delivery outside the off stump.
Well, what the point I was trying to make earlier on is that it's not obvious for Root who is the most dangerous. Well, he's got a very potent four-pronged attack. And yesterday, which was interesting, is the fact that actually Archer and Woakes in their second hour of the morning looked more dangerous than Broad and Anderson. So it's not always a done deal.
Yeah. Anderson. Broad, in fact, approaches the crease on the James Anderson and Shafiq pushes to the offside and Sibley sprints in to collect the ball. He doesn't streak in. As Shafiq heads on out to square leg before returning to the crease. I really hope people haven't got that mental image. I really do. Anyway.
This is raining as well.
Yes. Broad bowls. Shafiq leaves outside the off stump. Another good delivery. And he's got some zip about him this morning, Stuart Broad, coming through the crease nicely, nice rhythm. As he wanders off to Joe Root, takes the ball, gives it a shine.
Well, he's not doing anything for him, but what he does do, and what this pair do together, is that even if the ball's not moving around, for Broad seems to be doing a little bit more for Anderson, is that they try to work in partnerships, they build up the pressure. So no.
Well, he just tossed the ball to Anderson, who was looking, and it just hits him on the arm and falls to the floor. As he's now standing in the sawdust, James Anderson. Having a look at his 500 partner. Here he goes, on an angle, pushes away. Ball into Masood, outside the off stump. Easy leave.
He was doing more for Stuart Broad 5 years ago today. Yes. It hasn't just occurred to me, but it's just come up on my screen here. We've got a magic screen. 8 for 50.
Trent Bridge. Special day. But Anderson was watching on. He wasn't playing that game, was he?
That's right. I'll take it over since Stuart.
And he did so beautifully. Nothing quite like seeing Australia struggling as Anderson bowls to Masood, who leaves outside the off stump. Slightly fuller this time, a bit more of a tempter for the drive.
Yes, you only hear and state the facts.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, actually, you can do what you like, but you know. Every day, is it?
Yes, I did use that word yesterday for people
tripped himself up and still was able to bowl close to 90 miles an hour, even when he looked like his body was falling apart.
Stuart Broad felt on the hips at mid-orders and suppose and away swingers the left-hander. Again, just allows it to go through to just Buttler. No need in playing that one wide of the off stump. And a bit frustrated with himself there. Anderson wanted to bowl a lot tighter and make him play a little bit more on that over.
Just wondering in the last 4 overs why that's what they're going out there and squeezing and most dismissals, even at this level, come from batsman error rather than that unplayable ball. There's a high proportion of probably waiting on balls getting off his desperately, and as you move down the scale it's batsman error, and batsman error comes about when they haven't scored, they get uncomfortable, so they're at least applying pressure, but the ball's not moving sideways or up.
Shafiq leaves outside the off stump to Broad.
Be interesting where he goes next, because he might be tempted to bowl Bess again and Masood to strong against him because they returned a little bit last night. So he can go there, plus either Azhar or Woakes. Woakes is due to spell, isn't he? He's not a real player at all. Masood has been terrific this season. So maybe Yasir.
114 from his 8 overs. This was Woakes' Broad continues on length to the right-handed Shafiq, who defends. Good delivery on the off stump to Woakes and mid-off, who gives the ball a bit of a shine in his chopper. Now tosses into Abs, who wipes the sweat from his forehead and shines the ball back in his trousers. That's the way they are, tries to shine the ball near his big man. Steps out, it comes Michael Vaughan. Broad, slightly on top as well, with his right tip and pushes away now. Moving towards us, bowls to Shafiq, down to the offside, looks to set off. Call of no. It's a Sibley. Again, speeds to the ball. James and Felix worked on the new Tailenders podcast this week, the 500 Club. You can listen via BBC Sounds. Should be a good listen, that one. You might listen to it on. Try and go for a little jog around the ground, Michael.
Yeah,
in the
good
next
morning.
couple of days.
Must admit, I didn't see you out there this morning,
Had a line this morning as Shafiq drives to mid-off. No run. It's a nice little route. 400 metres? 500 metres?
I think it can be longer if you go. So I try and stick to the perimeters of the fence,
Oh, yeah.
and then you go. There's a cabin over to our left. You go around the back of the cabin, right into the corner, turn left. You go by all the bollards, keep going round the back near the TV trucks. I think it's about 600 by the time you've properly scraped yourself against all the fences like I do.
Shafiq edges, caught, a second slip. Stuart Broad, success for him. There's loud cries. He runs towards the slip cordon, and England have another 2 wickets that they've extracted this morning, and it's Shafiq to go as he walks casually back to the dressing room, out for 7, and Pakistan 150 for 4.
Yeah, 5th time that he's had Shafiq out in Test cricket. England have been very good this morning. There's a hint of lateral movement, and that's always very helpful when you think the ball is 50 odd overs old. The ball's doing just enough, and that's all it takes. Good catch. I don't think it went in perfectly to Ben Stokes' second slip. When you think that Shadab Khan is in now, and then you go down to Yasir, Shah, Shaheen, Shah, Afridi, Naseem, Shah. There's not a great deal left to come for Pakistan, so this partnership really is the last of the real prominent partnerships.
I was just saying to Vic, actually, does this wicket look a little bit quicker today? Does it feel like it's coming through a bit quicker, and is that why we're seeing as many edges as we are?
Well, maybe. Babar Azam was a mistake. That was a poor shot for the quality of batsman that he is. That was a good ball. That was a bit of bounce on a decent length. Maybe. I think England have bowled it better.
Yeah.
They were poor yesterday. They didn't quite get it Chris Woakes in particular. But I think that the team would have sat down overnight, probably again this morning, and said, come on, we're a bit better than that. We've got to be a bit more consistent in our lines and lengths. They've not over-attacked with the field. I think that's helped them as well. And when you've got Broad and Anderson with these conditions, with the lights on, and they suddenly know that they've got to get the team back into the game, they generally deliver, and they have done so far today.
Mohammad Rizwan is out of the middle now, Pakistan's keeper. He's just tapping the wicket and looking out to the leg side boundary. Now just settling himself in the crease, spin of the bat as he sets himself up on that middle leg. Stuart Broad then. Here he comes once more, past the umpire, bowls to Rizwan, who pushes outside the off stump. Not much foot movement there, as it's bowled quite full, and Stuart Broad continues walking forwards, as that is the end of the over. 150 for 4 then, Pakistan, and Broad in some nice rhythm.
But 8 overs today, 5 mates, 2 wickets, and just 11 runs.
Yeah, just so you were there, issue when Rizwan got 95.
95, yeah.
Brisbane.
Yep.
Generally against the Kookaburra ball, your foot movement doesn't always have to be as prominent as it requires to be against the Duke ball. I just saw something there that his front foot plants down about middle, and there's a huge gap between bat and pad. If there's anything that nips back, he's going to have to have good eyes.
There's going to be a forensic examination from these two, no doubt. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. There's Shan Masood, bat up above his left shoulder. Now just sets himself up. Open stance to Anderson, who bowls. Pushes to the offside, the front foot. And another good leg delivery from Anderson. Just scraping away front popping crease. So Shadab Khan to come afterwards. Yasir Shah, who scored a century in Australia, Michael.
Yeah, I question whether he can get one against the Duke ball, but he's full of energy, isn't he? When he bowls, when he bats in the field, he'll have a good go at it. But really, it's the next 2 partnerships for Pakistan.
Yeah. As Anderson shuffles forwards, bowls, beats the edge of Masood through to Buttler. Not much he could have done about that, just back of a length, leaves him off the seam. That is a beauty of a delivery.
Well, it's high class, and Pakistan have somehow just got to hang in there. If they can hang in there, and from here on, if they can get to over 250, they'll have done really well. With the ball doing so much now, you know, they'll get a second new ball just after lunch. So Masood's the key. I mean, he's faced 173 deliveries for his 50.
Anderson is in, bowls outside the off stump. Easy delivery to leave from Masood. As he now has another look at this time it's his follow through. Kettleborough, just having a look at where he's coming through, whether it's in the danger zone or not. Just offering a bit of a sign to Anderson. He just has a chuckle to his teammate Stuart Broad.
What is the forecast? Is it to get bright?
Well, I thought it was supposed to be sunny, Michael. I was told right, okay, keeps getting delayed.
I've been waiting a while.
Come on, Manchester, as Masood again leaves outside the off stump. A good leg delivery, but just a bit too wide from Anderson.
I think you're right, issue with it. You just look at the carry. I think it is a bit quicker today. I don't know why. Suddenly, all of the night, maybe just had a kick to the pitch. Hardened up slightly. It just seems to, whether it's just giving it a bit more after the ball and better length, but it's certainly going through to Buttler at a decent height, around waist height, every ball from a decent length. We're going to come round the wicket now.
Yeah. Not much of a breeze here. Flags hanging limp above the old red brick pavilion. Far side of the ground as Stuart Broad is just offering Anderson a bit of advice as he steps into the sawdust once more, and now into his stride. Flashes of red from the soles of his shoes as he bowls around the wicket to Masood, who fends at one outside the off stump. It finds its way to Rory Burns, but it's one bounce before it gets to him.
It's that area around third slip caught Sibley at third slip yesterday. He dropped one low down to his left. And praising Babar Azam yesterday, the way that he played the defensive stroke with kind of a 45-degree angle bat, just let the ball hit the bat. It kind of softens the blow. Shamsu just offers a bit more oomph into even the defensive shots. So if the outside edge is found, you can see it easily travelling through to third slip.
Here comes Anderson again, past the umpire. Masood covers his off stump and shoulders arms as it goes through to Buttler at the end of the over. Masood then on 50. Rizwan, he's on north, he's just faced the one delivery. Pakistan 150 for 4. A few more words from you, Michael, and then it will be Simon Mann.
It's been the perfect start for England because they desperately needed a couple of early ones, particularly the wicket of Babar Azam. He went in the first over of the day, and the experienced player of Asad Shafiq followed pretty quickly afterwards. So it's been a really good start by the senior player. This one will, I'm sure he'll try and give himself a chance, but he's a player that likes to play a few shots as well. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Michael. Here is Broad. 2 slips of the gully go down. Rizwan right-handed. Lets that one go from Broad. A swivel lead, pulling the bat behind him. Past his right hip. So right on it this morning. Pakistan struggling. That last wicket came after 1 run in 30 balls. The wicket of Shafiq. That's the 5th time Broad's got him in Test cricket as well. Shafiq out for 7. And Babar Azam for 69. That was the one England really wanted. Right at the start of the day. That's a huge blow to Pakistan's chances. This is Broad. Bounding in. Bowls to Rizwan, who's forward. Holding the pose as well. Ball runs out to Sibley, who's fielding in the covers. And there's no run. England with 3 saving 1 on the offside for the new man Rizwan. 2 slips in the gully. In theory, very good bowling conditions this morning. Overcast. I think the forecast is for it to be overcast today, throughout most of the day. The lights are on again. There's one change today, and that's the breeze. We've got that strong breeze playing across the ground from left to right as we look at it from the media centre end. Broad moves in, bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan again, exaggerated lead, holding the bat well behind him. Taken by Josh Buttler, who I saw walking across the ground last night in the company of Bruce French after playing yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't a great day for England's wicketkeeper, and it's a slow news day, not a great deal happening. I guess a lot of debate about the light and we should have played a bit more, and lots of debate about Babar Azam and how good he was. And then there was a bit about Josh Buttler and drop catch and a miss stumping.
Broad to Rizwan. He's stuck on the bad shot for Abid. Looks close, it's out, and he's reviewed it straight away. Well, there we go. Have England got the 5th wicket, or is Rizwan going to be reprieved by the technology?
I feel like they're convinced, aren't they? They don't think he's got an inside tickle on this.
Looks straight enough. It is a question, I think, of whether he hit it. Let's see. Oh, back pass.
He's out if he's missed it. Yeah, it's in front of all 3.
Okay, nothing conclusive there. Ultra edge one available, please.
I must feel he's got an outside edge on this.
Yeah, just walk through, please.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, just freeze it there, please. Just take it back one frame, Mark. Okay, we have a spike with the ball next to the bat, Richard. So there's bat involved. Can we go back on field to Richard, please? Please overturn your decision, Richard. You're on screen now.
So there we go, the technology there working.
Yeah, it was only a thin outside edge, but he's playing it from the crease. Now he's just come to the middle, but you can just see that he kind of gets squared up. It seems a little bit. We saw him play a forward defence first ball. There's a big gap between bat and pad. His technique's going to get questioned over the next 20 minutes. If he can survive it, well, he might get a chance to get a few, but with the technique that I've seen, it's going to be very difficult to survive that long against this quality.
He's rather stuck there, like some of the West Indies batsmen we saw in that Test series. Broad running in purposely, bowls to Rizwan, who plays it defensively back down the pitch. Broad shaped to pick it up and hurl the ball at the stumps and fumble it.
It's got a feeling the game's going to move forward quite quickly today. The clouds are around, the lights are on. High-class seamers and the England camp, Pakistan team as well. A bit of nibble
covers, and there is no run, just to the left of Sibley. I can see Woakes loosening up vigorously as he makes his way to his fielding position, so that might be it for Stuart Broad. 150 for 4. He has taken one of the wickets to 4 this morning, so 1 for all of them now. Archer, Woakes, Anderson and Broad. 150 for 4, and the game is really the balance here. Can Pakistan muster a score to put pressure on England in their first innings? Andy?
11 runs from 10 overs, 5 maidens in a row now. Just looking at Mohammad Rizwan, just played 6 tests before this 8 innings, but he has had a tendency to get out early. A golden duck in his first innings. He's also had a second ball 4 and a third ball duck. Narrowly avoided a 5th ball duck to add to his collection. That's a good first class record, averaging 43 at 95. You mentioned in Brisbane, of course, his one test half century to date.
Got Shan Masood at the other end, and he is on strike now to Anderson. He's running away from us. The state of end bowls to Shan Masood, who covers up nicely, offers him the full face of the bat. Plays it back to Anderson, who picks up, and there's no run. He has got a bit brighter in the last few minutes, just a hint. Sun peeking out through the clouds. Anyway, something like that. It's just a bit bright.
So surprised.
The lights are still on. England looking for that 5th wicket. 2 slips in the gully. Close catches. See Archer loosening up as well. Mid-off. Needs to pay attention. Actually, that's going into bowl. And it's full outside the off stump. Shan Masood denies himself.
I think what England are doing here is that there'll be probably people watching all right down the attack with more slips, more catch as well. The reason why they're doing it is because they know that Pakistan have been knocking and running and kind of rotating the strike. I think it frustrated England yesterday, so they've put that extra cover in place to allow the bowlers to bowl fuller, so they've got more confidence bowling fuller, but also to stop Pakistan nicking singles. As Ali's just mentioned, 5 maidens on the trot, the pressure's building. Pakistan don't look like they can go anywhere.
Anderson into Masood again outside the off stump once more, and he lets it go. It's taken by Buttler, thigh away to his left-hand side. We often say when we watch Pakistan play that you feel there's a run out somewhere around the corner. It does. I mean, they have tried to be positive. I don't think you can criticise them for the way they've looked to run in this Test match. They've looked to tick the ball over, but you can see hesitation somewhere along the line and possibly a run out.
Also, someone like Shan Masood is a high-class opening batsman, but he's not going to hurt England. England are really worried about the likes of Babar Azam.
Anderson bowls to Masood, who forces that away. Not with any great power, it goes to poke square with the wicket on the offside, who picks up.
Yeah,
there's no run.
Masood's going to be so important throughout the series, because if he can just do the job like he's doing now, Babar can go on and get the big score. They're going to get very handy runs in this Test series.
150 for 4.
Something who's amused. What's behind us?
Well, I just saw something on my screen which just said sunshine. I repeat sunshine, but it's not obviously full-on sunshine at the moment.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
But it's not raining. Here's Anderson bowling. It's full swinging away, but quite wide, so Masood allows it to go.
Great discipline there from Shan Masood to not play the drive ball. I think I'd be having a dash at that morning right there. It was very similar to the Babar Azam dismissal. It was there to hit because of the lateral movement. He just leant back on his drive, Babar Azam, and the outside edge was found.
I think the good news is, I mean, the forecast for the rest of the game is good, isn't it? I think 3rd, 4th, 5th days is fine. So we're going to get plenty of cricket.
It shouldn't surprise you.
And it could be fascinating, this game. Here is Anderson bowling. Again, outside the off stump. Fullish from Anderson. And Masood saying, no, I'm not having anything to do with that. And he lets it go through. And that's the end of the over. Shan Masood now 50 from 183 balls. So it is Sibley-esque. It's not batting the same way as Dom Sibley. He has the same characteristics as Sibley, but he has the same adhesiveness, the same temperament, the willingness to back time and wear down the bowlers.
Well, I think for a while they became a little bit of a dying trade in Test match cricket, and it's a perfect style of cricket for the longer version. You need your opening batsman to go and see off the new ball, wear the opposing bowlers down. Proper Test match cricket, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah.
Nah, you love it. I always notice you've got more of a grin on your face when players are leaving the ball.
Who are the modern blockers, Andy?
I've got some good ones, haven't we? D. Sibley.
Sibley, Brathwaite.
Yeah.
We saw Peter
Do you think you really should be playing that shot?
Well,
Woakes' first ball.
Well, he's all over the place here, Rizwan, because that front foot goes in the same position for every single ball. That ball was outside off stump and it's still pressed down middle stump and he's playing away from his body with his hands. He's going to have a lot of luck playing this way.
Here is Woakes. Bowled very well yesterday. Ball to Rizwan, straight ball, short of a length, guided away towards backward point. And there is no run. Here we are, BJ Watling, 11 hours and 7 minutes.
Glorious, that one there.
Yeah, for that 205, 473 balls.
Were you there for that one?
I was. Yeah. It was a good test match. That was. It was a great occasion as well. Nice location. Have you been there yet? That long ago? England have played a one-day international and a test match. Happily go back. Lovely spot. This is Woakes bowling to Rizwan, who rather pokes at that one on the front foot. Plays it to Pope in the backward point region, or coming in from the backward point region. Pope picks up, returns it to Buttler. And there's no run, so Pakistan's struggle to score continues. They're 11 for 2 in the morning in 55 minutes cricket. And there has not been a lot to hit. And when they have tried to hit it, they've had problems. Babar Azam nicking to first slip. Rizwan started this over, big drive, missing it. Taken by Buttler. And England got this very clear tactic. 2 slips in the gully, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. And a fine leg. Same field for all the bowlers this morning. Woakes goes in and bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan just for a moment there, just felt the twitch in his shoulders, wanted to unleash a drive. Allowed it to go through. Strolls out towards square leg. Rizwan, Pakistan's wicket keeper, as we're so used to Azhar for so long. I saw here, it felt a bit sad for him actually. I saw him jogging around the outfield last night. This bloke is captain Pakistan, is stacks of times. He's in the backup squad. Rizwan is the wicket-keeper batsman at the moment, at number 6. Here is Woakes bowling, and has angled away into a gap on the offside for his first run. So it's down towards third man. The chase is on. Pope wins the race against Burns.
Yeah, it's not easy. The batsman has been brought up on Pakistan wicket to suddenly have to come and play against the lateral moving ball, and also the wicket keeper. He'll have to get used to the ball moving from when it passes the stumps. Generally, it doesn't do that in Pakistan. He was pretty good in Australia. I mean, he's 95. It was good to watch. At times he was dashing. He was taking them on.
152 for 4. Rizwan on 2. Woakes bowls to him. He angles that away into the gap as well. Guiding it down towards third man. Another chase for Pope and another 2 runs for Mohammad Rizwan. And I can report now we do have sunshine at Old Trafford. It is official.
There were 41 dot balls in a row before the first of those 2 twos.
154 for 4. 2. 15 runs, 12 overs, 2 wickets. Definitely England's morning, but we do fear that Pakistan can get up to 300.
Yeah,
the chance.
Well, if they get to 300 from here, it'll be a remarkable achievement with the ball doing as it is, and with England saying they just look more on it today. They no doubt would have got a bit of a, I wouldn't say a rollicking, but they're talking to from Chris Silver last night and this morning to make sure they were back on it. I have to give the ground staff here a huge amount of credit. So you see them in the morning preparing the pitches and getting all the covers off and working on the ground from around 6 o'clock. Here, I'm sure they have to report about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, Anderson bowls, Masood defends, wants the thing that's not there. In comes Sibley from cover, alive to that possibility.
But not only do they have to do that, they have to prepare all the nets so that the rollers are out on the nets preparing all the net facilities for all the players that are here, obviously not playing in the game. There's some, I think, some of the England players are out there now having a net. To keep the standard of pitches out in the middle and in the nets to a international standard is a fantastic effort.
Yeah, 3 test pitches back to back. 154 for 4. Anderson tries again. Past the umpire now, up to the stumps. Bowls to Masood, who does drive this time, and he does get it away square with the wicket, and it's going for 4. Well, he's denied himself on several occasions, but not that time. Free flowing off drive out to the square cover boundary. 158 for 4. Nice looking shot from Shan Masood.
It's great test cricket because it's perfect bowling. pressure's building. And to play this stroke, everything has to be perfect, or the outside edge would have been found. And he got his timing and his stride just to perfection. Lovely shot.
Anderson's response to that is to rub the ball furiously into his trousers. I have to say, well, the only reason he hit that before was the ball wasn't quite shiny enough. Anderson moves in and bowls to Shah Masood. It's full again, it's driven for a single, possibly two, just the right of mid-off. No, it's only two. And we've got a sub-fielder on. In place of, it's not gone off, Broad has gone off. He's about to come back on again. 159 for 4 with that single. Charlie Pilkington has messaged us. Can Andy check on how many wickets Broad and Anderson have now claimed playing in the same game?
I believe it's 897. They had a graphic on the TV earlier on. The leaders in that chart, Warner McGrath, just over 1,000.
There we are.
Sounds about right, Andy, doesn't it? Outright, that's enough, yeah.
We'll ballpark it.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Because he says presumably they are still behind Warner and McGrath. That was his question as well, and yeah, that is the answer.
Shah Masood had played 27 dot balls before he hit that boundary.
So Anderson now has the chance to bowl at Mohammad Rizwan for the first time. Anderson bowls to him, it's full. Rizwan checks a drive there, pushes it back to the bowler. Anderson picks up away to his left.
Yeah, this is I could say, probably the hardest examination of your technique. Jimmy Anderson at Old Trafford with the ball just nipping just enough. If you're slightly off in your technique or your mindset, you're gone. Probably going to be his last over though. 2 balls to go.
Jofra Archer. Here's Anderson bowling, guided away by Rizwan. He does like that open face, running it away behind square on the offside.
It's that front foot. That front foot just presses down middle stump and it doesn't go over to the line of the ball, which on that occasion was probably 3 inches outside of off stump. So then he just goes with his hand. Ends up playing with half of that.
It's Dan Lawrence, England sub-fielder, number mid-on, number 68 on the back of his shirt. Considering he might have played in that first test in Southampton. Anderson delaying matters here again, rubbing the ball furiously on his trousers, a big red streak down the back of his right thigh. Sets off past the umpire now into bowl to Rizwan. Rizwan is forward, pushing out to cover, picked up by Sibley. There's no run, it's the end of the over. It's 159 for 4. Masood has 55, Rizwan 4. Drinks coming onto the field, and Stuart Broad. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online via the BBC Sounds app. Radio 4 long-wave listeners, they were off for the shipping forecast. And Dan Norcross is going to replace me after a few more thoughts from Michael.
Yeah, it's been high-class test match cricket from England with the ball in hand. Pakistan are just hanging in there. It's not been easy. They've lost 2 wickets. They'll be disappointed with that. 159 for 4. They'll know if they can get another 100. Another 141. They will be right in the game, but anything over 250 has proved to be quite a difficult score for this England Test match team to look at. When they go and take guard in Test match cricket over the last few years, so Pakistan are well in the contest.
Hello, Michael. Sorry, I was just stealing
Stealing a piece of paper off.
Well, I am, but since
There's a lot of numbers on it.
you're going to be replaced shortly, so I thought Azhar wouldn't notice if I stole a piece of paper.
I have noticed your face mask is a rather
Do you like it?
awful one, yes. I would say I do like it, but no, I don't.
It is.
I don't like brown, and I don't like what it says on it, but...
Well, I could sort of semi-put it on, if you like. It gives me the look of Hannibal Lecter, but...
We're supposed to be, impartial in this commentary box. Well, I can't come with my white rose on them.
I thought England were playing Pakistan. I thought Surrey was perfectly impartial, since it contained Waka Yunis, Sakleen, Mushtaq, Azam, Mahmood,
How did they get on this?
as well as Graham Thorpe.
How did they get on?
Well, they didn't have the best time. Their second team struggled a little against Middlesex.
The international second team. Yeah. I see you've signed another player.
JB Overton.
Yeah, why not get another one?
Well, there was talk of him actually coming on loan before the end of the season, but Somerset rather availed themselves of his services. He picked up a few wickets to the Somerset's victory. And I wickets, fallen one off the first over of the day, and it was a big one on Babar Azam, who was caught at slip by Joe Root of Jimmy Anderson, the last ball of the first over, and then Asad Shafiq was caught by Stokes at second slip of the bowling of Broad and Anderson bowled magnificently today. Frankly, in contrast with how they bowled in the first sort of 45 minutes after lunch yesterday, where the game got away from England. They hauled it back, and it's not just that picked up 2 wickets. You may say, well, take 2 wickets in an hour, but until the last 2 overs, I think they scored 11 for 2 off the first 11 overs of the day, Abid.
That is correct, yes.
Which is a measure of just how well they bowled it. When we look at those 2 wickets, but there were 2 LBWs that the Pakistanis survived by, as Ian Smith would say, the barest of margins. A tiny inside edge for Shan Masood that tickled onto the pad, saved him from Broad, and then a really curious one, actually, I thought, the Rizwan one, where the tiny outside edge still hitting the back leg. Normally you would see a bit more deviation. Well, welcome back, Radio 4 long wave listeners. You've missed nothing because the drinks are being taken. We're just about to resume with Chris Woakes bowling to Shah Masood, who's batted redoubtably, but it's been quite a charmed life. But it's
hanging in there, isn't he?
He is.
It's a great job for his team.
Do you know what this innings reminds me of a little bit? As Woakes is into him with 2 steps in a gully. First ball pushed out to the offside square of the wicket. They'll go through for a single as Sibley chases after it. It reminds me of Rory Burns' 100 last year against Australia, which was a really, really ugly innings, a crucial one, but it was not one that was bedecked with follies and drives and loveliness. It was really tough, sticky innings, and Shan Masood has been similar, and he's still there, and he's doing a great job for his team with the new ball still 18 overs away. So England would love to get some more breakthroughs here before lunch. It's always a crucial hour, the next one coming up, Azam, but this one for Pakistan, they conversely would dearly love to have these 2 there, or lose no more than 1 wicket between now and lunch, as Woakes is in to Mohammad Rizwan and covers up in defence. A ball that just shapes away from him slightly, turned the batsman round and pushes it to the offside. Now Azhar, Mohammad Rizwan, it won't be particularly familiar to England watchers because Jofra has been the keeper in Test cricket for so long. What are we looking out for here in him as a batsman? What's his sort of hallmarks?
There's a lot of debate back home, especially, and people were saying Sarfraz should play, but this guy has done enough.
Woakes is into him, and he plays and misses a beautiful delivery just outside his off stump. Got no foot movement in. He's in that awkward in between length. It went past his outside edge into Buttler's gloves. That's a glorious seam position. He was poking at it tentatively.
So he's done enough for himself to give him the spot in this team, because he got 100 in a practice match and a couple of 50s. And when he got opportunity to play against Australia, he got back-to-back 100 against Australia before the World Cup, because Sarfraz was rested at that series.
Here is Woakes from the Anderson end. Defended more solidly this time. A full ball on about middle stump. Defended up to mid-on. Anderson picks up as they run.
But he's been around for a long time. He was part of when Sarfraz was playing, so he was part of the team as well in New Zealand tour in 2016. So he didn't get many runs, but against Australia recently he got 95 odd when he played really well. And for me, I think if you're asking me, which was my choice, I would go for Sarfraz because of his experience.
Here is Woakes again to Rizwan, who defends again, back of a length ball, back to the bowler, who then kicks it away, unusually for Woakes, picked up in the covers. There's no
Sarfraz, because he's experienced, and because Pakistan picked up Shadab Khan ahead of a batsman, so you need a little bit experience in that. So this guy is doing really well. I hope he can make a big name for himself here, and he has the ability, he has the skill, he can do that.
He has a first class average of 43, so it's a quite small data set, his test average. We'll look wider. Last ball of the over as Woakes is in. He defends a full ball on leg stump up to mid on end of the over. 63 have been bowled. Pakistan 160 for 4. Shan Masood 56. Rizwan 4 of 21. It's been really hard going for Pakistan this morning, Azam.
tough for them, and because of the two champion bowlers, they bowled really well. They are asking question all the time. Their length were much better today. They were fuller length, and it's tough for any batsman when playing against these guys in these conditions with the dew ball when ball is looping around. It's not easy.
Change of ends for them as well. I mean, Broad, I understand why Broad bowled from our end, the Statham end yesterday, because this was the end from which he'd taken that handful of wickets against the West Indies. But Anderson really struggled yesterday, unusually for him, especially in that first over. I mean, in his first spell, he was pretty much on the money, but in his second spell after lunch, he struggled bowling sort of into the wind. It was into and across him from his own end, the Anderson end. They switched ends today, and both of them looked entirely different bowlers from the ones that bowled yesterday.
It was strong breeze yesterday. We saw there was a lot of breeze, and it's not easy to bowl on that breeze. It was really hard for the bowler to run in that.
Well, it was hot. There were tough conditions, but Jofra Archer is coming to the attack at a similar sort of time. He was really bowled yesterday. He bowled a spent a spell of 6 overs, 1 for 7 yesterday. First ball is short, cut into the offside, half stopped, parried really at point by Ollie Pope with a smile on his face, and they get through for a single. 161 for 4. Andy.
The spells this morning, Stuart Broad, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. Jimmy Anderson, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12. Yesterday Anderson had 0 for 16 from 5 and 0 for 16 from 3, so massive improvement today.
And also, how many runs came off Anderson's last over? Because there was a period when I think 1 run was scored off 50 balls at one stage.
5 from his last over. His previous 4 had gone for just 1 run, and Broad's last 4 overs were all maidens.
Yeah, it was very, very tight stuff from England today. As Archer is in the right hand. Oh, he cuts in half. That ball jagged back sharply. Rizwan actually didn't play it. It was the most extraordinary leave you'll see.
Yeah, extraordinary leave, he didn't play it, and it was jabbed back. Wow, look at that.
That has cut back a long way, and Archer likes to look at that. And this is with a 63 and a bit overall ball. It went right over the top of middle stump. Quite a distance, 6 inches or so off the top of middle stump. Somewhat startled Rizwan, but
he left on height.
Yeah, but he left it well. Short again and pushed into the offside. It's fielded at point.
He wasn't meant to do that, but again, like an Australian leaf.
Yeah, without the flourish. It was an unusual sight.
Yeah, we were talking about Broad and Anderson, this morning. I think they were exceptional. Jimmy Anderson, a lot of people talk about his age and everything, if you can bowl 7 over on the trot. So I think he can keep going.
His first 6 went for just 7 runs as well as Archer is in. And Rizwan defends from the crease. Ball just outside off stump, plays it to short mid wicket, where Pope runs into field. There's the no run again. England have been doing this throughout this summer. We've got Broad at mid on, Anderson mid off when Archer's bowling, so the 3 fast bowlers together sharing information, talking.
I think that's a really good sign. When I was in the Pakistan team, I always stand up mid off when I'm not in the flex. So I always like Naseem to stand next to me.
Archer into Rizwan, who is again defending a full ball back to Archer, who builds up his own bowling. This is really tight stuff. Very little is being given away. And presumably you would discuss,
what sort of plan are which length you want to bowl at, because I'm thinking one thing and the other bowler is thinking the other way, so he can pick something, when I'm running in. So he will tell me, I think you should bowling out swinger here or in swinger here. So why don't you put a man back there and bowl a bumper to him?
Here is Archer again. Rizwan shorter into the hip, plays the onside. They get through for a quick single. Shah Stumps comes in but misses, and Shah Masood is home comfortably with just a sort of short square leg. It's a single though, and it takes Pakistan to 162 for 4. It'll keep Rizwan on strike on 5. Shah Masood has 57. Presumably, when Wasim Akram tells you, I think you should bowl your way through, you do it. You don't.
Sometimes I wasn't doing that because I've got my own plan going on, but it's always good to have someone's brain and knowledge. Whatever Wasim Akram tells you mainly you will listen to that, but it's 3 out swinger and you want to bowl that in swinger to get him leg before a ball.
Yeah, because you've got your own plan going on. Woakes starts a new over from the Anderson end to Rizwan. Rizwan defends firmly up the mid off. Full ball up to Broad, no run. Handy.
But looking at the man Rizwan has replaced Zafraz Ahmed, we've seen how Pakistan struggled to rotate the strike, particularly today. Zafraz Ahmed is one of the best players in world cricket at that over in Tests of the last 5 years in terms of his busyness as a batsman. He has, in all Test cricket counting players, who played at least 15 innings, the second lowest dot ball percentage.
Woakes is in to Rizwan. Drives on drives, not with timing up to Anderson. There's no run. I love the fact you've got a busyness index.
Well, I don't quite have an official busyness stat, but there's a couple of stats that indicate busyness. And obviously, it's a lot to do with where you play, who play against Sri Lanka, very passive teams, will facilitate other teams getting lots of singles. But only Brendan McCullum scored off a higher percentage of his balls, and that was towards the end of his career. Zafraz's ball percentage just 61%, so he's scored up well with 38.5% of the balls he's faced. And looking at run rate from balls which a batsman has not hit for 4, which is a metric I've been playing around with.
Of course you have. Woakes in, ball driven, one hand off the bat. It's quite straight, that ball. Rizwan with a little bit of a flourish, looking to hit that sort of quite extravagantly. Ends up, as I say, with a hand off the bat, pushes it up to Broad at mid-off. There's no run.
A couple of balls Rizwan played here, with solid defence. That's what you need to play in England, It's people coming from subcontinent because ball is not moving and their hand goes towards the ball, so it's not the time to go play like that. So you hang in there, play with solid defence, let the ball come to you.
Yeah, there are signs here from Rizwan, aren't there? Woakes is in, lets that go by, close to the off stump. Oohs and ahs. Andy, let's get this. As I love this stat.
So if you take out balls that batsmen hit for 4 or 6, and Zafraz is not a massive boundary hitter, but he is very good at keeping the score ticking over when he's not hitting 4s. He has the highest run rate from non-boundary balls, scores at 44 per 100 balls when he's not hitting 4s and 6s. So he's been extremely effective at that side of batting in Test for Pakistan.
And that's something as Woakes is into Rizwan. Drives again, slightly loosely up to mid-off once more, where Broad does the fielding. Again, full attacking the stumps. Again, a similar shot to the ball a couple of balls ago. It's the sort of thing we thought of with Joe Root, didn't we? When Root was really in form in the sort of early to middle part of his career, it was always about finding gaps, getting that one down to third man, pushing the offside for the single. That's a Zafraz trait, is it?
Yes, Root is the best of England's players on that metric, apart from Stuart Broad batting the tail.
Here's Woakes, and again driven by Rizwan, a little wider this time and into the covers where Sibley does the fielding.
Andy with the stats.
So just end of the over, 162 for 4. Shah Masood 57, Rizwan 5.
And the stats you're telling me, that's the sort of player you need in this situation. You don't want bowler to bowl at your 6th ball, like busyness, rotating stride and watching the game from the non-striker end, which I mentioned yesterday. Abid. So, and great Joe Miadad used to say that. I think that this is the best way, you get busy so you not boggle down the other batsmen as well, we're talking about partnership, it's rotating strike, and that's what you need to do.
Well, indeed, and Rizwan's looking to do that. Shan Masood was trying to do that earlier in the day. They were looking for quick singles, weren't they? But they were slightly becalmed by the bowling of Anderson and Broad as Archer starts a new over from the Statham end. 2 slips and a gully in place, and Masood defends off the crease, a shorter ball. Back up the wicket to the bowler, there's no run. It's not a very attacking field, but then it's a 65 overall ball. England have been very, as Jeremy Coney would say, parsimonious with their runs today. Just the 23 have been conceded from 16 overs. But Shan Masood is still there, Mohammad Rizwan is still there. The last wicket to fall, Asad Shafiq, caught by Stokes. Second slip off Broad. And the score was 150. What over was that in, Andy?
That was the 57th.
Right, so 8 overs.
that's a strong area on a backward punching.
Was an elegant shot. And it's Pakistan need, because they've not been going anywhere so far today, and England have picked up those couple of wickets. Archer in the attack. The new ball also, it's a little while away, but it won't be much after lunch. So England, I think, would like to scurry through some overs here. Masood faces up, to left alone, channel outside, off stump, get too short, could leave it on length as much as anything else. Buttler takes comfortably.
1982, which was the first double hundred in the Lord's Test for 33 years. From memory, he faced 386 balls and batted for 495 minutes.
See, why can I remember that from 1982, but I can't remember what I had for dinner last night? I mean, it's so frustrating, Mark. It's what happens when you go into that 60, just past that 60 barrier. I can remember nothing of last week. Here's Archer bowling, turned away down to long leg for a single, but 90, I mean, that's a decent little memory nudge there, wasn't it?
It's fantastic. I must say that I'm approaching that 60 minutes.
No, you're not. Don't tell me that.
It feels very quickly.
Wow, so frustrating. Drive my wife mad. And then if I told her that, well, she wouldn't actually be very impressed by that, but I was quite impressed by that, actually.
Well, you've got your priorities right, haven't you? Yeah, remember the important things, cricket stats.
Well, but they're old, they don't really matter anymore.
Don't say that, Abbas.
176 for 4. Got Shan on 67. One slip and a gully, and they're going, well, obviously very short now. They've reinforced that leg side, I think. As Archer comes in, bowls the bouncer, and ducks underneath this. There's only one slip. That's new position at fine gully. Otherwise, they've reinforced the leg side. So short wide mid on, square leg, backwards square leg. They're saving single sort of line, and then behind them, Bess is patrolling the boundary. The Stuart just appeared there, and there's an abandoned groundsman's roller. Otherwise, he's all by himself. And Archer, elbows jutting out, runs in again and bowls a nice full length this time. Well played though. Well played by Shan. He's got those feet moving. He was a bit dicey against the new ball yesterday, first thing. But he's well set now.
He certainly is, and I was just going to Jofra Archer actually, because I was very impressed with his spell yesterday when he came on and bowled in tandem with Chris Woakes. And look, we're at that stage of the game where, for England at least, 70 overs bowled, the ball is a bit old, and they're asking Jofra to come and bowl a little bit of X-Factor style. And I think if everyone's aware that he's coming on to bowl a spell where he's trying a few short balls and a few Yorkers, a little bit like he did in New Zealand, then that's okay. We saw a Yorker early on in the over where he tried to get through the defences of Masood, but so far Masood has played it extremely well. He's kept his eye on the ball very well.
He's chosen the right one just to have a bit of a go at, and which ones to duck underneath. Here's Woakes, edge and out, taken by Buttler, and finally the edge is found, and Rizwan is out for 9. Nice catch from Buttler, moving to his right. And Woakes again is the man that breaks through. He's having a terrific summer. 176 for 5 now. It just moved away a little bit. And Rizwan departs for the pavilion. Drinks bearers come running on. And England wanted that just before the lunch break. They've got 20 minutes to go, or thereabouts. See if they can get another one in that time. See by Joe Root's reaction there. Really delighted. So Rizwan, 9 from 41 balls, and it's 176 for 5, and it's the understated Woakes who's done it again.
Well, you can see on the replay there that was very much a seam-up delivery, looking for a little bit of a way swing. I think Isha Guha has been talking about the wobble seam, and when Chris Woakes delivered that to Azhar, he got one to nip back, where the seam just wobbled down the pitch with the shiny side on the outside, looking for an away swinger. But this was a more orthodox delivery, and Rizwan, who Michael Vaughan had spoken about him playing slightly away from his body, really getting into line, and so he departs with a ball that was sort of down the off stump, well, it's full stump channel really, which is pretty much where Chris Woakes likes to operate. And he's been very, very disciplined and good at it. And there were some question marks actually whether he would start the day, given his form. Perhaps he could have started the day.
Yeah. He's a pitch hard these days, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a bit more bite, a bit more aggression into his bowling. And that doesn't necessarily mean short balls, it just means intent, good body language, and perhaps belief as well. I mean, that's so important at the top level. And Chris Woakes, being Mr. Nice Guy for so long, he's played a lot of international cricket, and what a great player to have. You ally that with his batting as well. The Test 100 that he has, averaging I think 25 with the bat. So he's some cricketer.
Yeah. Shadab Khan is the new batsman, the all-rounder. We'll see him bowl his wrist spin later. But for now, he's facing Chris Woakes. Almost out first ball. Pushing outside the off stump. He'll bounce there and carry. Woakes with his hair swept back with this Alice band, purses his lips. That was very close to finding the edge. Almost a repeat of the ball before, really, and that's again where Woakes is so strong. He is repeat. He's relentless at the moment. He's taken 2 for 24. Shadab is right-handed. He's got 2 slips, that fine gully. Oh, it's beaten again. Oh, there's an appeal for a catch, actually, from behind. Nothing from Woakes, who's shaking his head, and then he's making a gesture towards Joe Root and Joss Buttler. He's missed it by about a yard. But perhaps he did, but they certainly heard something. So again, a lovely ball. Moved away. I mean, it really went that. To be fair, Buttler didn't appeal, but it was Root and Stokes who did. Challenging this for the new batsman. Woakes comes in, bowls to Shadab, who unloads it off the back foot there. A bit of frustration perhaps at what he was getting. He saw a rare short ball outside the off stump. He threw the bat at it. Didn't time it at all.
It's actually not an easy thing to do when you've been beaten in your first couple of deliveries, is still to retain an aggressive mindset there. And it was a little bit shorter and wider, and good on Shadab really to sort of see a scoring opportunity and go after it.
Yeah. Here's Woakes again. 2 balls to go in the over, and he drives pleasantly up to mid-off. Broad fields. Could be an interesting innings, this. He's certainly not bashful.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about Pakistani batsmen occupying the crease, but at the same time, if someone comes in and feels good and they're moving well and they're seeing the ball well, then why not play a few shots? It certainly puts the onus back on the England bowlers. Maybe gets 1 or 2 attacking fielders out of the slip cordon.
Here's Woakes, comes in, bowls him, he's in on the pad. That looks for going down the leg side from this position, but it's a terrific over from Woakes. And does give him Shadab something to think about. 176 for 5 is the score. With Shah on 67. And Shadab knocked off the mark, and they'll have a conference mid-pitch about all of that, and I suspect that Archer here will continue this short-pitched, not quite a barrage, but it's a short-pitched attack anyway at Shan, trying to settle, make him think about different things. He looks so settled to the orthodox line and length. It's trying to make him do something. There was that extraordinary rush of blood yesterday from which he should have been stumped. So there is the possibility of a reckless shot. Archer bowls Jims forward, playing across the pad. Anderson fields at mid-on, 176 for 5. At lunch, I'm talking to Ihsan Mani, who's the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board. Lots going on to talk about, of course. Not just from an England perspective, an international perspective, from Pakistan perspective. So always an interesting man to talk to. He's former head man at ICC, so he's very well connected with cricket politics. 176 for 5. And Archer's on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and back goes Shan. Nice stroke that, guiding it away for Pope to chase out to the deep point boundary. He gets there now. They're going to come back for the 3rd, which is again very good running, and that's something that has been a feature of Pakistan's innings. And although they haven't scored very quickly, they've always looked positive with their running. That was certainly the case. They could easily just have settled for 2 there.
Well, it's a good shot, I guess. You know, he transferred his weight onto the back foot well, and he's played the pace of Archer so far very, very well. Shan Masood, you can understand why he's at the top of the order. You've got to face plenty of quick bowling. So not only has he stuck in there really well for Pakistan, but he's also played a couple of pull shots and now a cut shot, so you can play off the back foot, which is important as you travel around to different places in the world.
Archer will bowl to Shadab for the first time. Oh, that's right. That's again a pretty wild, reckless shot outside the off stump. He's pursing his lips, but that was pretty nasty, really. And Shan's coming down to say, come on. He's inexperienced. Shadab's only his 6th test, but he's come out there. He's playing a bit of champagne cricket at the moment.
Well, it may be a bit of adrenaline as well.
Yeah.
You know, when you're facing 90 mile an hour, you know, you tend to get the heart rate going a little bit.
Shan's a lot of work, but then we'll see what he comes up with now. Archer moves in, bowls, and then just beats him as he plays more tentatively. Maybe just hang the bat inside the line of the ball there.
The other thing that tends to catch lower order batsman eye is when the new ball is due, the second new ball, and that tends to...
What are you suggesting, Mark?
Well, I think it may just perhaps put an emphasis of being proactive when they bat.
Get them now before it's too late.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, I remember the feeling well. 179 for 5. 2 balls to go in the over. Archer's on his way, bowls, and Sean gets it one that bounces there a little. He's desperate to get off the mark, but he's sent back by his partner there, who's waving his hands. Some of the tempo has been lifted by Shadab's arrival.
And Richard Kettleborough spotting very quickly that the young leg spinner, as he set off to run there, went a few steps down on his length, just turning with the studs
Not allowed
on
to
a
do
length.
that.
Actual wear and tear, not quite.
1 ball to go in the over, 179 for 5. Archer glides in and he bowls very full. That's nicely played by Shadab. A calm defensive stroke is fielded by Broad at mid-on. So, not long to go till lunch. And some thoughts on Mark Rambukash and Andy, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
But quickly on Shadab Khan, just a brief test career. This is his 6th test, but his previous 5, 3 half-centuries, all of them on Pakistan's tour of the British Isles in 2018. He had first innings 50s against Ireland in Dublin, then at Lords and Leeds against England. Also had a 47 not out against South Africa, so a promising start to his batting career. In tests today, 11 of the first 22 overs were maidens, and all 5 of the wickets that have fallen in wicket maidens so far this innings.
Yeah, England bowled so much better today. Big lift, of course, when you get Babar Azam out in the first over of the day. Lifts the whole team. 179 for 5. What's been fascinating about England today, I mean, there've been 1 or 2 changes of late, and there's one now, actually, with Archer going back to the deep forward square leg boundaries. How much England persisted with a very particular game plan this morning, which is all 4 right arm pace bowlers bowling with 2 slips, a gully and 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Here is Shan Masood batting against Woakes, who pushes that firmly up towards mid-off. Anderson rushes in to pick up, there's no run, but they have dropped the man back for Woakes now. I think because they want to bowl at Shadab, really. 179 for 5. Shadab's there on 70. I wonder whether it's worth... We saw Shadab struggle yesterday against Bess, whether it's worth giving Bess a go. Not just for the 1 over before lunch, but possibly a couple of overs and get Shadab on strike. Not Shadab on strike. Shan Masood on strike against Bess. This is Woakes. From the old pavilion end, bowls to Masood, who goes back and guides it into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. It's picked up by Ollie Pope. Mark mentioning Shadab running down the pitch, then running back up again to his popping crease. I saw David Warner in the New Zealand series was given a 5-run penalty, or he was involved in an incident in which there was a 5-run penalty.
There's a shock.
They were moving towards a declaration, Australia, and umpires decided that they did not like where Australia were running. Here's a ball outside the off stump from Woakes, and Shan Masood lets it go, so it's taken by Buttler. So if, in the opinion of the umpires, batsmen are deliberately running up the pitch to help it disintegrate, then a 5-run penalty can be applied. Didn't make much difference, and Australia was so dominant in that New Zealand series. They basically played three games twice, and they played every single game. It was exactly the same. Australia dominating that series, as indeed they did against Pakistan. Who runs in and drops the ball. And it was a funny moment because Woakes, he was desperate not to have to not bowl the ball. He was trying to control it, then realised, in the end, there's nothing I could do. It just slipped out of his hand and fell on the floor.
But you mentioned Bess. I mean, I'm sure Joe Root will be thinking about his off-spinner and the fact that he did create 2 chances yesterday. It's a tricky thing to bowl the young off-spinner, but just before lunch with 10 minutes to go, you haven't really got a lot to lose.
Woakes, ball firmly in hand this time, squares up Masood, but thick outside edge, goes down to 3rd man. That's another streaky boundary to Shan Masood. He's used that area of the ground to very good effect in this innings. It's not been a thing of beauty, this Shan Masood innings, but it's been mighty effective for his team. He's 74 not out. And 183 for 5. The new ball is 7 and a bit overs away, 7.2 overs away. That was what they often describe as a moral victory for the bowler, but actually as a batsman you don't care about that.
Well, some do, actually.
Do they?
Yeah, no, some do.
Well, they don't like a nick to third man.
Well, exactly. Some batsmen are very aware of how they look, and they want to play the perfect innings. And
they get sniffy about runs.
Well, far too often in English conditions, you're not going to hear it.
No, exactly.
You have to accept that there can be a satisfaction in getting ugly runs sometimes.
Yeah. Shah Masood waits. There is Woakes going in to bowl to him. And that's a fine delivery from Woakes. Just around that off-stump area, Shah Masood plays at it, misses it. And through to Buttler. It's been a good morning for England overall, though. 139 for 2s and 183 for 5, so wickets and containment and pressure and moving towards the new ball as well. Just looking at this Pakistan lower order, of course they can disprove the theory, but it does look a little bit thin. Well, Yasir Shah at 8 does have a test 100. It's Shah Masood playing defensively into the offside, and there's no run. In that series in which Pakistan were thrashed twice by Australia, they lost both test matches by an innings. Australia absolutely rampant in their home summer last year, dismissing all comers in test matches. That's the end of Woakes is over. 183 for 5. What was it? An innings of 5 runs in Brisbane and an innings of 48 runs in Adelaide. 183 for 5 Rabs with 8 minutes to go until lunch.
Well, I don't know whether Shadab Khan. I would like to see him just come in and play his natural game, and if his instinct is to try and hit the ball and play a few shots, then great. You know, he's got to go out there and play the way he thinks he can play best, and it will help the team as well in that regard.
He waits, bat raised, full from Archer. Shadab drives, doesn't time it, toe of the bat, which he inspects now, right on cue. As it goes bobbling up to Broad, out mid-on. Might even be in a position now to turn the floodlights off because there's some blue sky above Old Trafford and the sun's beaming down. Archer has this relatively short run for a fast bowler, economical. Moves in now smoothly to bowl to Shadab Khan, very full, almost Yorker length, dug out into the onside. They go for a quick single shot at the stumps, misses. And it's backed up in the slip cordon by Burns. It was poked, shying at the stumps at the striker's end. Shan Masood under threat. And that's, I think, the closest we've come to a run out in this Pakistan innings. They have tried to tip the board over with singles. But sometimes they've been tight ones. Let's have a look at the replay. He might have been home. Let's have a look again. Oh, no, he might not have been. In actual fact, might have been a couple of inches short.
Yeah, I mean, Shadab has looked a little bit frenetic at the crease, hasn't he? There may be some nerves. That's understandable. But also, the team policy has been very much to, if you are defending, keep looking for the singles, which is a good policy, as long as you both batsmen are on the same page.
Yeah, if Pakistan play like this during the series, it will be remarkable if there's not a run out somewhere along the line, along the way. Now, England have gone for a short leg. The helmet has come out, so Archer's going to bowl short here at Shah Masood. There's a leg, deep leg gully, mid-wicket, short leg, deep backward square leg. Archer moves in, with a slip and a gully on the offside. Bowls a short ball, there's a low pull, a low swatting pull from Shah Masood. He knew it was coming, the short ball. And he hit it to deep square leg, and he takes the single.
Well, it's a good passage of play, this, and I was thinking the previous over that Shah Masood didn't have a close infielder near him, so he would have been thinking, well, I can play a defensive shot, and even if it does get a bit steep in terms of bounce, which Archer we know can do, and the ball pops up, there was no one near him. He's played that pull shot, he had to play it because there is now a short leg in place where he will feel that even if he's defending the ball, there is an opportunity for him to get out.
Back with Shadab Khan, Archer bowls to him again, full. Zooming in on middle stump, Shadab defends it. Goes up to Broad at mid-on, and there's no run. It's a very definite policy against Shah Masood, but for Shadab, number 7,
Well, I'm surprised.
Archer pitching it up.
Simon, I'm surprised. And this is where I get a little bit frustrated with Joe. I just feel sometimes he's a little bit one step behind. If you're in Shadab Khan's position, you don't want a short leg next to you. I can tell you, facing Jofra Archer and maybe a leg gully, why not do the same thing at him as well?
Archer goes in now to Shah. There's a short ball. He's ballooning over the batsman's head. It's one for the over, ducked underneath it. It's way down the leg side as well. A wild one from Archer.
But extra cover at the moment, really, just 5 minutes before lunch, you can get rid of that fielder and put him in an attacking position which will make the batsman feel uncomfortable.
It's 185 for 5. Archer's in his 16th over. Last ball coming up of his 16th. He's taken 1 for 39. And he sets off again, past the umpire now, into bowl to Shadab. It's full outside the off stump. Shadab lets it go, and it's taken by Buttler. And that is the end of Archer's over. So 6 overs now away from the new ball, 3.5 minutes away from lunch. And is Bess going to bowl? I think he is. There we are, it's the obligatory one over before lunch.
Well, he's opened up the manual, and he's got a page 19. It says, well, give a spinner 1 over before the break. Well, I think Dominic Bess is better than that, and the captain could possibly show a little bit more faith in him, although obviously he's got Chris Woakes, who was bowling that end, who bowled extremely well, bowled an excellent spell. But Bess is on, nothing to lose, probably just the 6 balls, so why not attack Shan Masood?
Yeah, that was, I suppose, the dilemma for Root, in that Woakes is bowling really well, but they need to get Shan Masood out, and Dominic Bess has looked as likely as anybody to dismiss him so far. In fact, in bowler's terms, he's got him out twice. He just wasn't supported by the fielder. The nick behind dropped and the missed stumping chance. I mean, he's done his job, but wasn't supported.
Chris Woakes' spell today, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. Yesterday, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14.
Well, he's bowled really well in this game, Chris Woakes. He often goes under the radar, but in English conditions, he is such a threat. Right, it is going to be Bess then to bowl against the left-hander. Those who weren't with us yesterday, Masood was dropped by Buttler, and then there was the miss-stumping by Buttler as well. Shan Masood came down the pitch and tried to hit it over the hotel. 185 for 5. Bess into Shadab, who plays it very firmly back on the bounce. Bess picks up his own bowling. He marches back to his mark. Got a silly point and a slip. 2 close catches. 4 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. 3 on the on, I should say. Bess bowls, and that comes off the outside edge as Masood stretched forward there, thick outside edge, along the ground to Archer at backward point. There is some turn. That one straightened. That's the reason it took the thick outside edge of Masood's bat. Bess moves in again to bowl to Shan Masood. Short outside the off stump. It releases the pressure there. Come back for the second, throw into Buttler, off balance from Sibley in the covers, and so they got an easy 2 in the end. Shan Masood to 77, just a fraction short from Bess, who was able to rock back and guide it away.
Yeah, a fraction of width. It wasn't too short, but it's just a fraction of width which allowed him to play that cut shot. Just a little insight into Shan Masood's mindset there. He raced down the wicket looking for 2, so he's not concerned about facing the off spinner, even though it's just before lunch. And I know 1 or 2 players who may have settled on one there.
Yeah, changing the field now. Silly points come out. There's a gully in, so a slip and a gully, or 2 slips if you like. Bess bowls to Shan Masood, who's struck on the pad. Look at that, flick that away into the onside. And there's no run. And actually, it was quite a risky 2 because Sibley was just again off balance. If he'd got a strong base and really powered in the throw, then he might have been struggling for the second run. 187 for 5. There is. Oh, that one really turns. That one turns and bounces. Play that one. That went over the shoulder of the bat. Big turn from Bess. Oh, and if you're Shadab at the other end, you're rubbing your gloves together. And Yasir Shah sitting in the pavilion as well. 187 for 5. Masood on 77. Bess bowls to him, and again turn and bounce from Bess, which started wide, so Shan Masood ignored it. And that is the end of a very interesting first session to the second day of this first test match between Pakistan and England at Old Trafford. 187 for 5. England have fought back this morning. 48 runs, 3 wickets in 26 overs. But Pakistan are by no means out of this test match. Shan Masood still battling away. 225 balls. There's 77. And Shadab is there on 1. Can the last 5 muster, say, another 80 or 100? The new ball is not far away at 5 overs. And plenty of incident in that morning session.
Yes, well, Chris Silverwood laid down the challenge to need to his England team. Can they come back and improve on yesterday? It wasn't their best day yesterday, and they certainly have done that, led by Anderson and Broad once again, who were excellent up top, and then backed up by Archer and Woakes. And Dominic is just the one over there. But England will be well pleased right back in this game. At the moment, very difficult to tell what might be a pass score. But certainly England doing everything they can to claw back Pakistan, and at 187 for 5, with what we think is perhaps a longish tail, England will certainly fancy their chances of trying to bowl Pakistan out quickly after lunch and then bat well to get in front. Really imperative, by the look of those deliveries from Dominic Bess, that England get a first innings lead.
Yeah, well, as a batting side, I'm thinking about an England batting side now, walking off, just seeing that delivery from Bess. Do you think about it as a batsman? Does Root think about that? I mean, obviously you want your bowler, you want your spin bowler to be spinning it, but do you think, hold on a second, this is the first innings of the match. If we're going to bat last here, this could be problematic.
I think inevitably the England batsmen will be thinking about that, but they'll be thinking about it in a way that how am I going to combat that challenge? So when Yasir and Shadab bowl, how am I going to play? And when the ball is turning, you have to be really sharp with your footwork, and you have to be aggressive as soon as you get an opportunity where there's a delivery where you could get to score. You have to take it. And so often in the first innings of a game, if the ball's not turning, you can play fairly comfortably and in an orthodox fashion. But as the ball starts to turn more, batters may have to be more proactive.
So it's 187 for 5 or 75 overs. I was just trying to get Andy Zoltzman's attention. Give us the bowling figures, Andy.
Bowling figures: Anderson 15 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 44, 1 for 12 and 7 today. Broad 16 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 28, 1 for 4 in 5 overs today. Woakes 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28. Archer 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. Bess now 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32, and Root 3 overs for 9 late yesterday.
Great. So there we are. An uninterrupted morning session. The weather much better in Manchester today. You can see some blue sky. Plenty of cloud around as well, but we're just happy to see a bit of blue sky and the cloud high, and get a full morning's cricket after the frustrations of yesterday where we only had 49 overs. So Jonathan's coming in. Just one more thought from you, Mark. What do you think England's target would be here this afternoon? If you gave them 250, would they be happy with that, or will they get a bit greedier than that?
Well, it's always good to be greedy in a good way, if you see what I mean. In terms of, England have the ability and the bowlers certainly to bowl teams out very quickly. That second new ball, of course, is due in 5 overs' time. So Jimmy and Brody will certainly be licking their lips at that prospect. But Shadab Khan is at the crease, and he's a guy that wants to play a few shots, put the bat on ball, and I think Yasir Shah bats in that vein as well. So if they get in and play a few shots, then the score could move along a little bit quicker. Of course, Shan Masood has got to stay in his bubble and continue to play the way he has done, which has been very, very impressive so far. So they could yet forge a couple of meaningful partnerships and get themselves into perhaps the late 260, 270. And as I say, with the wicket starting to turn already, then Pakistan will feel that they've done the first bit of the game very well.
Yes, I did spin there, didn't it? That last time. Thank you, Mark. Going to enjoy your lunch. A bit of a queue format, but there you go. The ground staff have arrived. They're doing their bit, and some of the England reserve players too are going to go do some training in front of us, I think, and they'll be back out playing again in a little over half an hour from now. Now, clearly, I think everyone's very grateful to the West Indies and now Pakistan for coming over here for this summer in these very strange and yes, dangerous, difficult circumstances, and for the team to spend so long in a bio bubble is quite a sacrifice, and an incredible amount of work has taken place both here and in West Indies and Pakistan to make these games happen. I'm now joined by an old friend, Ehsan Mani, the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board, who also knows a thing or two about the World Games, a former president of ICC. Ehsan, it's lovely to see you, even from long range. I can see you. I'm talking. Shame we're not in the same room.
Always a pleasure to speak to you, Jonathan.
And with a very nice painting behind you as well. Most people have bookcases, but where's that?
In our dining room. I've been banished out of every other room in the house.
Quite right too. Well, look, it's great these games are happening. I mean, it really is quite an achievement, isn't it?
It really is. It is important for cricket, and this is really, it's about the spirit of the game. We've got to come together. If we don't come and support each other at this time, then there's something seriously wrong with the game. So I think it was important we came. It was great the West Indies came. So at least there's cricket in Pakistan. Very odd to see matches in England without crowds. That is quite a unique experience. We've had some experience of that in the Middle East when we've had to play our cricket there. But it's great for the game. There's cricket going on in England.
Yes. How difficult was it to persuade people at home, the players, administrators, families, and so on, for the players to make this trip?
Look, there was some nervousness, particularly among the players and the families. Naseem, our CEO, did a great job in speaking to them, giving them the assurances, working very closely with the ECB's team to provide the level of assurance that made the players comfortable. It's very tough for young players to come and then be confined to a hotel. That was going to be another challenge. I think we had one player whose family was nervous and he pulled out. But apart from that, everyone else had been prepared to come. We had some issues, in Pakistan and India, in fact. You get these joint family systems where you have the whole family, siblings, parents, grandchildren living together. So it's this concept of social distancing, not having a social contact, becomes a serious challenge. And in the first round, we had, about 9 or 10 of them who tested positive. So we had to run through further steps of testing with them. But they're all here, which is a great thing. And it's been a unique experience for the players to be, while they've been confined in a hotel, in a bio bubble, the ECB have been fantastic. They've gone out of their way to make them comfortable. I've heard nothing but praise for the arrangements. And that's helped. But my big concern is that when you're coming in to play test matches, you need to have the match fitness. You have to have the exposure to actually playing in a match competitively. Our boys played 2 matches between themselves. One of them got interrupted by rain quite badly. So perhaps a little unprepared from a playing perspective. But they're young, they're very enthusiastic. We've got a great support team with them. So it's great to be here.
Did it help that the West Indies had been a success first? Did that help to persuade, to at least encourage your players to come? And also, I wonder, you mentioned about the chief executive, Wasim Khan, who obviously we know very well from Chancellor Shaheen and from the time as Leicestershire. He's obviously very connected with the ECB. Do you think that also helped? That relationship helped?
Absolutely. They knew that when Naseem was talking to the ECB, he was talking to the right people. That makes a big difference. The West Indies coming before, not really, because we followed very quickly after them. But obviously they were going to be before. If there were going to be any issues, they would have come out then, both with the bio bubble and the arrangements around the matches. But they went off very smoothly. Full marks to the ECB for arranging that.
Now, in inevitably there's been talk here about this, a quid pro quo, if you like, and some pressure from the Pakistan Cricket Board as a result of their coming here and helping England out to keep their cricket fluent and obviously cash rich, as it were, as opposed to being bankrupted, which could have happened. And therefore it'd be obviously persuasion from Pakistan, therefore, for England to tour there. Now, where do you stand with that, Yasir? I mean, is that a fact?
I wouldn't use this series as a leverage in any way. Pakistan is safe. We've now had Sri Lanka back, we've had Bangladesh back, we had the fabulous MCC team back with Kumar Sangakkara. He captained the side, and he was actually on the bus that was attacked in 2009. There cannot be a better endorsement of that, of where we are in Pakistan today. Yes, there's been some nervousness by countries, but I do not think there will be any reasons for England not to come in end of 21-22 when they're due to come.
How would it work? Here we have the bio bubble, sort of protection against a pandemic, obviously, a virus. How would it work, or how could you see it working in Pakistan, where it's actually a security issue? Can you see it, sort of lockdown again?
No, it's not a lockdown at all. What we have done is, certainly for the first couple of teams that came, yes, had a very tight security, sort of like head of state level of security. Yes, in hotels, controlled going out. But by the time the MCC got there, they wanted to get out and play golf. And I think they played golf virtually every day they were there. Some of the team. They went out sightseeing, they went to restaurants. Michael Atherton was there to do a program. He was out on, in the evenings on his own. When he was taken out, but he went to restaurants. He got around, and I'm sure if you asked him, he would say he didn't feel any way sort of uncomfortable. So I think we've still got nearly 2 years before England come, and I hope that by then things will have really settled down, where there'll be more freedom of movement. I just don't think there's the need for the level of security we've been giving the teams. In fact, some of the Sri Lankan team complained to us that they wanted to go out, go shopping, just get out of the hotel. So it's a balance, but you can't take risks to begin with. But as the levels of comfort by the people who are visiting Pakistan improves, a lot of this has got to do with perception of the country. People, when they come to Pakistan, are pleasantly surprised that what they had thought they would get and what they actually see are two different things.
Sorry, Shan. I suppose part of the issue is that with an England team, there's a big media pack, and there are travelling supporters, and they would want to come. The media would want to be there. So it's a big undertaking for all of that number to be secure.
I don't think that this concept of what is secure is really an illusion. Take New Zealand recently. It was unfortunate. The Bangladesh team was there. Lucky they weren't in the mosque when the attack took place. You will get incidences like that around the world. You're not getting them in any major city in Pakistan today.
Is it a good thing or frustration for you that England have toured Bangladesh, for instance, when there was a big security issue there, and of course Sri Lanka as well? I mean, England have travelled in the past to areas that we might not necessarily feel are secure. So is that a good sign for you, or is it frustrating that you understand what I mean?
No. It's not frustrating. There was a time when even I would have said, "Don't come right now." But I honestly believe, and the MCC is an endorsement of that they felt comfortable being in Pakistan. And we've had the chief executive, we've had Tom Harrison from England, We've had, with a board director who was a former security man, I think the police force. When you saw the security arrangements and the safe city projects we have in Pakistan, where, for example, in Lahore, they've got sort of camera monitoring movements through the city, not around the ground. His reaction was that if we had things like this in England, there wouldn't be any street crime. So we have the infrastructure in place. But one thing is clear. I mean, I will never. In fact, none of us would ever want anyone to come if we weren't comfortable hosting them. But I'm also very clear we're not going to play in third countries. We either play in Pakistan or we won't play.
You see, that's quite a determined stance, then, isn't it? So you really are. I mean, the UAE has done its bit as far as you're concerned. It's hosted you through that crisis, but it's now time, you think, ready, that if you don't come to Pakistan, well, the games won't take place.
No, the price we've paid for UAE, not only in financial terms, that's been very high. And yes, on financial terms, it cost us about $50,000 per day extra over what we had paid in Pakistan. But far more important is for our players to have the home crowd behind them, to actually play matches within Pakistan with that sort of support. For our youngsters, if you're going to spread cricket in the country and make that strong, the youngsters and the kids have to come and see the matches and see cricket being played. And I'll tell you, the hunger is astronomical. In the Rawalpindi match against Sri Lanka, 3 days had been virtually washed off. Last day, no chance of a result, we had a full crowd. That's the hunger. When Kumar brought out the MCC team, they played at the Gaddafi Stadium, a club side playing against one of our Pakistan Super League franchisees, one of their teams, and we had about 18,000 people. The passion in the country, but unless we capture it and unless we actually are able to get that out to our young people, eventually cricket will get diluted by other sports. So we cannot afford to do that. It's important for the development of the game in Pakistan that we have cricket in Pakistan. Yes, we have to make certain arrangements to make sure that players feel comfortable, which we'll always do. So it's not as it's not saying you take it or leave it for no grounds. And we've had one of the European Anglo-Saxon, I should say, chief executive and presidents who came out. At the end, he was asked, "What do you think?" He said, "I can't think of a reason not to come."
What's the impact been, do you think, Ishan, on the fact that you haven't been playing at home? I mean, you mentioned there that big crowds turning up, but what about the actual game itself and people playing it, people playing in the street and so on? I mean, is there still that real passion for the game, despite the fact that Pakistan haven't been playing at home until very recently, obviously on those occasions that you've mentioned, but generally playing away?
Worcestershire 239 for 7 against Worcestershire. Chris Dent with 92. That's the Midlands group. South group I told you about. Middlesex, Surrey, just an update on that. 245 for 4 now. Nick Gubbins 143 not out against Surrey. Sussex 176 all out. Mason Crane, remember him, took 3 for 23. Hans 36 for 1. Kent are playing another of the favourites, Essex. They've had very few of their players taken away, only Dan Lawrence really. 314 for 6, Kent are, and Heino Kuhn is 130 not out. They were 23 for 3. Often wickets go down early, don't they, at Chelmsford, but Kent have bounced back. So that's your South group. And in the North group, not a great start for Durham. They've had some rain up there, but they were skittled out for 103 against Yorkshire. Ben Cope taking 4 for 23. Yorkshire in reply, 31 without loss. Lancashire 251 for 5 against Leicestershire. Dane Villas got 90. Nottinghamshire 252 for 7 against Derbyshire. Just remember, Hasib Hamid is playing for Notts, and he started well in his first game for them. He's made 68. So there are all your scores, Kevin.
And I think that brings an awful lot of smiles, an awful lot of faces to hear that as well from Sibley. So thank you for that. And thanks, Dan.
And more to come, of course. Coverage continuing on the BBC Sport website and here on 5 Live Sports Extra. Over the next 3 days, what we've got more imminently for you, it will be the second part of the second one-day international between England and Ireland. Ireland scoring 212 for 9 of their 50 overs. Very important. Curtis Camphor knock again, a 68. That means his 2 matches played for Ireland. He's got half centuries today, a career best 68. Terrific knock from him, so well done to him. 212 for 9. We'll see a resumption here in the next 15 minutes or so. And the highlights, well, they're on BBC One tonight at 10 to 11, so it's earlier. We don't have to stay up quite so late tonight. And it's after match of the day. If you want to see that, in-play highlights on the website between now and then anyway. Okay, looking forward to this next bit. I just enjoy talking to Dan, of course, but on BBC Two tomorrow night, a chance for us all to see a fantastic cricket documentary film that you may have heard us talk about when it was shown in the cinemas last year as well. It's called The Edge, and it charts England's rise to the top of the Test rankings under coach Andy Flower and the captain Andrew Strauss, but then follows the breakup of the side afterwards. The documentary includes some very honest and revealing insights from members of that team, including here Matt Pryor and first Stephen Finn.
The doctor would ask me, how's the bowling going? I just burst into tears. I was trying so hard to get it right and trying not to let myself down, I suppose. I had a 3-inch tear in my Achilles tendon that no one knew about. I played with that for about 5 months, and place I wouldn't want to go back is sat at Lord's in the dressing room by myself in tears, knowing that I was going to have to make a decision to not play cricket for England. It just was awful and lonely.
It's a very raw film, so often during which I think you may feel quite emotional, to say the very least. Director of the film is Barney Douglas. Barney, I've been racking my brains to think, how many years ago did you and I first meet on a county cricket ground with you, one of the pioneers of cricket and digital videos and all that sort of thing at Sussex? And look at you now. Amazing. Wow. Terrific. It is. Hey, mate, well done. Congratulations. Sort of back to front. The response you've had to this film has been amazing. You must be so chuffed.
Yeah, really delighted, obviously for the film, also for the players as well, because it took some guts to be as brave as they were and as honest. And the fact that everyone's responded, this really seems to have touched quite a lot of people in this country in particular, and that's been the most pleasing aspect of it, really. I think they wanted to say something that was more than just about cricket, and hopefully we've done that, yeah.
You say guts on their part, and yet looking at the film and then looking at some of the reaction from the players themselves afterwards, it's almost a feeling as though they're pleased to have got, if you like, the whole story out there. Do you share that feeling?
Yeah, I think it was quite therapeutic for a lot of the guys, and when we got back together for the premiere last year, it was kind of one of the first time they'd all been together for quite some time, and I do feel like that with a bit of distance they were able to look back and kind of reflect on those times, both good and bad, with a lot more balance probably, and then move on with the next phases of their life, really. So I do think that overall they've definitely found it, a pretty enjoyable experience, and it's always good, when it touches other people as well, which is what it seems to have done.
The reason that the players allowed you to sort of tell this story is because, the word I hear time and time again, is because they trusted you. Just explain to those that don't know why they got to trust you, what your job was at one time with getting to know these lads.
Well, in the early days of online video, I worked for the England team and kind of went on tours with them and sort of did videos that no one ever really watched, and probably ended up in a few bars with them and stuff like that. So they kind of got to know me, and they knew that I was a trustworthy guy, and I wasn't out to do any sort of hatchet
jobs on people. I just wanted to kind of authenticity, really. So they knew, they understood that they were in safe hands and that I was going to represent fairly at the end of the day. So that was a really good sort of head start for me, and definitely made it better film. So I think that was the key in getting them all together and to kind of speak again on camera about kind of traumatic times in their lives, but also brilliant times as well. I mean, those clips you played were obviously emotive and quite dark, but there was also a lot of fun along the way. You know, there's some great victories and great stuff.
Were you clear about the story you wanted to tell, or was there an element of it that actually developed in a way that you might not have fully appreciated when you set out to tell this story?
Well, I always felt that Trotty was quite key. Jonathan Trott's quite key to the story of the team. The way he came in with such success, and the way that the mental toll it took on him, that was always a key angle for me. But I was surprised that it developed more and more that other players had gone through similar lonely times, basically, and struggled with the pressure and the intensity and the kind of desire for success, and that was something that kind of grew as filming and as the interviews went on. So that certainly drove it towards that direction more than I'd originally anticipated. But Trotty in particular was always somebody that I wanted to focus on with the human element in mind.
I mean, we have it to a certain extent here. We've sort of focused our chat on the downside, if you like, or the more challenging aspect from that human point of view. But the story is about a coach and a captain that wanted to turn England into something pretty special, and that they did, and that is where the story begins, presumably, and where, you know, the film takes off initially.
Yeah, definitely, and I think, you know, that's the thing about top level sports, isn't it? It's the sacrifice, it's the commitment, it's how much you can give to be the best in your field, and how much you want it, and how much you've got to drive yourself to the point of exhaustion, really, in some instances, to try and achieve that. I think maybe the way that is done has changed since. I think Owen Morgan's had a really great influence on the one-day side and the way that England approaches their cricket now. But definitely at the time, that was the way it seemed to be done. And I think those glory years were brilliant. I mean, it was a terrific test side, full of characters, full of real natural talents as well. It was full of personalities, and I think that's what made it such a compelling team to watch. And yeah, hopefully that comes across in the film.
It was an obsession, or was that too strong? Of those that wanted to turn England into the number one team?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think, and Andy Flower freely admits in the film that he concentrated very much on the player and less on the person. And if he had his time again, he would do that. I think Strauss is similar, really. I think everybody learned from that experience. I don't think they ever got to number one without Flower and Strauss and without that drive. But on the flip side, of course, they burnt out from it as well. So
that's interesting what you're saying there, Bonnie. You just said without that element, would they have achieved what they'd achieved? And therefore, this story that you've put brilliantly and completed, if you like, it does need those different elements, doesn't it? It's all very well perhaps sitting back and saying, oh, we could have done it differently. We should have perhaps looked at more at the person and not the cricketer and all that sort of thing. But if they'd done that, they may not have reached the heights they reached, and we perhaps wouldn't want to be seeing the film so much.
Well, exactly. I think it kind of poses the question towards the end of the film. Was it worth it for some players? And I think almost everyone to a man said, yeah, it was. And if they'd had their time again, they'd do it all again. So I think that tells the story, and I think the kind of emotion to the fact that nothing is black and white. It's just the kind of grey areas that are always really, really interesting for us. The kind of pressures that they were under, but also how much joy it would bring them in down occasions as well, and to reach the top, you sometimes have to sacrifice, and that's what that team really did.
And at the time, of course, you were seeing this firsthand. When you look back on those times, do you look back and think, well, at the time I thought you were pushing yourselves a bit too much, or did you sort of buy into it, so to speak, and think, well, this is the way it is?
Yeah, I bought into it massively. I mean, I think it's one of these things. I kind of liken it to the tide, really. It kind of creeps up on you before you know it, and then the tide's in, the tide's out. I kind of feel like that happened with that team. The toll slowly crept up on players because they were a terrific side. They produced some of the best England cricket that I'd seen in my lifetime, and I loved being on tour with the guys, and I loved watching them play, and I loved the success that England were achieving, and it was obvious that they were being driven hard. And I think particularly on that last tour in Australia 2013, there was a change, definitely. It felt like it was starting to affect people away from the sport, and that was the first time I started to really feel a kind of atmosphere around the squad for me. And I guess the wheels came off a lot quicker than anyone really anticipated.
Well, that's interesting. Down in front of me now at the GS Ball, I'm looking down at one of the TV commentators. His name is Kevin Peterson. And it draws me towards talking about relationships within the team, that sort of rivalries, within the dressing room. I presume that is featured quite heavily in your film.
Yeah, I mean, it is in there. One of the key things I didn't want to do was retread the ground of people's books and things like that. And I felt like if it was all about Kevin Peterson versus England, then that would be compelling, but it would be compelling to a very small number of people. And I wanted to this film to kind of reach beyond cricket and to sort of address more human elements. So yeah, that conflict is in the film, and I think certainly people and Flower admit that Peterson was right on occasions, but he was also wrong on occasions as well. And I think that's the nature of a team, isn't it? When success and motivation is there, then people are accepted for who they are, and then when that starts to crumble away in tiredness and injuries and life changes and kids appear and pressure at home, then that's when cracks start to happen.
You're far more gifted and creative than ever I'll be, but there is one thing that we share, I think, and that is the idea of trying to open up this wonderful game of cricket to people who actually don't get it. Mohammad, who of course is the business when it comes to reviewing films and documentaries, and I imagine you were so chuffed when he said he was totally gripped by this, and he neither knows nor cares about cricket. When you had that review, you must have thought, I'll take that.
Oh, completely. I mean, hugely respect Mohammad for hearing saying that. It was a brilliant moment. But I guess I was quite lucky to reach the stage, actually, with cricket personally, where I was more disinterested in it than I'd ever been, which sounds really, really odd, but it put me in a position where I could actually try and create something that was more generic than just for specific cricket fans. So I felt like I had a handle on what actually was unnecessary and what was dull, and the minutiae of it wasn't important. It was more about the emotion of the sport and what it means on a human level and what it means to be out there, one person against 11 Australians all around the bat, and like hearing the flies buzzing and the sweat dripping and all that kind of stuff. That's what I wanted to get across. And hopefully, by the sounds of it, with Mr. Promote, it worked. So that was the most pleasing aspect, because, as we all know, cricket can be quite an insular sport, but actually played up and down the country, it's all about the teams, isn't it? It's always about the dressing room, really, what happens on the field. It's all about the camaraderie, the relationships, and those human
just briefly, Barney, I think that cricket, more than any other sport, opens up characters and humanity within a game of sport. I really cannot think of another sport that does that. I can't explain why, but I can't think of one.
Well, I think there's a lot of time, isn't there, in cricket? There's time for people to do nothing. There's time for people to converse. There's kind of these strange passages of play, both on and off the field, where you've got time to get to know one another. And I think it's quite a leveler, isn't it? You can have bankers and lawyers and all this kind of stuff, and then you can have people from other walks of life all in this simple one thing, this dressing room, all coming together and kind of being joined in this desire for the opposition's wicket, and I think that's what makes it such a special sport, really.
I always knew, Barney, from the moment I met you, you're going to go places, honestly.
Thanks,
I could see it all those years ago. And really, so well done on this. It's got some great music as well. It is a film for cricket lovers and non-cricket lovers, as Mark Commode would be the first to say. Well done, Barney. And you can see it on BBC 2, 9 p.m. tomorrow night. It will then be available on the iPlayer after that as well. And it's called The Edge. And Barney is a top lad, and I tell you, there's so many people so pleased for him that it's no great surprise that it's been achieved. It is a funny sport. It can be a very lonely sport at times, but also one of great celebration and fun. Let's see what we're going to get here this afternoon. England require 213 runs for a victory. Ireland scoring 212 for 9. Michael McNamee and Michael Carvey alongside me right now. Michael.
Thank you very much indeed. We've had a very pleasant meal. We've kept half an eye
on the screen behind us, because that's showing the FA Cup final live from Wembley, and BBC One also and BBC Radio 5 Live. And I should mention the gentleman sitting a suitable distance away from me is a gooner himself. Michael Carberry has just celebrated Arsenal equalising against Chelsea. It's 1-1 with about 15 minutes left in the first half. So listen to us, turn that on BBC One, and everybody's happy. But if you hear the odd, shout or squeal or gesticulation with vocalisms from Mr. Carberry, you might know his attention isn't fully on events in front of us where England are chasing a victory target of 213.
Come on, Mikey, thorough professional I am.
Absolutely. Roy and Bairstow are facing up to Craig Young and forced away on the onside from Jason Roy, and there's no run. Ireland have got 2 slips in. That's Captain Bell Burney and Paul Sterling. They've got 3 inside the circle on the offside. They've got a man on the third man boundary, 1 Simi Singh, the boundary, fine leg, a couple more inside the circle on the onside, so fairly regulation for Craig Young, who's been lively, had a decent game on Thursday. Second ball to, that's a lovely delivery that moves away from Jason Roy, leaves it wisely. It's through to wicket-keeper Tucker. And England have got a better target compared to Thursday, but you would still think, Michael Carberry, that 213 in these conditions in this bowling attack is well within their capabilities.
Yeah, you would think so. Probably not enough, but it's competitive. There's some fragile minds in that England team. Jason Roy, one of those, didn't get a score last game.
Of course, Roy was out to, and is he out again? Yes, he is out to the same man. He was out to Young on Thursday, and he's just scooped his 3rd ball straight to the man at extra cover. Shocking start for England. They're not for 1.
As I was saying, Jason Roy needed a score. Not meaning to laugh, but it was just a very sloppy shot. 3rd ball, not really having a look. And, this is the problem Jason Roy sometimes faces when the ball is moving around. He does struggle at times. He didn't look all at ease with the wicket the last game. Craig Young has picked him up again for the 2nd consecutive time. Great start for Ireland. It's just what they would have been talking about in their team huddle, about trying to make early inroads, use that new ball, get these England batsmen, get them coming forward. A lot of them like to hang back, get them coming forward on this slower pitch with a little bit of sea movement. Who knows?
Well, there you are. It was a dive, or low catch taken, well taken by Gareth Delaney. The lights are on here at Southampton, and they're shining on the next man in, who I think is James Vince, 25 on Thursday. The other of Young's victims, Young taking 2 for 56 2 days ago. And Jason Roy is out for a 3-ball duck. Certainly not the start England were hoping for or expecting.
And another man under pressure. You feel James Vince probably needs a score in this series to keep his name in and around the England fold. We'll see this as a great opportunity. He's got pretty much all 50 overs to bat. He looked in good touch the last game, gets scoring 25 before feathering one outside off stump. But a key moment for him.
Still 1-1, Michael.
Good lad.
The screen here is at such a difficult. We need a series of mirrors so it'll suddenly appear just below us here.
Sometimes it's better not to watch, mate.
Oh, listen, I'm a Villa fan, I know all about that. So here goes Young into the new man Vince down the leg side, taken by Tucker. It's signalled as a wide, and England are off the mark. Got a whippy action, slinging action, and we're seeing a replay of Roy. He had to reach for that one.
Yeah, not a great shot from Jason Roy in the circumstances.
And he threw the bat up in the air in the manner of a club player. Club number 10 who's just scooped it straight up in the air. And James Vince, something he doesn't like, or there's a wasp or a bee or something disturbing him, because he backs away, does a little stretch. And Craig Young with that distinctive, looks like a little bit of orange towel sticking out the back of his trousers. Moves back to his mark. There's a red-headed tinge to Craig Young's hair. And he's up now to bowl defence. 2 slips in. Young is up. Forced out in the offside by the batsman. And it does a wicket in the first over like that. It just gives the fielding side that little bit more of an oomph, a little bit more of a spring to their step, and it's what Ireland need defending a relatively small total.
Absolutely. Yeah, again, you know, it's symptomatic of this new era of positive, aggressive batting, wanting to go pretty much from ball one, but you'd say in that circumstance it's certainly worth giving yourself a look.
Young into Vince, leaves that one outside the off stump, taken baseball style by Lorcan Tucker. And there'll be plenty of chat amongst this young Irish side. It was encouraging to see on Thursday that ring of fielders in the offside, all fellas in their early 20s. You think an athletic fielding side. So the older hands are in the slips.
That's right.
That's where they should be, yes.
Should be.
Was William Porterfield having to come on as Barry McCarthy's replacement Thursday and do an awful lot of running around the boundary. Last ball of the opening over. And pushed down again by Vince. So high drama for Craig Young. Jason Roy back in the hutch after 3 balls. England 1 for 1 after 1 over.
Just the start Ireland would have wanted. Early wicket. Danger man Jason Roy chasing a wide one. Spooning it to cover. Not a great start. Not the start England would have wanted. I'm sure Morgan would have wanted one of his more experienced batsmen to spend some time in the middle. Bearing in mind that one of these two would have missed out on the last game. But great bowling again from Young. He's held that line just outside of stump, and a little bit of luck, and could be an interesting game.
Now, commentary in this game between England and Ireland continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, the website, and all the other usual outlets. But on BBC Radio 4 Longwave, it's time for the shipping forecast. The second over will be delivered by the man who's come into this Irish team to replace Barry McCarthy. He had that dramatic debut against England at Malahide with 4 for 45. The wickets of Vince Milan, Morgan and Willie. And that man is Josh Little, left armour, 20-year-old Dubliner. Can he have the sort of impact here in Southampton that he did in Dublin over a year ago? He's going to come over the wicket, and he's bowling to Bairstow, and that's down the leg side, and signalled a wide. Johnny Bairstow on Thursday was out LBW to Andy McBride on review, a very smartly and intelligently taken review by Ireland for just 2 runs. And remember on Tuesday, a wee bit of a wobble when England were 78 for 4. But that big partnership between Billings and Morgan saw them home, and really all they need today is 1 or 2 similar partnerships, and it should be relatively easy work. And Young, his hair cut very short indeed. Bowls again, and Bairstow defends, and there's no run.
Seems like he's getting a little bit of movement back into the right-hander, Josh Little. As you'd expect from most left-armers, gets quite tight into the stumps. You're looking to target Johnny Bairstow. He's had a little issue getting bowled in the past.
He's got 2 slips in, Josh Little, powerfully built man, 82 on his back. And he's in, and Bairstow leaves that one outside the off stump, but through to wicketkeeper Bairstow. The lights are on. The sky is getting a little bit blue-grey, hanging high over the west stand, away to our right. Have I got my geography right, Michael? It's the west stand there. I think it is.
I'll be honest, I'm not that great with directions, mate. That's why we have sat navs.
They can't let you down. They can't let you down. Little is in. Bairstow, bat raised, drives. It's a chase for Simi Singh, and I think they're going to get 2 after the misfield. Singh diving, and Bairstow is off the mark, and the ball is just pulled back from the boundary. They're not going to get the 3rd. Irish fielders working in tandem there. And it was Delaney who saved it in the end. 2 for Bairstow. England on 4 for 1.
Yeah, Josh Little just getting that one a little bit wrong, a little bit wide. Can't really afford to give someone like Johnny Bairstow too much width. As I said, he's had his issues getting bowled, and LB at times playing just out in front of himself to that line that's tight to off stump with the ball nipping back.
Little in once more. That's a wide one, well struck by Bairstow. That was asking to be hit, and he did so, and that was 4 all the way. And Little is going to have to get a tighter line than that. 8 for 1.
That's his area, Johnny Bairstow. He's very much a sort of stand and deliver player. Not much foot movement, great hands, very powerful batsman. Johnny Bairstow picks up length very quickly. 4 more.
So, a word from the experienced Kevin O'Brien, who's the man at mid-on here, to Josh Little, wearing soles of his boots. And that's a inside edge, and 4 runs from Bairstow. Went hard at it, evaded the grasp of Lorcan Tucker, and successive boundaries from the England opener. And Johnny Bairstow shows that he is not going to be hanging about. Hitting 12 for 1.
Yeah, I think a few words between batter and bowler. Josh Little not convinced with the way Johnny Bairstow is playing. Let him know about it. A few stares, a few words, a smile.
Like Johnny cares, my God.
He loves it, Johnny, doesn't he?
Like he cares. Still 2 slips in for Little. Last ball of the over. That's onto his pads and pulled away. Behind square on the onside, they come through for the single, so Bairstow will retain the strike at the end of the second over. England 13 for 1. The man out, Jason Roy. He was out for a 3-ball duck, but at the moment Bairstow is on 11. And James Vince yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, good start. You say the usual positive start from England, as we've come to expect over the last few years. Johnny Bairstow at the helm of that. James Vince, I'm sure, will want to join the party. At the moment, you feel he's the man who really desperately probably needs to score. Just needs to get himself going, get himself in on this wicket.
England need 200 more from 288 balls. Craig Young at that far end. It is getting slightly darker and gloomier. You feel the lights could well be needed. They are on, but they're certainly needed, I think, now. Young is in, and that's chipped brilliantly off his toes by Johnny Bairstow, and that's 4 through mid-wicket.
That was a lovely shot from Johnny Bairstow. Great balance. As I said, he's not a batsman with huge foot movement, but what he does possess is great hands, great timer of the ball, very powerful wrists, and he just flicked that over mid-wicket. Another boundary to Johnny Bairstow. He's well into his stride early on. Seems to have got to terms with this wicket so far. He's really putting the Irish bowlers under the pump every time they miss their legs.
Plenty for Captain Balbirnie to think about. Bairstow drives once more. It's half stopped by the bowler. A little knot of Irish fielders rush around towards the ball, but eventually it's the experienced Kevin O'Brien there at mid-on who stops it. There's no run.
So that's the sort of line I think someone like Young has got to employ against Johnny Bairstow. You know, that tight off-stump line. He can't get any wider than that, and he can't get any straighter than that. Just with the ball, his natural angle, nipping the ball back, he has a chance.
If it's there to be hit, Johnny will go for it. He's gone for that. The head was up a wee bit, and it flew past the off-stump. Bairstow goes down to do a little bit of gardening to suggest that wasn't my fault, it was the pitch. But that was a small moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah. You know, well bowled Young. He kept his nerve, kept bashing away at that top of off. So you've got to do that to someone like Johnny Bairstow. You've got to be brave. He will come at you. He will try and bully you off length. That's his natural game. He's a natural aggressive batsman. But he does give you chances. You've just got to hold your nerve.
This match is poised at the moment. Young is in, and he's pulled that away through mid-wicket once more. Dropped short by Young, and he's taken a bit of a pummeling from Johnny Bairstow at the moment.
Yeah, not there. You cannot bowl there to Johnny Bairstow. If you're gonna bounce Johnny Bairstow, you've got to get that ball up around the 3 lines, I'm afraid, on this wicket. You know, it's not the quickest wicket going around. It's obviously a used strip from the first game, so we would have lost some pace, but not the place to bowl.
Welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 4 Long Wave. Johnny Bairstow is hitting some boundaries here for England against Ireland, and he's driven that one straight, but it'll be stopped by Kevin O'Brien. He's hit 2 4s off this over from Craig Young. England lost Jason Roy early on after 3 deliveries caught by Delaney in the covers of the bowling of Young. The 3-ball duck, but Johnny Bairstow has raced to 19 off 11. And his batting partner's only seen 3 balls. James Vince is still to get off the mark. So at the moment, it's the Johnny show. Last ball of the over from Young from the far end, and that's another 4. Beautiful shot on the onside. Bairstow is in fine form. Ireland at the moment are being led a merry dance by Johnny. He's 23 from 12 balls. End of the third over, 25 for 1.
Yeah, ominous signs, isn't it? Johnny Bairstow is really into his stride now. Just punishing Young. Didn't do too much wrong in fairness. Probably just got the ball slightly over pitched. So still a good batting surface this, and Johnny Bairstow just hitting through the line, making it very difficult for these Irish bowlers to settle in on any sort of line and length.
Last one of the first half in the FA Cup, still Arsenal 1, Chelsea 1. Coverage continues on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC 1. Here England are chasing 213 to win the series. But remember, they're qualifying World Cup qualifying points for all the matches, so that they want to win the series 3-0. And it's Josh Little coming into bowl. And a rare opportunity for James Vince to get back to ball, which he does so, and doesn't time it to Kevin O'Brien at mid-off. Still 2 slips for Ireland. At the moment, James Vince will be watching his batting partner, and you're bound to get a little bit antsy, thinking, well, if he could do it, I could do it as well. You've got to play your own game, Michael, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Vince with bat raised, waiting for Little. That's dropped short, and that's swung away, and that'll be 4 runs for James Vince, and he's going to be feeling a lot better about life after that. It was short, it was wide from Little, and the batsman Vince just helped it on its way.
Yeah, again, another poor delivery. It was a bit of a nothing ball, really. It wasn't a bouncer, just on the hip. James Vince just swivelling on that, very strong in that area, very good puller of the ball, just behind square. Now make him feel a lot better about life.
And suddenly that early optimism is evaporating for the men in green. 29 for 1, the start of the 4th over. And that's wide on the offside and a wide signalled. And the Irish wagon is just wobbling here just a little bit.
Yeah, it's amazing because, with a smaller score in the first game, only posting, I think, 173. From recollection.
172, on Thursday, yeah.
The bowlers were a lot more disciplined. They really made that top order of England work. And I just think that over from Johnny Bairstow was just throwing things out a little bit. Lost their discipline.
The 12 off that Young over. That's a shorter delivery, but a straighter one from Little.
Yeah, they haven't really settled in on that line of length. Too often. They've been a little bit too, what we call nothing balls, a bit halfway down the track. They haven't got the greatest of, they're not express pace, these Irish bowlers. They're quick enough, but you've got to be accurate at this level, especially to players of the calibre of Vince and Johnny Bairstow.
Little is in to Vince. Hit so well. I think it was bat on to pad. Spun back to Simi Singh. Very short haircut. Josh Little, I think this, when he was taking his wickets, a bit more of a fringe and a floppy thing going on, didn't he, on his head? But he's had a COVID trim.
Same as me, mate.
He looks like somebody you wouldn't argue with, would you?
Yeah, he's strong lad.
Late at night.
Got some muscles, eh?
Earring in the left ear as well. Powerfully built fella, and he's in to James Vince. And the defensive shot offered by Vince. England 30 for 1. This is the final ball of the 4th over. And I think, my goodness me, they're playing a lot of stoppage time in the end of the first half, still 1-1.
I'll try not to look, mate.
You're not trying to avoid the result in a likely lad style, are you, Michael?
Hey, I'll spend most of this season behind the sofa, mate. Don't worry.
We think you've got problems. Little into Vince, and again on the back foot, defensive shot, no run. So that was better. Just the one boundary off that over from Josh Little. at the end of the fourth over and chasing 213 for victory in the second Royal London One-Day International at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton. England 30 for 1. And the man doing all the damage is Johnny Bairstow. He's on 23 from 12 deliveries. And James Vince is 4 off 9.
I think this is just the kind of start that the Irish boys would have wanted when they batted. The likes of Sterling is more than capable of this sort of distraction with the bat. Didn't quite come off for him today, but very fine player in his own right.
We've heard about rustiness and cobwebs, but pretty much the same for both sets of players. Young is in from the far end, and driven on the onside by Bairstow. There's a flash in the stumps by Kevin O'Brien. Misses the stumps entirely. Backed up by young Gareth Delaney.
I like this from Bess though. Seems to have made a few technical adjustments. I don't remember. It looks like he's not holding the bat as high as I've seen him in the past, and really making that focus on trying to play a lot straighter. As I said, he's had some issues getting bowled through the gate in Test cricket. Looks a lot more balanced today.
Big competition for batting places now for white ball cricket with England. And that's swung away through mid-wicket by Bairstow. Contemptuous shot. That's the shot of the match so far. 4 runs all the way. And Bairstow is in A1 form, it seems.
Wow, that was a shot. That wasn't even that short. I think that was even stump high. And he's just absolutely whipped the bottom hand through. Just pulled that in front of square with absolute contempt. Not much you can do about that as a bowler, I'm afraid. I think that's the ones you just shrug, smile and walk back to your mark.
My goodness me, we've got Ireland have got Angry Johnny to compete with at the minute.
Yeah, he's on a mission, isn't he?
His boundaries are nothing at the minute for him.
Has he got an early tee-off time, Johnny, or something?
Possibly. Certainly looks as if he wants to. He's thinking the FA Cup's going to go to extra time. He wants to be back in the pavilion watching it.
I think he could be an Arsenal man, you know.
They're all over the place, aren't they, Michael?
Good people.
Get everywhere. He just pushes that out in the onside for a rare single.
Good people follow good people, Mikey. You should know that, mate.
I see, as a kid, I gave up being an Arsenal fan as a kid.
Did you?
Just when they started being successful again, I'd lost interest when George Graham took over. I followed them.
We were building something there. You see, 1-0 to the Arsenal.
I used to follow them when over half the team was Irish. Yeah. That seems a long time ago, doesn't it? Yeah. It's Nelson and Rice and Jennings and Brady and Stapleton. Young is in. Last ball of... Was it the last ball of the over? I'm getting overexcited again. No, it's not.
One left off.
No, I'm way ahead of myself. Defensive shot. I'm back in the 70s with the Arsenal. The proper Arsenal kit.
Yeah, a bit before me, mate.
Oh, no shirt advertising.
Yeah. Very short shorts, wasn't it?
Oh, and
leather ball. Was it?
And Arsenal either all wore long sleeves or all wore short sleeves, just depending on the I think the choice of the captain. I think that's right. 2 slips for Craig Young, whipped away behind square by Vince for a single.
And this is good from Vince. This is what I like to see. You know, he's taking his time. We all know, let's say, he's a fantastic stroke maker in his own right, but I think he hasn't, across his career, I think he hasn't done enough of this sometimes. He hasn't quite given himself a chance. I mean, you know, when he's the kind of player, when he's in his box office, I think this is what he's got to do. Just give himself a chance.
He's certainly box office mode at the moment. Last ball, and there's another 4 off the last ball of the over from Craig Young, who stands arms akimbo thinking, what do I do to this fella? Bairstow is taking Ireland apart. He's 32 off 16. Vince is 5 off 11 at the end of the 5th over with 213 the victory target. England are 40 for 1, and after further thoughts from celebrity gooner Michael Carberry, we will hear from Azhar.
Yeah, Johnny Bess, unbelievable. The pull shot midway through the over, just top of the stumps. I think it's obviously put Young on the defensive. He's tried to pitch the ball up and just overcooked it and dispatched over his head for another bound. Josh Little now seems to have got an idea now of where to bowl, settling in to James Vince, who's suppose, playing the second anchor role in this partnership, while Johnny Bairstow's gone off on a train at the moment.
That was well called, Carl. Did that nicely as part of my lead came apart.
Timing is.
Sorry about that.
Timing.
In comes Little, left armour, bowls to Vince on the back foot, defending to the offside. Lights run here at the Aegeus Bowl. Grey skies above, but some sunshine over to our right, breaking through the clouds. Vince looked super classy and elegant in that opening game before he was dismissed. 32 then for Bairstow off 16 deliveries. Come out with plenty of intent. T20 style is Little shuffles forwards. Past the stumps, bowls. Vince inside edges onto the pads, falls out onto the offside. No run is taken as slips have hands on heads. And Josh Little into the side for today's game after Barry McCarthy pulled out injured in the first over of the Ireland bowling innings on Thursday. As Little turns at the top of his mark, picked up 4 in the England-Ireland game last year. Here he comes in now as he bowls to Vince, who drives beautifully. That is as elegant as ever from James Vince as it goes into the boundary. 4 for him. He doesn't move, plays the shot, then walks over to square leg. He goes to 9, 44 for 1.
I've seen that a few times over the years, James Vince, the trademark cover drive for extra cover. And I think that's the value again of, just taking some balls, getting accustomed to this wicket. It will be a little bit slower from the previous game. Glorious shot, head right over the ball, textbook cover drive.
Little runs away from us at the Hilton Road end as Vince leaves outside the off stump. Give that delivery on a round off, just continues on its way. So Ireland being attacking with the 2 slips in position, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg down on the boundary. So 1-1, is it?
We're hanging in there, Ish, we're hanging in.
There's Little bowls. Vince carves past that man at cover. This should be 4 as well. This time a bit more back of a length. And again, just a lovely flowing drive from Vince as he goes to 13 now. 8 runs coming from the over, 48 for 1.
Yeah, top shot. Top of the bounce. James Vince, tall man, stands tall, that's his strength. Good improvements from the last game. I said to him that sometimes he gets into a little bit one-track mind of just trying to hit boundaries. He left the previous ball outside off stump. He's a good enough player just to wait for the bad ball. Got enough shots in his an array. Top shot.
As Craig Young will continue from the pavilion end. He's gone for 23 from his 3 overs. As Bairstow still in his crease. Pick up shot over to the leg side. A good leg delivery on leg stump. That has gone for 6 into the stands. Johnny Bairstow, he is a man on a mission at the moment. 38 from 17 delivery, 6 to start the over, and that is 50 up for England, 54 for 1 inside the 7th.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this tactic from Ireland. Surely it's an opportunity now to change the bowling. It's fair to say Johnny Bairstow has got the better of this contest, and Young is massively under pressure. Maybe a change from that end.
Here he comes now. Bairstow drives past cover, and it beats the man at point diving as well, as they will have to chase after the ball to the boundary. They've picked up 2 in the meantime, have England, as Bairstow will casually come back for the 3rd, and throw comes in. So 3 takes them to 57 for 1. Bairstow to 41 off 18.
Yeah, I'm not convinced with this bowling option here. I think maybe a change of pace from that end, just to try and unsettle Johnny Bairstow. He's got into a nice rhythm now against Young. He's always put him under a lot of pressure.
As Vince delicately taps his bat down off his toes to mid-wicket, pushes forwards for the single, but is sent back by Bairstow as the throw is sent in. Very young with a beige towel hanging out the back of his trousers will walk back to the top of his mark. Fastest half century for England. 21 deliveries. He's faced 18 as Bairstow at the non-striker's end as Vince leaves one outside the off stump. Did casually look back at the umpire to see whether he might have raised his arms to signal the wide, but not given. As the ball gets tossed back. Young comes in then. Arms pumping, bowls. Vince drives back past the bowler to mid-off, and no run is taken. Just hit the bottom part of the bat there. Vince. As Michael Carberry's going to step out and go and check the score now. He's had an eye on it all inning. This is Young, tall in frame. It's past the umpire to Vince, who guides past point out to their man boundary. Josh Little down there collects the ball about 10 metres off the rope as they'll come back for 2 at the end of the over. Then 59 for 1. 7 overs have been bowled. England need 154 from 258 deliveries here at the Ageas Bowl to win their second one-day international of this 3-match series. 11 runs coming from that last over, and they got out the blocks quickly. Jason Rory, the only man to fall. He was out dismissed, caught in the covers, looking to chase after a wide one outside the off stump, and was dismissed, much to his dismay, as we're going to have a change of bowling. On will come the off spinner, Andy McBride. Bowled a few overs in the power play in that first game, purely because McCarthy had gone off injured. But here he comes now in the 8th over. Bairstow was on 41 off 18 deliveries then, the record of 21. Vince at the other end on 15 off 21 as Andy McBride goes through a few warm-up deliveries to mid-off. Simi Singh position there, glances on his cap as he tosses the ball back. Bright green shoes that he's wearing as well, Simi Singh. As he offers a few words of encouragement. Here comes McBride then. As in will come Timar Mills. He's got a man out at deep mid-wicket and long on. McBride as he goes back to the top of his mark. Start again, here we go. Bowls. And Bairstow launches him back down the ground. Is that a flush 6? It goes into the advertising sponge, but I think they might have to check that. As he has been defiant as ever, Johnny Bairstow. First ball, and he's laid into the off-spinner. He means business here at the Ageas Bowl. Does England's opener, as Alex Wolff has just signalled to get that checked out. It is a 4 by probably only a few millimetres. As McBride goes again. A little skip before he bowls. Bairstow defending. Looking to push that leg side, but then had to stop in his tracks as just held in the wicket. Brian has the ball back with him. As Bairstow crouches. Back tap. Now still advances again, and this time he's hit it even longer to the same area, up and over, long off. This time it is a 6, and that is definite as he signals for 50. And it's the equal fastest 50 for an England player. 51 from 21 deliveries. Johnny Bairstow, 8 4s and 2 6s in and amongst that with a strike rate of 242. England go to 69 for 1 in the 8th over.
This has been the one-day cricket we've been used to seeing from England the last few years. Johnny Bairstow's had the bit between his teeth. All innings he's come out, all guns blazing. Taking a real liking to Craig Young, and now the off-spinner Andy McBride. McBride took his wicket in the first ODI LBW with Bairstow just prodding forward. None of that today. Johnny Bairstow's coming at the off-spinner. Excellent innings so far, 8 4s and 2 6s.
Bairstow advances again this time, pushes too long on as McBride is on the chase, collects the ball as he swivels on the ground, and Bairstow will go to 52, 70 for one then. England needing 143 more. As Vince just takes a look at the pitch. Such a destructive player, Johnny Bess. I saw him quite a lot in the IPL last year, batting with David Warner as Vince is on the back foot, guiding that out too long on. Wristily comes through for one. Just says, I'm going to hand the strike back to you, Johnny, because you're in full flow. 12 runs then from this over, one ball left, 71 for one.
Yeah, you're right, that partnership with David Warner. One thing that struck me was how fit they were. The heat of India, they were running like you wouldn't believe in between the wickets, as well as clearing the ropes with ease.
As McBride bowls a bit flatter and shorter as Bairstow works it to mid-wicket. No run at the end of the over then. 8 overs have been bowled here in the second innings. 71 for one, Ireland making 212 in their 50 overs. And England are 71 for one, requiring 142 now. And with the batting line-up as it is, you would think that they should do this at a canter, but can Ireland produce something? Can they break this partnership? Can they remove Bairstow? He is a danger man at the moment.
Yeah, they need to remove Johnny Bairstow very quickly if they stand any chance of winning this game. See another bowling change, I think. It's going to be Curtis Camphor, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Yes, you're right.
That's a brilliant performance. Second brilliant performance with the bat in as many games. His international career is going to hopefully come and do a job with the ball. Good to see Ireland attacking. They've got 2 slips into James Vince, so know that they still need wickets if they are to stand a chance of not losing this series 2-0. Going back behind, sorry.
Camphor bowls to Vince, who misses one down the leg side. Looking to flick it leg side. And it's stopped by Tucker diving to his left. 68 from 87 deliveries, Curtis Camphor in the first innings. Again, having to navigate his side out of a tricky spot as he hustles forwards now. Bowls. Vince guides to point, no run. Lights on here at the Aegis Bowl. Very low, the lights here. And grey skies in the distance behind the trees as Camphor makes the walk back to the top of his mark. 2 slips in position for him as he comes in again now, fiercely bowls. Vince drives to cover, no run. So a period of quiet in this innings. 3 dot balls, Timal.
You haven't seen that so far. James Vince, I don't want to say struggling, but obviously not as free-flowing as Johnny Bairstow. Vince is 16 not out, faced 25 balls. Johnny Bairstow striking at 226 for his 52, so chalk and cheese slightly, but no real concern for England's number 3, James Vince.
Vince bowled! Middle stump gone! Lights flashing as Curtis Camphor punches the air and now slaps hands with the rest of his teammates. James Vince has a casual look back to that uprooted middle stump. And just as you were saying, Timal, Vince goes for 16.
Just as I say, no real worry for James Vince. He loses his middle stump. It's a really good delivery from Curtis Camphor, who can't really seem to do any wrong at the moment in international cricket. Back-to-back 50s. The wicket of James Vince. That ball seamed back in. The right arm over bowler bowling to the right-handed batsman. Through the gate of James Vince, looking to push through the offside. James Vince gets another start. 16 off 26 balls, but he's got to go now. More joy for Curtis Camphor, who's taken to international cricket like a duck to water.
He's absolutely loving it. Just his second game playing for Ireland, 21 years of age. Discovered a couple of years ago playing in South Africa. Qualifies for Ireland on the back of an Irish passport. His grandmother is from Ireland. So Tom Banton out in the middle now. Owen Morgan will probably bat at 4, although he did put himself down the order in that opening game. And he now matches gloves with Johnny Bairstow revealing his red hair as takes his helmet off. Lots of pace, so 84 miles an hour I think that delivery was.
Yeah, it's good pace. Enough to hurry the batter. He's not a tall man, Camphor, so a skinny pace. Doesn't get huge amounts of bounce, but that ball definitely did nip back in. And this is a huge opportunity for Tom Banton. Coming in at number 4 again, Owen Morgan sliding himself down the order. It's an opportunity for Banton to deliver in the 50 over field what we've seen him do so many times in T20 cricket.
Well, he's been out to Camphor before, not just in the opening game, but in under-19s cricket. Here comes Camphor with lots of energy running towards him. Banton pats it into the wicket and to the bowler off the front foot. A good length delivery outside the off stump. As Ireland get the breakthrough that they want. It's not the man that they want though, Johnny Bairstow, who's made it to 52 of 23 deliveries at the other end. But a bit of respite for what was all-out attack from him. Camphor bowls, Banton drives, parried up by Covert, diving to his left, and Point does the rest in throwing the ball in. So a wicket maiden in the 9th over, 71 for 2ing the lead, 142 from 41 overs. Bairstow 52 and Banton yet to get off the mark. A few words from you, Timal. Then it'll be Kevin Howes.
Yeah. Coach Camphor started his international career with such a plum. I'm sure England might be seeing if there's an English passport in there somewhere down the line. Ireland look like they've got a real player here. Camphor, both with bat and ball. Shrewd acquisition from head coach Graham Ford to bring him over from South Africa. Repaying the faith straight away. A player they can certainly build around for the future no matter what happens in this series. The off spinner's going to continue. He comes in. Ball's nudged out to the man at the deep wicket boundary, and there'll be one run.
Now stop it, just stop it. First you're trying to take my county scoreboard off me, now you're trying to take the commentary off me, just because I couldn't plug myself in quickly.
I was just picking up, just helping you out.
Jason Gillespie's on. What's it been like over the last 48 hours? Well, he's been a bit sloppy actually, Jason. I think you're going to have to give him a few extra yards of training tomorrow.
I'll be there, don't worry. 14 wickets at Hove today.
Here, at the Azhar bowl, next to Rory, leaning back and thumping that one into the offside for no run is Banton. 72 for 2 is the score in the 10th over. This next ball is worked well to the onside by McBride. He's bowling in his second over. England needing 140 from here, 243 balls, all under control still, despite the very early loss of Jason Roy. And then Vince, bold. We need to say who's bold this time, okay, everybody? For 16. McBride, about to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow was wanting to get on with it tonight. Here's 53, he swipes that again through the cat, through mid-wicket. He's in his determined mood, is Johnny, tonight, and unfortunately from an Ireland point of view, they're being made to pay for it as well. That's the 12th at 4. We've seen a couple of sixes this evening in this England innings as well. Takes it up to 77 for 2. 2 balls left to the 10th over.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Johnny Bairstow doesn't want to waste this last over of the power play. Only 2 fielders, of course, allowed outside of the 30-yard circle.
Brian again with a spin. In bowls, John has to just content himself with pushing that back up to the bowler. Well, the floodlights are on. It looks pretty ominous cloud-wise behind the trees there, far left. However, right-hand side, sun is shining very brightly, right in our faces. Pushed up towards mid-off, but doesn't get past the fielder, so there will be no run. The end of that over, from which 6 runs came, including that boundary, so 10 over 77 for 2 is the score. Tim Mills, North Sussex preparing for T20, which is not too far off. We're on August the 1st.
Yeah,
competition starts August the 27th.
Yep, indeed. So under a month now, which is exciting. I've not played any competitive cricket since the PSL, which was, we flew home mid-March, so it's a little while away now. So I can't wait to get playing some proper cricket. Hopefully there'll be a few spectators allowed in by then come September, but obviously we don't know. Might be unlikely with what's happened in the last couple of days, unfortunately, but needs must. And even just being here now and watching competitive cricket, it's great to be back.
Camphor in, bowls to Banton, inside edge, and the keeper goes to his left, and he goes straight past him, runs down to the boundary rope. Well, Camphor has got Banton out twice in 3 deliveries coming into this, and that could very nearly have become, 3 and 6? But it's 4 more to the total. The score moves on to 81 for 2 in the 11th over.
He's not far away from being both bowled and caught behind the keeper, diving to his left, almost was able to get it. I'm not sure if it would have quite carried, but it was close. It's certainly just missing off stump by a whisker. Curtis Camphor making things happen.
Oh, what a cricketer Ireland have found, I think, here. One guided down and making me choke. Gets a single. That was a bit mischievous for you, though. Whether England will be... but on the quality we've seen...
He looks very good.
An exciting cricketer.
Yeah, and that's great. I'm sure, just looking forward into future years, he's only 21, Ireland will be desperate to find some players just to build around for the next 3, 5, 7 years. And it's certainly batting at 7 or 8, coming on first change. If you've got somebody who can continue this quality of performance, they've certainly got someone there.
Because what he can do is he can perhaps take, with him, that's his bit rude towards Balbirnie to say take with him, but you've got people like Balbirnie and others, they can, they've been called a no ball by the third umpire, so it's a free hit. But it can take the Balburnies and a couple of others with him in that group as well. You say build around them. 100%. So this now is a free hit. Player sent hither and thither. At the start of this 11th over, now after this should be legally 2 balls of it, and that's been hammered hard and firm along the ground by Bairstow. Bowled it full, so it's just going to be a single. It could have been worse. All the way up there to the long on the boundary. How do you think Camphor came back there? Did okay. Didn't make it easy for Johnny to clear his legs and get it out of the way, did he?
Yeah, that's what Bess would have been licking his lips there. A free hit, but a little bit of T20 skills in there. Got the wide Yorker in pretty much. Bairstow looking to drag it back to the leg side. Just smacked it down to Kevin O'Brien. I think it is down at long on.
Bairstow's moved on to 58. It's Banton back on strike, so it's this little duel again, which Banton will drive this one more defensively than anything into the offside to remain on 6. Camphor versus Banton. It's hardly Alan Donald versus Mike Atherton, but it is a duel. Born of their under-19 days, which continues here right now. Of course, if it needs to be said, Camphor under-19s for South Africa, now wearing the green of Ireland. Right up in the balls and drill. That's a lovely shot from Banton. On the onside of straight, flies along the ground. It's a boundary, and Banton moves to 10 and takes the score up to 88 for 2. 2 balls left to the 11th over.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot from Tom Banton. Ball angling into off stump. Just plays a classical on drive. Back past the Johnny Bairstow, back past the umpire. Runs away from us. It's the boundary for 4.
Next delivery, back in towards Banton this time. Maybe a slower ball. Fastest England ODI hundreds. We'll keep an eye on this. What's Bairstow now? 58 off 28 balls. Josh Buttler with a 46 ball century in Dubai against Pakistan. Josh Buttler with a 50 ball century against Pakistan in Southampton. And that was last year. Next ball to Banton. Can't get it past backward points, so the shout of no from either Banton or Bairstow. And it's the end of that over, so Camphor's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. 88 for 2 after 11 overs. England lead 125 more from 234 deliveries. Whether Johnny fancies having a go at that, who knows? He certainly, as you say, wanted to make the most of the opening power play those first 10 overs. Whether or not he'll readjust or not. I mean, 2 wickets lost, it's not a disaster in terms of the wickets down, so he's still got a bit of licence, hasn't he, to carry on just playing his game?
Yeah, of course, but pretty mediocre total to try and chase. Obviously better than the first ODI, but interesting to see if he tries to get there in a hurry or if he then, as you said, moves down the gears a little bit, ticks over and plays the kind of the classical one-day innings.
McBride to Bairstow, he uses his feet just to work the ball onto the onside. They'll get a single. Bairstow to 59 from 29 deliveries.
I know Brendan McCullum spoke about it was more T20 cricket, but he's a big believer of if you get off to a flyer, you continue and you try and go huge and you try and score that 100 off 40 balls or whatever it might be. Whereas a lot of guys, they'll get off to a flyer and then they'll then just tick around when the field's spread. But Brendan McCullum being the ultra aggressive captain, the ultra aggressive player, he definitely speaks of, if you find yourself 30 or 15 balls, you try and score 100 off 50 balls.
Right. In now to Banton, crosses it back to pushed onto the onside, though. That's all part of the general ethos, isn't it, these days of limited overs cricket? Part of the Owen Morgan theory was big mates with Brendan McCullum of go big, make it big.
100%.
Right. Bowls driven straight back to the bowler. No run. And, this expression of no fear of failure, that if it doesn't come off for you, you won't be chucked out, you'll get a fair few more goes. Rocks back to play the one out to mid-wicket for a single. There's a fielder out there. It's Josh Little. Can't go past him, go straight to him, so it's just one more. Sees England to 90 for 2. 2 balls remaining. 12th over. Singh is sent out deep here now to the long off boundary for McBride. Coming into Bairstow. Where's that gone? Racing along the ground. Oh, that's terrific. It's amazing, that shot, because I really was looking for it over mid-wicket somewhere, and he's hammered it straight past the bowlers, straight past the stumps at the other end. And when we say these shots, these balls are travelling, that really is travelling. And it's a 4. Now it's 94 for 2. Bairstow is in the mood. 63 not out. Turns it on to the onside, to mid-wicket at the end of that over. What's that now? 15 4s and 2 6s in the innings, and how many of those have Bairstow got? 10 4s and 2 6s. 63 not out. Banton's on 11. 94 for 2 after 12. Need another 119 from 228 deliveries. That was some shot.
Do you know what it seems like? It seems like Johnny Bairstow's watched his dismissal back from the first game where he was out LBW to McBride, just prodding forward and thought, yeah, that's what happened again. I'm not going to let Andy McBride just bowl at me here. He's absolutely walloped that down the ground. Both mid-on and mid-off were back on the fence, but he didn't mind, so he just hit it straight at the sight screen, like a tracer bullet down the ground.
Camphor needs to make something special happen here again. The Ireland. Banton plays a lovely shot out through mid-wicket. An attempted stop there, but it gets past the fielder and it's going to take its time. Again, that was pretty quick, but slowed up quite a lot towards the boundary, but it gets there. It's a boundary for Banton. He moves to 15, and the score to 98 for 2.
Yeah, teased the fielder. Dive mid-wicket. Wasn't quite able to do the job, so the man from mid-on had to run round, but it looked like it might not get there, and he had to put in a full sprint, and it just beat him to the boundary. But a nice shot from Banton through the leg side.
Camphor in. Balls. LBW appeal. Has he got his man? LBW out. Well, it's taken a few more balls this time, but he's dismissed Banton. LBW. It's Camphor again, and it's the 3rd wicket down at 98 for 3. And Banton has gone for 15 off 15 balls. He doesn't bother taking a look at that a second time. He was on his way.
Camphor gets his man for the 3rd time. Short career, full, really full. Banton playing across the line, looking to flick it to leg stump. It's in flush on the front pad. To me, looks like it's going to go on to hit leg stump. Johnny Bairstow obviously thought the same. No review taken from the Somerset batsman.
There was barely a conversation, wasn't there?
They didn't stop, did they? They obviously spoke whilst Banton was walking past Bairstow, and Bairstow obviously said, yeah, keep walking, pal. And
I think that's what he said. Or maybe just looked at him and sort of didn't catch his eye or something, as if to say, there's no point there.
Well, we disappointed Tom Banton. He's obviously been talked up a lot this last
12 months really since he kind of burst onto the scene last summer with Somerset. Done brilliantly in T20 cricket, the Brisbane Heat. Played some amazing innings when we're commentating on a few of those big bash games. Hasn't quite found his feet at international level yet, especially in 50 over cricket, but lots of promise there.
What is it about comfort? What are you seeing in this man? Obviously, I can read out there that the stats and say, you know, another half century, he's getting wickets. What is it you see in him as a cricketer?
Well, he gets the ball to move a bit. We saw the wicket of James Vince. That ball seamed back in. So he's moving the ball. The ball's what, 13, 14 overs old? What over in now? 12 and a half, sorry. So ball's not brand new, but it's still finding a little bit. He attacks the stumps. He's got aggression. He's not a quick bowler, 82 to 84 miles an hour.
But he's not a big man.
No, skiddy bowler, you'd say. Not a tall man at all, but he's got that exuberance, doesn't he? He's fresh to international cricket. He's not worn down by it by any means. But certainly, as we keep talking about, he's been a great find for Ireland. Sam Billings has come to the crease now, fresh off a match-winning not-out performance, 67 not out just a couple of days ago.
Indeed. He's come out to join Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow's 31 ball, 63 at the other end, making it look like a different game at the moment. But those 3 wickets down now, 98 for 3 in the 13th over. And his comfort in again to Billings, pushed into the offside, no run. Wouldn't have had his chance the other night, Billings, if Denley had been fit, but he took the chance.
That's the way cricket goes, isn't it? It's a funny old sport. The same thing in the warm-up game to the Lions. Tom Banton was supposed to play, but he, for whatever reason, pulled out, and Phil Salt got to go, and Salt ended up getting 100. So you've got to take your opportunities when you get them.
Comfort in, bowls, and pushed in front of the square on the offside by Billings, and again that one flies along the ground. Will it get the better of the fielder? Oh, good attempt out there, diving, trying to pull the ball back, but sort of goes over the rope with it in some ways, or just in front of the fielder. So it's a boundary for Billings, and he takes the score on to 102 for 3. 2 balls left in this 13th over.
Yeah, look, that's a shot of a confident player there from Sam Billings, just a punch, back foot punch through the offside, pierces the infield. Sweet timing out the middle of that bat.
Also brings up the 100 for England, 102 for 3. 2 balls left of the 13th over. Comfort in again, whip round the corner, but Seam's down there at long leg to take the ball. And it's a single for Billings. Moves on to 5. 103 for 3 there. The sun goes behind a cloud, and all of a sudden I can see what's going on.
I know, it's pretty. We're not in the best spot, are we? When there's
sunshine. We're not complaining. No, of course. We are really not complaining, but it does glare in here, and so you know, in an ideal world, they pop out again in a couple of minutes. It does make the ground look really special. The sun shining on this bowl, this wonderful cricketing venue. Just all up in plays with this slight change in the field. I mentioned Singh, sort of not really fine leg, but sort of more long leg, and he moves even squarer now on that onside. Comfort in, bowls, and Bairstow hits it straight to him along the ground there. As you say, 1 run, and 13 overs, got 104 for 3 after 13 overs. So you say, just starting to be obsessed with this fella Comfort, but you can go then. I'll allow you to be dismissed first. But he doesn't look that intimidating, if you like, a physical specimen. He looks fairly well built, but he's quite small in stature. But another half century, only his 2nd ODI. Some people talk about the fact here he is representing Ireland. He's never played a game of cricket in Ireland yet. His first game for Ireland in the full Irish team here in England at Southampton. And then he's bowling with figures now of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Got rid of a couple of very important key players for England. And it looks like we're going to see a change in the bowling. Yeah, we'll see also change in the commentary box, because Vic Marks will tell us what he makes of proceedings so far in this innings, and then it'll be Ali Mitchell. Well, it's all happening quickly. Runs galore, wickets. Johnny Bairstow flashing a 50 in 21 balls. Camphor, you just can't keep him out of the limelight. Hampton is his bunny. He's got him out 3 times, that much we know now, twice in this series, and once for England under-19s against South Africa under-19s. The floodlights are on. Scarcely needed. I don't know, it might be another game where we don't really need the floodlights the way we're going. But this game's been a bit more entertaining. I mean, Bairstow has gone berserk. Played brilliantly, really, but a few risks early on, a few inside edges, but then a few glorious shots too. And he's just kept going. Now, whether he'll just be a bit more discreet now, a couple of wickets have fallen, we will see. Not necessarily.
Good evening, Vic.
Hello, Ollie.
Bright out there, isn't it?
It's lovely.
Bairstow has lit up this afternoon. Not that it really needed it, with the sun glaring in. But here is Little in now to Bairstow. He's struck on the pads and the body, and the ball coming back in. It's the first one he hasn't really seen. 104 for 3, 14th over. And when he reached his half century of 21 balls, it had us scurrying looking at the fastest hundreds all of a sudden. We've got a little way to go, but he's striking it far off 200 strike rate. 64 off 33. And the run rate required to win, well, 109 more needed off 221 balls. It's less than 3 and over, and Little is in now to Bairstow. He's lofting him down the ground, straight as you like. Couple of bounces and over the rope in front of us. Certainly saw that one cleanly.
Absolutely. He works on the principle. It's a damn good one in any sort of cricket, but if you hit it straight back over the bowler's head or right past his ankles, nowadays mid-off and mid-on, they're sometimes a bit wider. On this occasion, there's no one out, actually. There's lots of boundaries to be had there. I mean, that was a beautifully controlled straight drive over the bowler's head. And who can do about that, really?
Taken him on to 68, mid-off, mid-on, both up, and he's gone against along the ground this time. That is sumptuous.
I think that's even better somehow. It was not quite so full, he just hit through the line, trusted to bounce. Really a length ball, Josh Little hadn't done a lot wrong there. He just swung through the line, and it raced along the ground. Glorious shot. Well, keep your eye on that 100 figure.
I've got the list. So he's 72 off 35, at the 12th boundary, drilled along the ground, back past the stumps.
And just remind
46 balls is the record, held by Buttler for England. AB de Villiers off 31 balls, so that's gone. Sorry, Johnny, that one's gone. He's on 72, Little in again, time over, he's gone for the same shot, hasn't quite got hold of it this time. A sliding stop, a sprawling stop by mid-off, and Bairstow goes through for the single. Disappointingly, 113 for 3. He's on to 73 off 36. He just came out in a belligerent sort of mood, didn't he? Seeing it early, climbed into the bowling from the off.
Yeah. Well, when the force is with it, I mean, no one hits it more cleanly. It's weird. Whether it's impacted on his method in Test cricket, I don't know. There's a bit of a correlation there, isn't there, with his ascent in one-day cricket and his decline in Test cricket.
Little in again, stroked up some mid-off by Billings. Lovely looking shot and a half stop. It saves a single, saves a run on the drive. He played a fine hand, didn't he, in the first game in partnership with Owen Morgan.
Well, he's renowned for playing spin well. I think that's partly why they took McBride off. To think that, well, Billings plays him well, Bairstow's playing it pretty well. Maybe we'll bowl pace at the new batsman.
Billings crouching over his bat again, one slip in place, left arm over, bouncer, and he's looking to pull it. Bottom edges it into the ground, but it's running away down towards fine leg. Jogging through for 1. It moves Billings on to 6. England got the target under 100 now, 99 more needed, off 216 balls. But the story, all eyes on Bairstow. So the list is at the end of the over, 14 gone, 114 for 3. Buttler the fastest for England with 46 balls. Buttler has the top 2 fastest, in fact, because he also had a 50-ball 100 against Pakistan, so same opponents. The 50-ball 100 coming in 2019, the 46-ball 100 was 2015. Third on the list, do you remember Moeen against the West Indies at Bristol? Creamed it.
He said, I can't hit the ball out of the ground like the others, he said. He did about 7 or 8 sixes, I think.
It's 2017, the 100 coming off 53 balls. But Camphor bowling to Sam Billings here, 2 slips in place. Short dark head, he really rushes in. Turned off the legs, past the square leg, umpire for 4.
I'll tell you what, Billings is in good nick at the moment. You can just hang in there. That's beautifully done. He just previous over played a glorious cover drive to hit the fielder. He's desperate, understandably desperate to get beyond being the extra batsman, the one who plays when something else has happened, when someone's got injured.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of time in England's squads, hasn't he, without really getting a settled place in the side. And let's face it, it's hard to get a place in the England side at full strength with Morgan, Buttler, Stokes in the middle order. Camphor in again, comes forward, defends this time. Ball on a length, back up the pitch, Camphor picking up. No run. Shadows just starting to lengthen with the sun setting in the sky away to our right. It's getting lower, not really setting it, but it's an absolutely gorgeous sunset after the first game here. But looking at this list again, Vic Bairstow has 2 of the top 6 slots already. His fastest was 54 balls, tucking in behind Moeen. That was against Scotland.
So he was the 4th. He's already the 4th fastest.
Yes,
right,
for England. Morgan in the World Cup against Afghanistan, 57 balls. Camphor in out to Billings, cuts back in inside edge, picked up a short mid wicket, no run attempted. Score remains 118 for 3, 95 more needed. Plenty of time for England to get the runs.
And his 50 was the 2nd fastest after Buttler.
That's right.
Now Buttler,
joint equal fastest with Morgan.
Oh, right, faster than the Buttler one. Oh, Buttler got a short 50k 100 when he got his own, is that right? I don't know, I'm confusing everyone now.
Campher's in once more, drop and run of the offside, declines the single. Yeah, thought about it, thought better of it.
Right.
But Bairstow owns 4 and 6 in terms of the fastest hundreds. Joss Buttler, though, owns 5 of England's top 10 fastest hundreds in ODI. That is quite something. He owns numbers 1 and 2. He also owns numbers 7, 8 and 10. Can you guess who the missing name is in that list that I've given you? Camphor is in, driving again, finding the gap beautifully through the covers, Billings. We'll come back for 2. Sliding stop in front of the rope. I think about a third, but the throw's coming in. And I think better of it. So it takes the score on to 120 for 3. 1 more ball to come in the 15th over. England needing 93 more. Billings 12 off 10.
Well,
talking a bit more, Victor.
I don't know the answer, but usually in these circumstances nowadays you just say Stokes and hope for the best.
It's actually Alex Hales.
Of course, I've forgotten Alex Hales.
62 balls. Crashing it around Trent Bridge, wasn't it? And Camphor, last ball of the over, and it's left alone. I've seen that much of late. Through to the keeper outside the off stump. 120 for 3 after 15 overs, and England, led by Bairstow, are eating into this target fast. The target set 213 to win. That after Ireland did bat through the 50 overs, 212 for 9, but they were 91 for 6 at one point. So it's the man who we just had bowling, Curtis Camphor, again. In only his 2nd ODI after a half-century on debut, followed it up an even better 68 off 87, 8 fours in that time, and he's come on to bowl and he's snaffled 2 wickets as well.
He could. I don't suppose he would, but I expect they've got a man of the series, don't you? They always have a man of the series, don't they?
There must be, there will be.
Well, I bet you the man of the series has never been on the losing side 3 times.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Bairstow pulling one away. There's a fine leg. He makes some ground up to his left to field. And Josh Little scrapes away at the crease. Bairstow's moved on to 74. England 121 for 3. Bairstow's now 1 run away from 3,000 career runs in ODIs for England. You better get your notepad out again, Vic.
I know, I'm running out of ink.
If he gets another single then, and moves beyond that, he'll join Joe Root as the fastest Englishman and be joint 5th in the all-time list alongside Gordon Greenwich, Garrett Kirsten and Shikhar Dhawan. So he's right up there with the numbers. It's been hugely entertaining to watch. It's been a great riposte to the flow we saw from Camper. Billings latching quickly onto a ball, back of the length, pulling it with control past the square leg umpire, taking a gentle one, finding the man in the deep. England 122 for 3, 91 more needed. Billings on to 13. Camphor played all sorts of shots in his innings, didn't he? He was scooping, he reverse scooped.
That's right, just before the end. I mean, once again, he had to play in a fairly orthodox fashion throughout the bulk of his innings, but just at the end, last 5 overs, I mean, they brought third man up, so in the modern way, he routinely reverse swept someone over short third man.
Best on 74. This is the flying away down towards third man. Not sure they intended it to go there, but it does bring up 3,000 ODI runs for England for Johnny Bairstow. He moves on to 78. Joint fastest Englishman to reach that landmark mark in ODIs alongside Joe Root. Well played, Bairstow. He's faced just 38 balls here in this innings, but his career, well, his average is up at 47 in one-day cricket, strike rate over 100, 12 50s, 9 centuries. He's got a chance for another one here.
Well, once he went up the order, I mean, it's just been devastating, isn't it? He's going to fail sometimes, but when he comes off, it's terrifying.
Little in, some width on, he has crushed it away. There is some cover on the deep cover boundary, but it's too well hit. That is sheer brute strength. Bairstow into the 80s. He's on 82 off just 39 balls. 133 in the 16. It's on, Vic.
Well, we've got a game within a game here. Can he get England's fastest ever ODI century?
Do you think he knows what the number is?
Well, you would think not, but you never know with these players, you know. I think if Stuart Broad was in this position, he'd know.
Probably
no, I don't know, but people do use these things as targets quite legitimately.
Is he just in a zone now and hitting? There's a short one. Is the pace taken off, perhaps? He's left it alone. Not to wide. It's a wide. It was a slower ball.
It was a slower ball bouncer. And he thought long and hard about it, and then they probably looked at the square leg umpire for guidance, and doesn't cheer Josh Little up, who only really wants to get to the end of this over. He's gone for 46 here so far, and he hasn't completed his 5th over yet.
Bairstow stands. Bat held aloft in familiar fashion. Little is in. Bounce once more. He's gone for the pull and miss this time.
He can't have a
through the shot. No. It was taken cleanly by the keeper, mind, but 11 runs off the over with one more ball to come. Bairstow 82 from 40 now, so each time he hasn't had many plays and misses. I feel like I want to get a message out there to him. Every time you play and miss, Johnny, you're ball further away. I think he's just concentrating on staying there. Seeing ball, hitting ball. 82 off 40 for him, and Little is in again. Some width, and he's got an edge and he's gone. Bairstow caught behind. But 82 smashed runs off 41 balls. He's walking off. What an innings it's been. Tremendous entertainment, and he has set England well on their way to victory in this match. They're now 131 for 4.
Well, it was wide, and he threw himself at it without much moving his feet. And I think Little enjoyed that. I suspect Little sent him on his way. I bet.
It's quite a follow through, I know.
We can't hear that, but as Bairstow sent off towards the pavilion, he didn't exactly stop. He turned round and looked piercingly in the direction of the celebrating bowler. But do bear in mind that he's just been hammered all around the edges, bowled just Little. And like any true fast bowler, passion's running high. He was very glad to see the back of Bairstow, who should have played the match-winning innings, barring something extraordinary happening. There's still 82 needed, with 6 wickets in hand. It's a similar sort of equation to the other day, actually, when this pair, I think it's Morgan coming out now, calmly finished everything off. But stranger things have happened. 4 wickets have gone once again. So the upper order is not actually functioning smoothly for England at this stage. Jason Roy's yet to get runs. Banton has just flickered. Vince has just flickered. Bairstow's obviously played a substantial innings, if not a very long one. And it's now down to Morgan and Billings, and then we get into the... it's not the 10, but it's a run of batsmen who haven't played. And who don't really know whether we're in good nick or not. I guess Moen's the next one. Everyone's having a drink.
Yeah.
Morgan's come out and is looking very relaxed in his conversation with Billy. Play will resume shortly, but Ireland at least have managed to pick up wickets, and that, one assumes England will get there, but they sort of start to make inroads, Ireland, in this series, but then get swept away. That's the pattern so far. Well, we'll see what happens this time. Billings has come out and looked in terrific nick so far, but Bairstow, two a ball, and it was sort of routinely two a ball. It's hard to combat, but in the end it was just a flat-footed swish. Maybe he did know that he had to hurry up to get those
maybe
three
we were talking about it too much, weren't we?
Yeah, but he can't hear you. I don't think he's got his earpiece in.
Fortunately. Well, it gives us a moment while Morgan and Billings get settled, just to remind you what has happened, because Ireland did strike early in the very first over. Jason Roy went for a 3-ball duck inside the first over, caught Delaney off Young, and then second wicket down was Vince when Naseem back in. Camphor, middle stump out of the ground for 14. Banton was LBW Camphor for 15, and then Bairstow caught behind off Little for 82 off 41. But it is Morgan who's the new batsman. However, it's Billings on strike, and he covers up, comes forward, plays the very straight bat, defending it back up the pitch to Camphor, coming, he's bowling from the pavilion end of the ground, the white turreted West Circus top pavilion. But Camphor 2 wickets already, and he's a very lively seamer. Stands Stokes still at the end of his mark before coming in now. Billings over his bat as one gully in place. The shape of Paul Sterling. Oh,
dropped it, I think.
Spilt by the keeper. I'm sure there was a nick. It's running away down towards the boundary, towards the sight screen. Little picks up. And they've run 2.
Hang on, he's going to
buys. There wasn't anything on it.
It must have moved late, and I'm just having a quick look on the replay if I can. But in which case he was very close to bowling him. It came past the inside edge, nipped back into Billings, who missed it, as did the keeper, who just got a glove on it to parry it. And buys given. But it seemed to move so much, I thought there must have been an inside edge.
I agree, I thought there was a deflection. But we'll get a closer look at that on replay, I'm sure. Billings is settling over his bat once again. Catcher at short mid-wicket as well. Camphor in, and it's short mid-wicket indeed who fields. Turned into the leg side by Billings. Dot ball, 133 for 4. England needing 80 from 201 balls. Ireland need wickets. And actually, we put it past Camphor to pick up another one. One of these two would be an absolute prize wicket, given the way they batted in the first game.
Yeah, the moon sort of unknown territory. It was partly on the bowler's reaction, who looked sort of disappointed. He might have been bluffing us.
Giving away buys. Through the gap, that's got past short mid-wicket, and it's pinged away off the bat of Sam Billings all the way to the boundary for 4. His third boundary, 17 off 16. England now 76 away from the target, 200 balls remaining.
It's full in length, he's whipped it past mid-on, wide of mid-on.
Very neatly played, nicely timed. We've got gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Camphor in, defending, on off stump, coming forward, and no run. Let's try and learn a little bit more about Curtis Camphor, as we know the family background, the fact that his mother has an Irish passport, due to the fact that his grandmother was born in Sligo. Hails from Johannesburg, went to St Peter's College, which was one of the exclusive private schools in Santon. played South Africa under-19s. We know he's got Tom Banton out a couple of times, make that 3 today. Comfort in again and has Billings coming forward defending once more. So a few dot balls at the end of the over from Comfort, control. 17 overs gone. England, though, still in control themselves, but you never know if there could be a little twist to come. 137 for 4, needing 76 more. They have 2 prime batsmen in Billings and Morgan at the crease. Morgan yet to face a ball.
Yes, they've got plenty of time, I think it's fair to say. And they should have enough wickets. They've got 6, but it's such a strange feeling that here we are on August the 1st and everyone's got that early season doubt in their minds. I bet you Jason Roy's got that. You know, he feels like it's April the 10th. This is a strange game. Things aren't quite clicking. And all the batsmen will feel like that until they get going, and then they might think, oh, perhaps it's not April after all. Billings looks like it's August.
Morgan's face his first ball. Coming back and playing it back up the pitch. Too little. And Jason Roy's now made 2 ducks in 3 innings because he had a duck in the warm-up game. I think the word was he was suffering from a little bit of a stiff back at that point, but he's getting some time in the middle in that competitive match situation.
Way back in lockdown, I remember tuning into I think a Zoom meeting with Jason Roy.
Morgan yet to score, gets some whip, slashes away, caught at cover. Oh, the England captain has gone. Second ball without scoring. Jubilation for Josh Little. He's got rid of both Bairstow and Morgan now. Oh, there is a bit of a stutter here.
There certainly is.
England 137 for 5, needing another 76.
Well, it was a short ball. He's been banging the ball in quite a lot, Josh Little. He gets a bit of bounce. He's sturdy. It's a bit close to Morgan's body, but he went for the cutting middle. And he hit it in the air, just in front of a sort of man at square extra cover in front of square. Straight to him, and then couldn't quite believe what he'd done, and then left. So we do have the game on for a while now. Moen's coming in. Well, who knows what Moen's going to do? We never do. We don't know what sort of nicks he's in. And after Moen, there come a stream of little all-rounders like Willie and there's no Tom Curran this match, which bolsters the batting. I don't think Topley's batting is on the level of Tom Curran. Anyway, you're going to go.
Well, I'm going to tell you first of all, of course, it was Camphor who caught it because you can't keep him out of this match.
Well spotted.
Vic, I'm making way. Kevin's coming in, so a few more thoughts from you.
So, we've all been sitting back here thinking, well, here's more of the same. All this Irish talk of decider is just pure blarney. Coming up on Tuesday. But 5 England wickets have gone now. 76, I think, still required for victory. And an England lower order who haven't played any competitive cricket for months. Moen just taking guard, vice-captain. Perhaps he'll get a rise to the occasion. Ali and Billings, and it's Moen Ali facing at the moment defensively, which is luckily from Little. Back to the bowler, no run. The sun is starting to fade away to our right-hand side. I say fade away, it's only come down a little, but still shining into the commentary box. As the floodlights look just a little silly at the moment, but there are shadows being cast off the pavilion and the Shane Warne stand away to the right. There's Little again, left arm into Moen Ali, punched into the offside. No run. In my professional life, this sort of juncture on a Saturday, that I feel a little bit uneasy for the people in the Scilly Isles, or the Orkneys, or those people who get the absolute first edition of the Sunday papers, which depends on a piece written at about 6 o'clock. And I gave them the distinct impression that Little in and balls in the air. This could be another wicket. Moeen Ali, the keeper, goes chasing it. Can he take it? Yes. And Moeen Ali has gone. A good take by the keeper. Had to go a long, long way for that. It was up there for a long time as well. And Little gets another wicket. He's got a third wicket. England have now lost 6 at 137 for 6. One ball remaining of the 18th over, and Moeen Ali has been caught by Tucker, having faced only 3 deliveries off the bowling of Little, and he's failed to score. And those on the Isles of Scilly don't take a blind bit of notice of the report you see tomorrow morning in your morning edition of The Guardian.
Well, it's the Observer.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I left them with a distinct impression that it was a very, very good chance that England were going to win this game at something of a canter. Well, captain and vice-captain have both gone for ducks in the same over, both to short balls from Little. That was a better one, actually. The one that Morgan got, he thought, well, he's going to hit that for 4, crack it through the offside, but he didn't quite get on top of it. That was a bouncer. And Moeen, things happen with Moeen. They either work or they don't. But that was dug in, got up to around about shoulder high, where it's getting dangerous. And he went for the sort of hook pull shot, but he was hurried, he was rushed, he was out of control, and the ball took the splice of the bat, and it was a fairly straightforward catch for Tucker. He had to run about 10 or 15 yards to his right, but the ball was up there for quite some time. And, well, it's 137 for 6. And the crowd would be on the edge of their seats were there one here.
Well, they could be on their edge of their seats wherever they're listening.
Yeah, exactly.
Gardens, living rooms, wherever it might be. Little in again, and that's past the off stump. It's David Willey who's come out to the mill. And that completes that over, and Josh Little brought into the side because of injury. Barry McCarthy injured. He missed the first game. He's taken 3 for 46, 6 overs, 1 maiden. Now, of course, Josh Little announced himself against England and Malahide last May with 4 wickets. Yeah, it's actually very expensive in the warm-up match against the Lions in preparation for this series. And you just have to look at his celebration and his send-off really to Ollie Bairstow. That shows how sort of pumped up and keen to have another go at England here today. And it's proved very successful.
Well, he's got 3 vital wickets. Bairstow, Morgan, Moeen, with barely a run being scored in between. And he's a modern sort of one-day bowler in that he's not really looking for containment. He just goes for the batsman. I'll tell you who he suddenly reminded me of, the way he's been bowling in the last couple of overs, and that's Neil Wagner of New Zealand, who's a shortish, left-arm quickie, not express pace, but skids the ball on and causes a bit of havoc.
As passionate down the leg side. Is that taking a little left bowling to Willie? No. It's Craig Young who's bowling here now from the pavilion end. He's previously bowled 4 overs, taking 1 for 35. It was he who got rid of Jason Roy.
Well, there's a slip now in a gully, and the Irish suddenly in our earphones. We expect you can hear them at home. There's a lot more noise out there now.
It sounds like they've let a few spectators in. Is that sort of noise?
Well, no.
Just a few. Young in bowls and pass the off stump through to the keeper.
Every dot ball's greeted with encouragement. It makes sense to me, he's brought back, I know Young got some tap early on, but he will be, with the opening bowlers more penetrating, got new batsmen in. He's not going to bore England now, but there's so many overs, there's 31 overs left. Now they've got to get 4 wickets, so you might as well get your most attacking bowlers on.
Outraised from David Willey and comes down sharpish defensively into the offside from Young. No run. Well, we have an interesting game in front of us. Still to bat after this, Rashid, Topley and Mahmood.
Well, we know Rashid can bat. I'm not so good on Mahmood, but I don't think he's in the sort of Tom Curran calibre. And I think Topley's number 11.
Young comes out of the shadows in to bowl now. A short ball which Willie ducks out of the way of. Willie didn't get a chance to go out the other day with took 5 wickets on Thursday. Today, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 48. It can be very useful with the bat, and he's going to have to be here for England. 4 dot balls to start this over. Why he wasn't on the first ball. So, what's the delay here? Checking on a no ball possibly with a... Oh, good thinking. It could be, I suppose. Yeah, it's the one a no ball has been signalled. So it's a free hit now. It is. We're just getting used to the new system, which is the third umpire calling with no balls. Now let's take a look at it. Another delay in the game, but it's a tight one too. And it just... hard work being third umpire now. I think that all of them that have been called that have been really, really tight, and the sort that, you know, the on-field umpire is highly likely, regardless of all the discussion goes on about whether they missed them anyway, but really, really tight calls if you're in real time looking at it, which is probably why the umpire, although we don't get to see them looking at it 2 and 3 times, I bet they are looking at it. Today is Mike Burns, isn't it? And only on that second and third look can you be certain. Next delivery short, and it goes to hook that one away, very nearly getting a top edge through to the keeper. That was a free hit, of course. Good pace though, that scuttled through. The Irish are suddenly full of zip. The short ball attack has worked from Little. He's got 2 wickets like that. And that one scuttled through pretty quickly from Young. Keeper took it around about a shoulder high. Not so much a shadow now, but the sun has gone behind a cloud as Young comes in and pushed into the offside by David Willey. No run. There's a lot of cricket still to be played in terms of 188 deliveries, England needing 74, but that's 6 wickets down. And with a less than strong looking tail end, not as strong as England often will put out in ODI cricket these days, so the pressure is upon England here. And Young bowls to Willey defensively, has to push that back to the bowler. And no run. So we've had a no ball and a wide in this over. We've seen no runs off the bat. So David Willey remains not out. He's actually faced 6 deliveries, but I say we've had these extras. So should it be legal? There's 1 delivery left of this over. Jamal Mills is sitting alongside me here now, and it's driven. Oh, uppish, just out of the grasp. We want a sensational low catch out there in extra cover. It beats the man who can't get hold of it, and therefore it races past him all the way to the boundary, and it's a 4, and it sees the score move on to 143 for 6 after 19 overs with Billings on 17. England needs something special for him again tonight as they've got the other evening, and David Willey has moved on to 4 not outs from 7 deliveries. Jamal Mills, well, it wasn't like this when you were last in that seat looking on, was it?
It wasn't. I'll just pop down back to my room for a little lay down and just to recharge the batteries, and I'll come back and in the room with a sniff. That ball there wasn't too far away from the diving fielder at cover. Should he have taken that, then I dare say Ireland would be on top and favourites to win, but really big partnership this for England. Sam Billings fresh off a match-winning knock just a couple of days ago, 17 not out, and David Willey his first go of it with the bat of the summer.
3 for 46 for Little. Started his 7th over. That's been punched straight to fielder at mid-off. No run. That's Simi Singh looking after matters there for the green of Ireland. Josh Little did a terrific job for his team here.
Especially considering his first spell, we didn't bowl brilliantly at all. Johnny Best really tucked into him, so to come back, take 3 huge wickets, fair play to him.
There's another long run up, left arm, comes over the wicket, and punch into the offside from Billings. Very clear in his instructions to David Willey at the other end.
They've got their tails up, haven't they, Ireland? You can hear them.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant because they need something. They need something, don't they? Because as things stand, this is their international cricket of the summer, of the year.
I was going to say it actually. What's their plans after that series?
I think this is it as things stand. So Obviously another game to come on Tuesday. Little left arm, bowls wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. No run. I don't know where people are perhaps listening to us, travelling home, whether it be maybe some league cricketers still going home. I know, never mind the spectators not allowed into the grounds on a couple of venues at county cricket today because of the changes to the guidelines in certain parts of England in the last 24 hours, but I know that's also affected some league cricket as well and club cricket. Little in bowls and reaching for very nearly getting a toe into the bat on that. Pressure upon England here in the form of Billings and Willie right now. But yeah, there are some leagues that have got themselves going for a couple of weekends, and now, because they're in the wrong part of the country, they've had to sort of put hopefully just a temporary stop on things. Not so in Shropshire, my land of birth, so I want to say hello to Simon Palmer today, who plays for a little club called Bishop's Castle. He's taken 1,400 wickets, and today helped reduce the opposition Welsh pool to 7 for 5 at one point. Jesus. I think that was quite a quick afternoon game, all wrapped up 6 wickets, but Simon, or anybody knows Simon's listening, do pass on my best to him. I know he spends a bit of his time following England around as well, when it's possible. Next ball from Little, in bowls and wide the off stump through to the keeper. And England really having to be so cautious and careful here right now. Don't forget to see the highlights of what could turn out to be an extraordinary game. BBC One at 10 to 11 after match of the day. Obviously, if Ireland go on and win, and you're living there in Northern Ireland, it'll be put on before match of the day. No, it won't. But anyway, BBC One, 10 to 11. Little one's away from us. Again, passed up by Alex Wharf, driving it, and that's towards mid-on. Can't get it past the fielder again. That's Andrew Balbirnie, the Ireland captain. He must be very pleased with the way things are going, because what you definitely need out of a game for a skipper is it's all very well coming out into the media and you're talking about the positives to take from it, but you want to be genuine, don't you, within the dressing room. And here there is something to sort of say, look, but they have been here before. They want to go on and finish this now if they can. It's still a very big challenge for them to do that, but they've pushed teams before in matches. They haven't been able to get over the line. Now they've managed to conjure this up from who knows where, really, because there's still a very modest target being chased down. But it's 70 from 180 deliveries still needed by England, with 4 wickets standing, 143 for 6.
Yeah, with a slightly longer tail than England are normally used to, is to keep Masood and reach Topley in at 10 and 11. No Tom Curran in the side stage, so it does weaken the batting slightly.
Young continuing, pushed into the offside up towards mid-off. So you've got Young and Little here, knowing that if they can just get another wicket here, they're in serious trouble for England in terms of holding their nerve.
Yeah, things will definitely start to get a little bit nervous again. Guys coming in down the order who haven't had any batting. Adil Rashid, obviously, a very good batsman, but hasn't faced any meaningful deliveries this summer, so not exactly coming into it on the back of a load of runs.
Young in bowls, and David Willey, normally so aggressive, so attacking, David Willey, but he's got a cricketing brain as well. He knows that he's just got to take his time here.
Yeah, you read the situation, as we said, time's not the issue. If England bat out the overs, or obviously the majority of, they will win the game. So get your eye in, don't go chasing anything too loose. The short ball's obviously been a ploy of the Irish bowlers the last few overs.
Young into Bess, Willie again, and there will be no run. Bairstow 82 from 41 deliveries. It looked to be that he was going to take England there himself. He had that sort of mindset. Sent him packing. Gave Ireland a lift. Gave Little the lift, obviously. But now further wickets, giving them even more hope. This is in the air, but it's going to be safe down towards fine leg. And if he does well, left arm throw, only 1 run. And just that piece of fielding and the look on his face.
A round of applause from his teammates.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit of momentum with Ireland, who did well there, ran around to his left, slide Sliding stop, straight pop back up to his feet, accurate throw, straight over the top of the stumps. Lots of round of applause, congratulations from his teammate. The Irish definitely just have a sniff here. Their tails are up.
Terrific for the series.
Oh, brilliant. This is what you want from all, not just cricket, from all sport, isn't it? You want meaningful games, meaningful cricket. I know the new series that we're in makes everything meaningful.
Well, I was going to say, it's never mind the series. 10 points.
Exactly.
On the board. Level with England.
Yeah, you want a showdown, don't you? You know, in an ideal world, every single one of these 3-match series will go into the last game, wouldn't it? It'd be a one apiece and then a decider at the end.
2 balls left, yeah. In balls of this over this to Billings. We'll try and steady things if you can. Strangles that down to third man for one more run. Target 213. England 145 for 6 with 1 ball left at the 21st over. So there's loads of time.
There is, as I said, the scoreboard, the overs, they aren't the issue here. It's just, can you hold your nerve?
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Willie will turn that onto the onside, and a good single. He'll keep the strike because he'll just pick up 1. And Young has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 43, 146 for 6 after 21 overs. 67 more needed. 174 balls. Tim Mills will say something very interesting. That is a guarantee. And then Michael McNamee will replace me in this chair.
Oh, no pressure, but yeah, England just need a quiet period here. Sure, that's not what you want to hear on the radio, but England just need a nice quiet spell. Just tick it over, no wickets lost. Sam Billings, David Willey. Billings coming in on the back of a match-winning, not-out performance in the first ODI. David Willey currently 6 from 12. Just need to steady the ship a little bit, take a little bit of the wind out of the Irish sails.
Sorry? What was that, Tamal?
Depending on who you're supporting, of course.
My goodness me, it wasn't so long ago the Irish body language was dreadful, and this match was heading only one way. Little is in. That's on the pads of the batsman. It's played out by Willie, square of the wicket, no run. It's very low. August sun, way to our right. And long shadows across the ground. Is this going to be a famous evening for Irish cricket, or another case of what might have been? There have been a few of those on Irish soil. Never on English soil, really, for Ireland against England. Left arm little. Sees Willie deflect that ball away for a single. Behind the wicket, 1 more to the total. 147 for 6. Willie is 7 off 14 and Billings 18 off 26. Did you see that flurry of wickets coming? Because I didn't. I'm not sure the Irish team saw it, but
no, not many
it's
people.
a funny old game somehow.
It is. That's why we love it. It can change. There's so many cricketing cliches, isn't there? 1 brings 2, bang bang, all those good things you hear on the club village green.
Little mightn't have been playing had McCarthy not pulled up in the last match. Of course, Billings mightn't have played on Thursday had Joe Denley not picked up an injury that's ruled him out of the series.
Very true, but you've got to take your opportunities when they come about. That's what it's all about. Little looked like he hadn't taken his. He bowled pretty poorly with the new ball. Couple of that with Johnny Bess, playing some brilliant cricket at the top of the order, but he's come back really well, and that's what it's about. Especially in 50 over cricket, you're going to get chances to come back, especially as a strike bowler, opening bowler. Can you come back and make a difference? And Little definitely has done that.
The field is spread, watching now as Little is in on the off stump, pushed into the offside for a single by Billings. Every run now vital for England.
Look what Ireland's still got in the locker in terms of bowling resources. Camphor's obviously bowled really well today. He's bowled 5 overs.
Couldn't be that the golden arm, the golden boy comes back to win it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Little is in. Defensively played back to the bowler by Willie.
Interesting from Andy Balbirnie, we've only seen 4 bowlers today. We haven't seen the 5th bowler. They're obviously going to have to come on soon. You think that'll be the spin of Simi Singh? But Craig Young's bowled 6. This is Josh Little's 8th over. McBrien's bowled 3. He was attacked by Johnny Bairstow. Kampfer 2 for 31 from his 5 so far.
Well, he has to bowl the wicket-taking bowlers. No point in containment. Little drops it short, and that's going to be 6 runs smashed away high into the stand. What a shot by Willie. He moves on to 13. Billings is 19. England 154 for 6.
That has gone a long way back. Short ball, as you said, banged in from Josh Little. It was a good short ball, up kind of shoulder head high, but David Willie's got all of that. Lifted it up and around the corner. Full flurry of the bat, and that's gone many a row back towards the second half of the tier of the stand. Big 6 relieves a bit more pressure and edges England closer to victory.
One of the biggest hits of the series so far, without a doubt. And just what Balbirnie and his men in green didn't want to think, that was the 8 off the over. And time is not an issue. Ireland need 4 more wickets. If they don't get 4 wickets, they're going to lose the match.
Yeah, and the sandbacks to Kampfer. Spoke about it, it's by 5 overs.
It's 2 for 31.
Bowled really well so far. To match his brilliant batting as well. Got the wickets of James Vince.
And it's Bunny Banton.
I know, 3 times now. Needs Billings now.
Here comes Kampfer. Billings dabs it down on the onside for an easy single. The man, the square leg is back in the boundary. And it looks like a very distinctive build of Kevin O'Brien.
We were chatting earlier, I didn't know you'd be able to confirm, but after this series there's no scheduled cricket for Ireland?
Not in 2020 anyway. I think January possibly for the next match in the World Cup Super League, but January is a very, very long time away in the circumstances that we're currently living to now.
It really is. That's a shame, and it puts a little bit more importance into these next 2 games when you know that these are your last 2 fixtures of the summer internationally.
There's a wide slip forward. Willie, but it's played on his legs, and he sweeps that away behind square, where it's fielded well by Josh Little to cut it down to just a single. But every single is vital in these circumstances. Half an hour ago, that wasn't the case. There was another single towards what looked like being an inevitable English victory. Could well still be the case. Just need 57 from 166 deliveries. Billings on strike. He's on 20. The star man of 2 days ago. Bat raised. Kampfer's in, just drifting onto the pads of Billings, and again he helps it on its way for a single on the leg side. Difficult to know where to bowl to Sam Billings when he's in this sort of form. This was the partnership that won the game on Thursday with Owen Morgan. With another duck at the hands of Josh Little for Morgan. Averages 76 up until today against Ireland. Flashing cut away by David Willey. He got a lot on that, and he's got 4 runs. And maybe this game is starting to slip away again from Ireland.
Yeah, really attacking from David Willey. Lovely shot on the back foot. Just waits for it to come across him. Slaps it through the offside. Andy Balbirnie looking to attack. He's allowed 4 men outside of the 30-yard circle, but choosing only to use 3 in an effort to try and squeeze the newer batsman. But Willey able to find the gap, and with no protection out on the boundary, that's a 4.
Another big hit from Willey. Over the top, crashing it through the covers. Brilliant from the man whose wickets have been a feature of this series, and now he's cashing in with a bat.
Yeah, another brilliant shot. This one, probably the pick of the 2. Again on the offside, the ball coming across him. Just stands still, hits it on the up, over the top of the man at cover. David Willey definitely has his iron now. He's 22 from 19. Looking to accelerate his and his team's innings. Campbell coming around the wicket now.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Willey. Long shadows over the ground. Pushes that for a single. They should come back for 2. And there's 10 runs off 3 deliveries from Willey. And another twist of the kaleidoscope. End of the 23rd over. 213 the victory target for England. 167 for 6. Billings is 21 off 30, and Willey is 20. Sorry, Billings is 21 off 30 and Willie is 24 off 20. Sometimes the numbers dance before my eyes, Tamal. And in this circumstance, I think I may be just getting a little bit excited.
Well, rightly so. There's plenty of action out there. We've had wickets. We've had some decent boundaries. The big six from Willie just a couple of overs ago. Certainly likes to get on with it. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of spin.
Andy McBride coming on at this hotel end.
Sam Billings took a liking to the spinners just a couple of days ago, getting the sweeps, reverse sweeps out, so I'm sure he'll look to employ that again today. Wicketkeeper, of course, plays all around the world in T20 competitions and the IPL, Big Bash and the like. Getting a run in the 50-over side today for England.
24 runs came off McBride's 3 overs so far. Man on the long on the boundary is short-haired Josh Little. Another man the mid-wicket boundary as McBride is in. Slow right arm. Watchful shot from Sam Billings. And there you are, Andrew Sampson has told us the players who have scored a 50 and taken a wicket in each of their first 2 ODIs. There's only one, Curtis Camphor. He's already his own records. That's into the covers and fielded by Balburney, no run. And who would have guessed that again a lowish total has produced an exciting game in Southampton. That's driven straight. Should be cut off by Little for the single, and is. Billings on to 22, England 168. 213, remember the target. Don't need to worry about deliveries left. They have so many in the tank. It's the wickets. It's that number of wickets, 6 at the moment. 4 more needed for Ireland. Can they conjure up some piece of magic, or a little bit of good luck, or an English mistake? The slip is in for Willie. And Balburney moves Josh Little slightly wider on the boundary in front of us. Willie in the back foot. Pokes it down into the ground. Right here, Scrah, that's the nickname of Andy McBride. Another good delivery from him. Patient defensive push forward. Comes from the little County Tyrone village of Donnamana, famed for its cricketers, including my late father. Flicked off the pads by Willie for a single. At the end of the over, 169 for 6, Willie on 25, Billings on 22. My father passed away in April. He's a former president of Cricket Ireland. He was president the year that Bangalore happened and all that. Oh. So I'm wearing his Cricket Ireland cap in his memory.
Oh, brilliant.
And hopefully he might be watching another famous Irish victory from somewhere up there, somewhere near the sunshine and the clouds. It's going to be a tight finish. Hopefully the gods just might be on Ireland's side today.
Yeah, 1 wicket to 4 win the next kind of 5-10 runs. Just make it a little bit nervy. As I said, Adil Rashid due to come in next. So we're going to have another bit of spin. Simi Singh's going to come into the attack for the first time today.
This could be a key moment in the match, Tamal. Ireland can't really afford any double-digit overs in terms of runs given away or boundaries conceded. Simi Singh. The slow bowling from the far end.
Mid-on, mid-off, both up in the ring.
Inviting the big shot.
If there's either over or under pitch from Simi Singh, I fancy David Willey to have a real go at him down the ground.
Oh, it's nervy stuff. Singh right arm drifts it onto the pads of Willie, who's able to clip away the single. 170 for 6. England require 43, and they have 154 balls, the luxury of 154 balls, to complete their win and win the series. Ireland to keep it alive have to get back on the wickets. They have flurry not so long ago. Campers moved a little bit wider in the deep gully. It's forced out on the onside by Billings. Both batsmen know they can afford to take wild chances. They don't have to take wild chances, they just have to bat the overs out and they'll win. Singh is in. Forced onto the back foot as Billings plays it back to the bowler. Tidy stuff so far from Simi Singh. Can he find a little bit of luck or magic? Down the track goes Billings behind square on the leg side. That's a chase for Paul Sterling. One more for England, 171 for 6. If only there were fans here, there wouldn't be a single soul leaving to get a drink or something to eat or go to the loo. They'd be holding on to see the climax of this match. Singh around the wicket to Willie. Simple push on the offside. End of the over. 2 off Singh's opening over. England 171 for 6 at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone. Willie's 26 off 26 and Billings 23 off 36.
Yeah, tidy start from Simi Singh, so you won't get into your spell. So no time for looseners, releasing any more pressure towards the Englishman. At the halfway mark of this innings, going to be McBride to continue, so spin from both ends. It's going to be nice if I had a little bit more variation in their spin ranks, a wrist spinner, a left arm spinner. Obviously operating with 2 orthodox right arm spinners at the moment.
We're currently checking the passports of the world, Jamal.
Find one in South Africa.
Quite difficult to do it in lockdown. Billings down the track. He's going to get one for that, driving to the man coming in off the long on boundary, Josh Little.
How the Irish cupboard's looking, coming through. Hearing of any up and comers coming through?
Well, it's tough at the minute. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount, but you know, there's been big changes in this senior team compared to even 18 months ago. I mean, the Irish panel didn't change an awful lot for a very long time. You could almost name 9 or 10 of the guaranteed starters, but I know Dominic catches up with everybody. That was a dot ball off McBride's second delivery was over. And a single dab down by Willie to short mid wicket, which fielded and returned to McBride, the bowler. You've got to always be aware, Tamal, it is not a mass sport in Ireland.
Of course.
You know, it's behind association football, Gaelic football, and that's a bit of a gimme ball, and it's only going to yield 1 run. I think McBride knew he'd got away with that. Dropped it short on the leg side. Swung away for just a single. And if Billings had really caught that, that should have been 4 through mid-wicket. Got away with that one, McBride. He drops that one a little bit short to Willie, who carves that away for a beautiful 4. He didn't get away with that one, McBride. Willie waited for it and dispatched it.
Yeah, you can see he tried to bowl that one a bit quicker and a bit flatter. Rushed through his action, but ended up dragging it down. David Willey rocks back on it. There's that back foot slap through the offside that we've seen off the seam bowlers. This time off the spin of Andy McBride.
Partnership of 41 between this pair. Defensive push forward, fielded by the boot of Andy McBride. End of the 26th over. 7 off it. England 178 for 6. They need another 35, and it's slowly drifting back in England's favour tonight.
Yes, similar situation to last year with Ben Foakes and Tom Curran. Saw the Englishman home over in Ireland.
That's right. Been a few what might have beens in both Dublin and Belfast down through the years, and both 50 over and T20 versions of the white ball game. Simi Singh continuing with his second over from the pavilion end. Over 50% of the ground now in shadow. Billings back, driving that off the back foot for a single. say, either this pair have given much of an opportunity to the Irish. Played very sensibly.
Yeah, and it's encouraging for England. Obviously, after the wobble that we saw, quick wickets to fall in the middle with the likes of Owen Morgan and Moeen Ali. David Willey just to join Sam Billings, settle the ship.
Singh is in. He steps back and drills it back to the bowler. I wonder if we're going to see Kevin O'Brien with ball in hand.
Looks like he's having a little limber up, doesn't it?
For the first time this series. He's the old golden arm, the original one for Ireland.
I actually think Ireland would just be wishing they had another 30 on the board, another 35.
Wishing that on Thursday. Fourth ball of Singh's second over. Willie down the track to smother it. Lovely evening here at Southampton with a little bit of rain during the morning. It's turned into a very pleasant night. Singh bowling wide from the crease. And again, just a defensive push by Willie on the onside. We're going to have a change in the summariser's chair. Singh is in once more. And again, Willie in defensive mode. Pushes it down the track. And at the end of the 27th over, England need 34 more. Willie is 31 off 35, Billings 26 off 39, England 179 for 6. And Lorcan Tucker, the wicketkeeper, has returned his helmet. I think maybe one of the Irish replacements, substitutes, possibly William Porterfield, but we're going to see Craig Young coming back from this hotel end. 6 overs so far, no maidens, 1 for 43 from Young. That wicket of Jason Roy, poor shot, not a great delivery from Young, but I got a wicket with the third ball of England's innings as he scooped it into the hands of the diving Gareth Delaney. And still Ireland need these 4 wickets. This is a very productive partnership for England. Young, 44 on his back. Straight delivery, driven to Simi Singh at mid-off. They're inviting Billings to go for the big shot. No man back on the straight boundary. Very attacking field for Ireland at this stage of the game. Trying to induce that mistake, Paul Sterling. Waiting at slip. Should that ball fly off the edge of Sam Billings' bat. Young is in. Driven on the onside by Billings. They'll certainly come back for the second. The chase is on for Simi Singh, who stops it. England advance to 181 for 6. Been joined by Michael Carberry.
Hello, Mikey. How are you, mate?
I was very well about 20 minutes ago, and I'm back down a little bit of a slump now.
It's gone a little bit wrong.
It's a seesaw of a match, this one, Carbs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Young is into Billings on the onside, pushed the man at short mid-wicket, prowling in there. Looks to be the short-haired Josh Little. No run.
Got something to cheer you up, mate. The Arsenal won. We've got some silverware.
You've got to put your fingers in your ears, listeners. You didn't hear that.
Commiseration to any Tottenham fans. Another win this season.
Oh, I can't stop him. I'm sorry. He's out of control. If you're hoping not to hear the score or the result of the FA Cup final, I'm very sorry. Oh, it's a lovely drive for 4 runs by Sam Billings, the onside, lent into that. Oh, that was a gorgeous shot. 4 more for England, 4 more for Billings.
Great shot from Sam Billings. Very mature knock from him so far. He's read the situation well again. He's come in, played that crucial knock for England. And unfortunately, I think any momentum that Ireland built up there with those cluster of 3 wickets, it seems to have ebbed away.
Yeah, the momentum is definitely swinging back to the man, and the World Cup winning outfit of sky blue with those sort of 1992 flashes on the shoulder. It's a lovely jersey. Young is into Billings, drops it short. Billings thinks better than trying to hit it, and it balloons into the waiting gloves of Lorcan Tucker. I'm sure that shirt sold many thousands of editions of last year and of this year. One of the most memorable England one-day outfits, harking back to 1992 and all that.
I was a young boy watching that on TV.
Oh, that was a great tournament. Final ball, the over smashed away, but just the single for Sam Billings to mid-wicket. England move on to 186 for 6 at the end of the 28th over. Billings on 33, Willie is on 31, and to describe either a glorious English victory or an amazing Irish comeback yet again, after further thoughts from Michael Carberry, we'll hear from Ishakuha.
Yeah, very good from Sam Billings again. Really pleased for him. He's had a bit of a layoff from the game, and he's come back and he's looked in great touch so far, and has actually been a crucial member to this England lineup in his short series against Ireland. He's played 2 crucial knocks here, and hopefully now he can just steer England home without any more emergencies or alarms.
Isn't it? But I think this is the best I've ever seen Sam Billings back.
Yeah, he's he's always been a very talented player. Can play all around the ground, all around the wicket. But he's really shown another side to his game in these 2 games so far, that he's prepared to shoulder responsibility.
Josh Little has picked up 3 wickets so far in this game. Will continue. He bowls to Billings, who's defending to the offside, no run. 27 required then for England. Plenty of time to do it in. We're only in the 29th over in this second innings, but these two have just weathered the storm, Billings and Willie, after 3 quick wickets. And Josh Little fired up, bowling some good lengths and the odd short ball. With Sam Billings, he's such a leg side dominant player, but it feels like every part of the ground has been attacked by him since that first game, as he drives not past cover, as he dives to collect it with his right hand. No run. And he looks just as assertive through the covers as he does on the leg side. Of course, those sweeps that he played in that last match highlighted his skills all round and his versatility, the ramp shot. Here, after getting off to a very good start, he had to rein it in and, like you say, play the mature knock alongside experienced player at the other end in Willie. Here comes Little again then, past the umpire, bowls. Billings guides past point down to 3rd man. Good luck delivering around off stump. And,
I think from someone like Sam Billings, he's had a chance to go around the world, play some franchise cricket. I think that would have added to his education as a young batter. He's played he's had a go in the IPL, he's had a go, I believe, in PSL and these tournaments now that are popping up around the world. He's done quite well in those tournaments, so you can see the improvement is there to see.
I think it's also, when I say the best he's, I think it's also the calmest I've seen him, as Willie is at the crease and driving past cover for a single, goes to mid-off, who collects with his right hand and throws the ball in at the stumps, misses it, but they're 3 for 1 anyway, so 188 for 6, just 25 required here for England to win this second one-day international. Just really still at the crease. I've seen some innings in the IPL where, I think it was a few years back, where he was just looking really frenetic and so eager to get off strike, but just in these last couple of games, it's looked really easy for him as Little left armour comes in on angle bowls, and that's driven by Billings back to mid-on with some force again.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make, Isha. I have seen some changes in Sam Billings. It seems very, very still at the crease. Still as I've seen him, for sure. Not moving around too much, just keeping that still head, picking up the line of length very quickly, and just playing good cricket shots.
Little shuffles forwards, past the stumps, bowls. Billings drives uppishly past mid-off, and again showing lovely balance, as that will go into the advertising smudge down at long off. And the two punch gloves in the middle, Willie and Billings, as Billings moves to 38. At the end of the over, it's 192 for 6, 21 overs remaining. Definitely won't need all of that because England need 21 from those remaining overs. And a partnership of 55 from 69 deliveries.
Look at that, glorious shot. High elbow, full face through the line. As we alluded to earlier, that stillness at the crease, allowing that good balance, weight back into the ball. Glorious shot. Looks in great form.
Lights are on here at the Aegeus Bowl. Shadows are falling across the ground as the sun starts to disappear behind the scoreboard. And Young will continue from the Hilton end, bowling right arm. Slower ball to Willie, who guides it to mid-wicket. Will push through and scamper through for 1. At the start of the over, he goes to 33, 193 for 6, just 20 now for England. Not only will it be a one-day win, but to add 10 points to the new Men's World Super League as qualification for the next World Cup in 2023 in India. It's India, the host nation, and 6 others that will qualify in that league. As Young runs away from us now to Billings, who pulls past mid-wicket out to deep square. Comes through for 1, and the throw is sent in. Goes to 39, 194 for 6, 19 more required.
Yeah, you really feel writing's almost on the wall here for Ireland. I think they've really got to go for broke now, trying to unsettle these two now, try and break a partnership, trying to get a wicket from somewhere. Need a bit of energy in the field. It's all gone a little bit flat.
No mid-on as Young comes in and bowls to Willie, who defends to extra cover, no run. So a slip in position. Andrew Bell-Burney slotted Sterling in to that zone. And Little tosses the ball to Young. He bowled well after the early onslaught from Johnny Bess, so Michael has...
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Johnny's really just put back to ball.
He was terrorising the bowlers as Young bowls now to Willie, who misses one through to the keeper. Does he get him? Looks to pull it to the leg side. There was a half appeal from Ireland, but Alex Wharf unmoved, and they're not going to go for a review. Just a back of a left delivery. Looks to swivel, pull it out to deep mid-wicket. Willie.
Just have to be careful here, England. Job's not done yet. You know, last thing you want to do now is undo the good work that these two have built up over the last couple of overs. You know, one mistake now brings Ireland very much back into this.
David Willey, open stance, a left-hander as Young bowls. Willie drives, goes down to third man with an open face as he comes through for 1. 18 more required, 1 more ball left of this over, 195 for 6. We're into the 30th over if you're just tuning in. Ireland making 212 in the first innings after they were in deep trouble once more. 91 for 6 they were before Curtis Campher came to the middle once again and saw his side out of a bit of trouble to get up to that total. In reply, England was so dominant before a flurry of wickets. Young bowls short to Billings, who pulls with lots of power again out to deep square, gets right on top of it and uses his wrists to keep it down as he comes through for another one. At the end of the over, it's 196 for 6 then. England need 17 more runs for victory here at the Aegeus Bowl in the second one-day international against Ireland. Billings to 40, Willie on 34 and a partnership worth 59. Shoulders slumping again for Ireland. And the green kit almost blending in with the grass as we look at it. And this will be the last throw of the dice, you feel. Josh Little in his 9th over. He's brought his economy down. It was up around 10s and over for the first 4 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same problem for Ireland, really, isn't it? It's lack of runs from that top order again, which led to such a small total.
It's a bowling final over from the pavilion end. He bowls and Billings misses one outside the off stump. A good length delivery. He was looking to cut that man up at deep cover. So men inside the ring in front of square on the offside and man down at third man. He's got two men back on the leg side, and he has used that short ball to good effect. As Billings taps his bat down, still at the crease, slightly open to the left armour, who bowls, dabs to the offside, looks to set off, but sent back by Willie.
Yeah, it's an interesting field Josh Little's got here. It's, considering the state of the game, I think you've got to roll the dice here. Probably lose one of these guys in the ring, put him in a catching play, maybe a slip, something catching offside, just entice Billings. Got to change it up, got to try and force the mistake. One wicket could open it up here.
Shuffles forwards, does Little past the umpire, bowls. Billings again just pats it to the offside to Point, who steams in and underarms it to the stumps. Sterling doing the backup work. So how are you going to celebrate tonight?
I'm thinking on a day like this, it'd be lovely to have another little three rounds of golf, wouldn't it? Try and rectify my very bad first
Three rounds or three holes?
Before it gets dark.
I thought you did all right. It was your first go in, 2 years?
2 years, yeah.
There's little balls to Billings, who carves, and a good effort from Point, who dives to stop the ball. They almost come through for one, but again, meet in the middle, and sent back is Billings. Throw now coming in, and it's 4 dot balls from Little. As cover now goes out to the boundary. So he's got a 1 there if he wants it, Billings. Arms pumping from Little. Long strides, bowls. Billings drives to mid-on, no run. Good over.
Interesting ploy, sending the man back at this stage. I would have thought, would you want to let Sam Billings tick over? I think at this stage you've got to keep the fielders up, as I say, roll the dice, get another catcher in. If Sam Billings ticks along, they've got ample time to win this game. So you've got to try and attack here, I think.
Well, he has just brought that man back up again into the circle from deep cover. Little comes through, Billings drives to extra cover, and no run. It's a maiden over from Little to finish things off. 3 for 60 from his 10 overs, including 3 maidens. He's brought himself right back into it after 4 wickets that he picked up against England last year at Malahide. Brought into the side for today's game after that injury to Barry McCarthy. And he's proved his worth eventually.
It's been an interesting day for Josh Little. Johnny Bess, though, he suffered some severe punishment early on, as most of the Irish bowlers did, but he's come back really, really well and picked up 3 good wickets. Almost got Ireland back in the game, and you feel that perhaps 30 to 50 more runs to play with might have been a more interesting game, but certainly he's done well. Has a happy knack of doing quite well against England.
Well, he's gambling here. Kevin O'Brien is coming into the attack. 17 more required for England. Just bowl his little seamers, his gentle seamers. Kevin O'Brien, who's running in now. In fact, it's not Kevin O'Brien. It did look like him. It's Craig Young continuing. Apologies.
You've done me there as well. And I've got glasses.
Sorry about that. Anyone who's listening, including Ireland, you might have been wondering why he'd bring O'Brien into the attack. No, it will be Young to continue. He's got a towel poking out the back of his trousers. Here he comes in, ambling in. Balls to Willie, who pulls out to the deep square boundary, and he's hit it up and into the stands at 6 rows back. Into the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and 6 for Willie as the 200 is brought up for England. 202 for 6 in the 32nd over. Willie to 40. He's caught up with Billings, who's also on 40 at the other end, and England need a further 11 runs.
Great shot from Willie again. You kind of felt he was sweating on that short one. He knew something was coming. Young has been testing the middle of the wicket for quite a few overs now, and just swivel pulled again to that short side. 10 rows back. Young's got to find a better length here.
Coming in on an angle, the right armour past the umpire to Willie, who's working it out to deep squares, push the single, and settle for the one as the throw is sent in on the bounce. So just 10 more now, 203 for 6. Billings will resume the strike as Willie moves to 41. Singh pushing in an extra cover to Billings.
Yeah, another slip in. Come on, be brave.
Ring offside field as Young approaches the crease. Ball short. Billings pulls with some velocity. That ball travels into the boundary. That is a lovely whip through as he scores another boundary. Goes to 44, 207 for 6, and just 6 more now.
Oof, that was a shot. He's got a lovely wrist, Sam Billings. He's one of those players, he's got a lovely flow of the bat when he's going well. Very, almost Asian-like in his approach. Very, very flexible wrist, and just whip that through square leg. Nobody moved.
Still at the crease now as he whips again past mid-wicket, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, mid-off. Andrew Balbirnie there looks to cover the stumps as the throw is sent in from the man running out to the boundary. So just 4 more now.
One hit away, aren't we?
One hit away, yeah.
One hit away.
And these two have played incredibly well. A partnership worth 72. Just a moment of panic after England lost 3 wickets in quick succession. And Young bowls short to Billings, who allows it to pass over his head. Signalled wide by umpire Wharf. So 3 now for England.
I think a little bit of red mist came through on that bat after being dispatched 2 balls before.
82 miles an hour that delivery from Young. As he pushes away again. Elbows moving side to side. Bowls the slower ball outside the off stump. Billings drives to extra cover. Sibley Singh with his bright green shoes to complete the green strip.
It's very snazzy these days. Green shoes. Can you imagine in our day wearing green shoes?
Yeah, I wasn't as out there as that. At the end of the over, England needing 3 more then. 210 for 6. Billings on 46. Willie on 41. And interesting to note actually, Sam Billings in the field was wearing those bright blue spikes, whereas now when he's batting he's got the white ones on.
Do you remember when it was cool to take your trainers and get them spiked?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, I usually had to because no one could ever do spikes that were small enough.
Is that right?
Yeah, until I was very fortunate to get a sponsorship. I don't think I'm allowed to mention their name, but they were getting them specially made, UK size 4.
All right.
Which was gratefully appreciated. Here comes Camphor, who bowls to Willie, who drives to extra cover, no run. Just tuning in then, England need 3 more runs to win their second one-day international here at the Ageas Bowl and register another 10 points in the Men's Super League. Camphor, who has been outstanding all day, bowled with a lot of energy. He's picked up 2 for 44 bowling in his 7th over to add to a 50 in the first innings. Another man comes across to the offside, so an extra cover and a man at short cover. It's Willie pulls a short ball away to the leg side out to deep mid wicket. Deep square hasn't even seen it. As they'll push the 2 and they'll settle for that. So scores level now for the 2 teams. 212 on the board for England and just the 1 required. It was an interesting choice of delivery for a well-packed offside.
Yeah, they've got some of their tactics that I feel they've haven't quite been in sync. Captain and bowler haven't quite been in sync with each other.
Well, here comes Camphor again, steaming in. Ball short, Willie pulls, and this should go for 4. It does. So, to wrap up the game, David Willey has gone to 47. He's picked up 5 4s and 2 6s in that innings, alongside Billings on 46, and a partnership worth 79 to see England to victory. They win by 4 wickets after a little stumble in the middle. They've won convincingly. convincingly in the end. Handshakes all round between the two teams, and the sun is starting to fade away behind the scoreboard. Lights are on here, and another comfortable one in the end. Michael?
Yeah, without his moments, congratulations obviously to England on another series win, and Ireland left to ponder again. The batting lineup again didn't quite fire. They were caught in a little bit of a stick or twist situation, you felt, this morning, where obviously they went out hard in that first game, and today they almost were a little bit shotless, going at no more than 2.5 an over for the first 15 overs. So yeah, they'll have some thinking to do for that last game, whether they make some changes. But Camphor again was the outstanding performance in their ranks. He's really impressed me in these two games. Johnny Bairstow, good to see him back in the runs, played beautifully. Such power, dominance, just what you expect from someone of his ability, and finished off nicely with that partnership between Willie and Billiams, which was very well constructed.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow got out of the blocks quickly, 82 or 41 deliveries. He almost got England's fastest century, but was eventually dismissed by Josh Little. A few more words from you, Michael, and then it will be Kevin Howells.
Yeah, I think Owen Morgan would be pleased that someone like Johnny Bairstow managed to spend some time at the crease. It's important, having had the lockdown for a few months, get these guys some game time in the middle, even though he missed out himself today. But yeah, thoroughly good performance from England, and another series win under the belt.
The only thing you didn't do there was actually come across and put my microphone in for me, Michael Carberry. You're not supposed to do that, but I need as much assistance as I can get, Sibley. It looks such a simple job to do, and it is. Anyway, there you are. The sun is starting to fade and set away to our right-hand side. Well, Ireland pushed England a lot harder today than they did in their first ODI. However, still looking back on it, England will believe that is quite a comfortable victory in the end. By 4 wickets, there were 17.3 overs left. Andrew Balbirnie earlier in the day winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Used pitch, but Ireland usually enjoy chasing, but he thought bat first on this particular surface. Much better than the first ODI, because they were 28 for 5 on Thursday. But still, they took a little while to get going. Paul Stirling was out for just 12. Gareth Delaney ducked. There were 2 wickets to David Willey picking up where he left off from Thursday as well. Andrew Balbirnie, a 15. Kevin O'Brien, a 3. Very interesting that 21-year-old Harry Tector made 21. He'll feel a lot better for that. Again, we've seen Andy McBride with a useful 24, Simi Singh at 25. But again, it was the all-rounder, Curtis Camphor, just his second ODI for Ireland, his second half-century, highest score today of 68, giving them a respectable total from their 50 overs, batting through the full 50. 212 for 9. David Willey picked up 2 for 48. Rhys Topley back in an England shirt for the first time since 2016. Picked up the last wicket, giving 1 for 31. We had Saqib Mahmood with 2 for 45. Adil Rashid 3 for 34, and that achieved a milestone for the spinner Adil Rashid, becoming the first spinner to reach 150 ODI wickets for England. So many congratulations to him. Again, amazing bowling really from Adil Rashid. But in that chase, off to a flying start, Johnny Bairstow, eventually out for 82 of 41 deliveries. Again, a couple of milestones for Bairstow. I'll mention those in a few moments' time. But he really did look to be putting England in a very strong position, racing along to that target, despite the loss of Jason Roy without scoring. Vince just 16, Banton 15, another couple of ducks this time for Owen Morgan and Moeen Ali as well. And at that stage, after Johnny Bairstow was out for those 82 runs, some serious questions being asked of England. There were 137. Avoid that?
I think everyone here at Hampshire's had the same opinion of James. I mean, he's a fantastic young. He was a fantastic young talent coming up through the ranks. burst on into first-class cricket. It took him some years to work it out. But again, he's product of this new age of batsmanship, of all wanting to go out, and it's great. You must be positive for sure. You must look to play your shots, but there's also that recognition. You know, he struck 3 boundaries in the over before getting out, and you think at that stage, you know, that's the area for James. I think he struggles, where he gets in that sort of one-dimensional frame of mind of boundary hitting, rather than saying, right, you know, I've done the damage, I don't need to go out and take undue risk, because, you know, the standard of bowling at international level is going to be a lot better.
We got 25 the other day. Johnny Bairstow, 12 runs shy of reaching 2,000 in England in ODI cricket. He's not too far off 3,000 everywhere, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Andrew Balbirnie, 87 more needed for 2,000 limited overs runs. His career really progressing as a batter, Michael McNamee. Just got to be a little bit careful that, you know, any captaincy doesn't damage that too much. 11 years, I think, William Porterfield in charge. It's a big job to take over, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a long time in waiting, wasn't it, the man to take over? And Balbirnie, you would argue, should be coming into the prime of his batting career, late 20s. A man who took a while to take to international cricket, as he, tells a few stories against himself that he's now actually making runs. But yes, a big day for him, and it'd be lovely to see Harry Tector get off the mark as well after a 9-ball duck on Thursday. So I have butterflies in my stomach again, Kevin. Hopefully the Irish batsmen don't have quite so many.
Do you think they will? I mean, you've come across them, you'll have interviewed them quite a few times.
Well, interesting. I mean, if you saw a lovely little preview with Harry Tector, he's a lovely, modest young man, tall, slender, sporting frame that he has. He used that term I mentioned Thursday. He has brittle nerves before batting.
I think the players who are going to take the knee, and Michael Carberry alongside us is sort of already in position for that. And I should point out, by the way, as they do so, it's the players, it's just at the point where David Willett will be, who's about to bowl at the first slip, about to bowl, and then someone will probably ring a bell or something on the far side. For the West Indies, it was Phil Simmons who did it, I noticed. It's not a minute, it's just a few moments where everyone just takes the knee, just waiting. The players are all lined up, so if they're about to do the same as well. So we're just a matter of moments away from the start. This second one-day international. It's not only the series at stake in a 3-match series, but also points at stake. 10 points for a win for the World Cup Super League, this new competition. And it's just that moment where the umpire is about to say, OK, play, and that is the point where people take the knee, and down they go. And we heard from Michael just the importance of this gesture, and the importance that they're doing it again, Michael.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic that the cricket family, certainly the England team, have shown their support for this very worthy cause. I mean, it's sad that we're at this, the year 2020, we're still facing this issue, but I guess, we're hoping that this is the building blocks of change, and it's at the start of, having some equality.
Thank you, Michael. And there'll be more from the two Michaels a little later on today. David Willett bowls the first ball and runs on the board, because that's a leg side wide immediately to get Ireland off with the horrible COVID-19. That was around 11 o'clock this morning. David Willett in bowls, this time not on leg side, but a little wider on the off, and Sterling looking to try and time a pulled shot through mid-wicket, but doesn't time it, and therefore Owen Morgan, who's standing in the position where he caught a very simple catch to dismiss Paul Sterling the other day. There at short mid-wicket, retrieves the ball. So the weather is not as bright and as sunny as it was on Thursday, but it is dry, and there is a little bit of blue sky up above. So hopefully, weather-wise, we'll be okay for a full day-night cricket affair. Let's see. David Willett running away from us at the north end in and bowls. Oh, very nearly getting an edge from Porterfield, just pushing forward through to the keeper. Good afternoon to Vic Marks, who came, I think, initially this morning, dressed, ready for another few what a scorcher, and, well, you've got trousers on. I won't tell you what he had on this morning. He's got a jumper on and a full shirt as well. It's a little different.
Yeah, I went all the way back to my room to change my attire.
And you still got back on time, which is great.
Well, it's at least, I don't know, 20 yards away.
It's
quite good. It's fairly vigorous air conditioning where we are. It's not so bad out there.
No, we wouldn't need it necessarily if we were outside, but but it isn't quite the day that it was 2 days ago. As Willie is in them bowls, this time straighter, but squeezed away behind square on the onside for a single. David Willey with his 5 wickets, tremendous, exciting return for England back on Thursday. He made such an impact early on, which he does. I mean, that is his job. I think 49% of his wickets are taken during the first 10 overs of an innings, but that's the role he's supposed to play. And if all this, sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to point out that about 49% of his bowling he's done in his first spell too. Like 5 overs, perhaps.
Anyway, carry on. Next delivery. Bowled. Did I say that Porterfield was batting?
You did, but I didn't think. No.
Well, how stupid of me, thank you. Sterling, it is. In and bowls. And in fact, ball goes through to the keeper. I don't know why I did that. I was obsessed with Porterfield. That must have been 11 years of Ireland, but also just a few times watching him play for Warwickshire down the years. But anyway, we're underway properly now.
Raheem's on strike.
Thank you. So Willie making his way back, actually not to his mark.
It's actually the very interesting Delaney, who, as you watch him now, is in a very orthodox stance, and then suddenly as the bowler gets closer, up goes that bat.
Willie in now and bowls, and pushed into the offside by Delaney for no run. Moeen Ali moving into field the ball as the sun does make an appearance here today, brightening up the Aegeus Bowl. I'd love to say for a wonderful crowd to enjoy, but of course still no crowd, despite the best efforts of county cricket. That's the case in county cricket today and tomorrow as well. As Willie turns to run away from us, the left arm of David Willey in bowls, and Yorker length delivery from David Willey, and that completes the first over, and Ireland are 2 without loss after 1 over. Sterling and Delaney, the opening pair.
I actually quite like the fact that Ireland and Captain Balbirnie has employed the same strategy and just about the same team. They had to replace McCarthy because he's injured. It could easily, after the first game, thought, oh, well, let's go and bowl first because we had a tough time batting. We'll leave that to later. But actually, I always think for the underdog side, the likeliest way to win against the stronger side is to bat first, get runs on the board, and cause a little bit of mayhem. Remember, England was 78 for 4 in that first game, but they only had to get 170. But I think if you get runs on the board as the underdog, you're more likely to cause an upset. And I like the fact that he said, well, I know we were 28 for 5, but we're going to bat again. The wicket's a bit older. And he's picked the same batsmen. Was that an aberration? I've got faith in Harry Tector and people like that.
This is a moment for Rhys Topley. In bowls and pushed his first ball in 4 years playing for England. He's going to be pushed all the way up to the top towards the pavilion, to the boundary. Just about gets there, but it's 4 runs immediately off the bat for Rhys Topley, wearing a bandana and with all the tattoos and all that. But what matters most is he's back on a cricket field wearing an England shirt. And that is some story for Rhys Topley. And that first ball, he must have gone through many a day, many an hour, thinking that would never happen again. But now he's got the first one out of the way, and he's gone for 4. And Ireland is 6 for no wicket. We'll see what he can do with the next delivery. And it's squaring up Sterling into the offside. But this is some tale, isn't it, really, for Rhys Topley, Vic?
Yeah, I was slightly surprised to see him bowling, to be honest. I thought they'd open with Saqib again and use Topley at the same end as Willie. It may be that they think the ball, the white balls, they don't swing for very long, but they're using 2 balls, aren't they, I presume? Yeah. Anyway, he's back.
And he's bowling from the pavilion end, left arm, over the wicket, and driven very nicely. If they were looking for getting bat on ball, well, it's happened a little earlier for them, here for Sterling, and successfully, should I say. And that's 4 is signalled by David Milnes, one of our umpires here today, standing at the bowler's end, racing through extra cover.
Well, he's been hit with 2 very good 4s, actually. That wasn't the worst ball. It was just full of a length, but it wasn't a hard volley. You expect someone like Topley to look for a bit of swing early on. It hasn't swung. And Sterling, who can be, if he stays in, a very, very damaging batsman, has punched it through the covers. Beautiful timing.
Topley in again, full, and there'll be one and only one as it's guided down to third man by Paul Sterling. And the Ireland score moves to 11 for no wickets. 2 balls left of this second over. Ireland winning the toss and electing to bat first today. Happy with that decision?
Yeah, I was just saying, I thought it was quite a brave decision after a bit of a calamity the other day. It wasn't because he made the wrong decision at the toss that Ireland had a calamity. They just didn't really rise to the occasion. Maybe they were nervous. And to say, you know, right, we're going to go same route. They were actually put in the other day, but I think Balboni would have batted anyway.
I wonder if Rhys Topley is suffering nerves here or not. Oh, he very nearly gets an edge there. Any thought of nerves are quickly going to be dispensed with. But that was a testing ball.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't bowled the 2 balls went before were not disastrous to the just slightly over pitch, but beautifully put away by Sterling. He's got many assets. He stays fit. He's tall. He gets a little bit of swing. He obviously gets a bit more bounce than most.
So, tall, 6'7" figure, Rhys Topley bowls and full face of the bat to the offside. No runner. Just spotted something on the tech service at the end of that over, by the way. 2 overs gone, 11 for no wicket on the BBC Live tech service. And Matt Henry in charge of that. And he has just written, sorry, bear with me. I've just had to vacate my room for housekeeping. So he must be somewhere on this floor as well. And there he is. He's back alongside us. So he was hoping to work in his room. Yeah. So housekeeping.
I didn't think we had housekeeping.
Well, he must be on a better part of the hotel.
Well, you have to be very important to get housekeeping.
Yeah. Well, he must have called for housekeeping.
Extraordinarily messy.
Yeah. Going to clear that lad's room anyway. So, but Matt's got all the information as well on the live tech service with this afternoon. And Willie is back to his mark. Started the third over. 11 for no wicket. Sterling and Delaney, the not out pair, and it's Sterling on strike. And again, can't get the timing of that. He does like to feel that ball on bat. There are stats around which suggest that in more recent years he has reined in a little, which has ended up with a slightly lower strike rate, but his scores have gone up. Average scores from sort of the 30 marks into the 40. So it's not as if he's still going out there and just playing that same game. He has tried to adapt a little to create a few more regular high scores. He's on 10 at the moment. That comes back in to cut something in half, but ends up just a few yards in front of him.
Well, he hits the ball in strange areas. He hits it sometimes square the wicket, over the covers sometimes. He makes room very easily for himself. He's quite a small, stout man, but he can somehow manoeuvre straight balls square on the offside, where at this stage of the game anyway there are no boundary fielders.
So Willie back to his mark, and again runs away from us. Pavilion end, left arm in, and comes out of his crease by a couple of yards, going to go down leg side, but perhaps on the pads instead.
Did swing a bit that way.
I thought I saw steam coming out of the producer's ears, and this is why. He's put a note in front of me that says 1,597 days since Rhys Topley last played for England.
How many? I'll make a note of that.
Just have to take the card.
It's a long time, isn't it?
2016 South Africa. It was February.
That cover, 2016 February.
David Willie in bowls, and well, if you want to take on the producer, do it yourself off here. And that just moves away a little, but dangerously moves away from Sterling through to the keeper. Got to slip in. Third man back at point, extra cover mid off mid on, short mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and also fine leg just on the edge of the circle, where he's sort of 2/3 of the way back. As we look out on this GS bowl on the day which is largely overcast at the moment. Sun does make the odd appearance. Willie in past the umpire again. tried to mix it up a little, and that one was wide of the off stump, full.
Well, that suggests your notion about a little bit more discretion on the part of Sterling using evidence now. I'm sure there would have been times where he would have launched himself at that delivery. He loves a bit of width. He scores a lot. As I say, square on the offside.
Need to give credit to cricketers who come up with these sort of stats and bits of information. I think that is where I got the one from. So if they're the ones that have worked that out.
Okay, well, it's just an amazing number of days, isn't it?
No, I'm talking about the Sterling.
Oh, right.
Yeah, next delivery. Again, sort of swings to go down the leg side, but goes into the off for no run. So David Willey now has bowled a couple of overs and a maiden, completed 2. That being the maiden over, and it's 11 for no wicket after 3 overs.
Yeah, well, just a flicker of swing. I don't think recently the white ball's been swinging for long. Just a few overs. But really, it's not huge swing, it's not banana swing, but it's just offering. And I guess that is why Topley got that new ball. There's not much breeze, I don't think, out there today. So maybe it doesn't matter which end they're bowling.
And there was, for all the fact there was a better day weather-wise on Thursday, there was actually quite a strong breeze blowing that day, not today. And that's been hammered into the ground and straight towards extra cover by Delaney. Taller, leaner figure of Delaney. No run. You talk about no crowds, the intensity of a game has to be created by the players. It was hard to say the other day whether that intensity would have been one that could have lasted, because things happen so quickly. Certainly David Willey created some intensity. Let's see about Reece Topley, and the ball's now wide of the off stump and still shapes away further the Bairstow to move to his right hand side.
Yeah, I mean they've managed that incredibly well in the test.
Really can help.
Still wondering about the one-day series. I think if you get a reasonably tight game, there will be an intensity about it. I didn't sense it too much the other day.
No. There were dramatic periods. Yes. It's falling, but Topley bowls. Oh, it does nick on that. That was a lovely delivery. Nips away through to the keeper.
He's been around the houses, hasn't he, Topley?
Now with Surrey.
Yeah, I can't quite keep up. Did he start with Essex? I can't remember. Was that right? Yeah, and then Hampshire, Sussex,
and then Surrey. And at the time when he wasn't playing for anybody, he was just desperately trying to get himself fit, and he's in now and bowls. Took a bit of a break from the game, pushed into the offside. And
so Surrey's bowling next summer could be opened by Reece Topley and Jamie Overton.
I thought you might not want to talk about it.
I don't really.
Well, no, it's Jamie. For those that know, Jamie Overton is in the process of moving, but it's supposedly not going to happen until November.
Well, he's playing in the current game for Somerset. I think he's going to play the rest of the season.
Sometimes players, coaches fall out at these times, and they can't happen. But
I don't. Certainly, ostensibly, I don't think they have. I've been onto their website.
Okay. Topley bowls and pushed into the offside. For one moment, I thought you were going to say, "I've been onto them."
No. And Jamie Overton, who's been there for about 9 years, since he was 16, along with twin brother Craig. There's a lot of very complimentary words about one another. Overton towards the club, and the club wishing him well.
But they'll be disappointed.
Yeah, there'll be disappointment down there.
Topley bowls, and that raised by Delaney, exaggerating through to the keeper. So that is another maiden, 11 for no wicket after 4 overs, both Willey and Topley with maiden overs there. Don't forget the Bob Willis Trophy underway today, and day one commentary continues on all the matches on the county pages of the BBC Sport website, if you want to follow that.
Well, and also, it's a bit like the shipping forecast, really. We can go back to Kevin Howells reading the county scores at some point. I'm sure.
Today, we will be, won't we?
I'm sure.
Not today.
Not today?
Well, you've already discovered it. It's much like to concentrate on one game of cricket, let alone two.
Well,
But I was watching a lot this morning.
I know that you've done all the football results before now, haven't you? So, I mean, a few county scores are not too much for you.
And I've only got one score wrong during that time. I did correct it quite quickly afterwards. And Ollie in balls on another lovely delivery, just straight a little over the off stump and not too far away from Paul Stilling's off stump. Through to the keeper.
Just trying to work out how he missed that. I think it just came into him fractionally in the air and then left him. I don't know why he missed it.
I did look on Carlos Brathwaite the other day thinking, that should have been me. I want to do that. But anyway, well done, you did brilliantly. Greg did think that. Loved it. So available on social media, we still want to see it. Willie bowls. And Sterling trying to get bat on board, just can't get the timing right at the moment.
No, it's almost as if the extra pace of Topley made him easier to drive. But he's got a very good length at the moment, Willie. He's giving it a chance to swing, but he's not quite at half volley length. I don't think it really comes on like a belter here at the moment, at the AGS play. And they're rusty batsmen too, even though it's August. Nearly. It is August.
It is August the 1st today. Yorkshire Day for a Yorkshire player. David Willie in and bowls and turned away for a run. Let's bat on that. Just Sterling for a single through square leg. We'll move to 11 and take the score up to 12 for no wicket. Midway through this 5th.
It's Yorkshire Day, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I'm supposed to celebrate it as well now because I'm adopted.
You can't be really adopted.
No, all the paperwork's filled in, signed.
I thought it took about 5 decades.
No.
They take anyone there.
Not when they take you to Harlow. They took you to Harlow.
They took you and Sachin 10.